Oh shit! Tell you what,
man.
tell you.
Are you
fucking
back
what.
on the fucking Bud Light again, dude?
Yeah,
A tall boy?
yeah.
Bud Light tall boys now?
That's what I do.
Are you gonna start skeet shooting?
It depends on what kind of skeet we're talking.
Are you gonna get a quad and start fucking hitting the trail on it or whatever?
No, I'm just gonna sit here and drink it during shows.
You're going redneck, my friend.
Yeah, Paul's back and Scotty's gone. Actually, today is Scotty's anniversary, so congratulations to Scotty. He's out having a fancy dinner with his lady, which is good. Kind of wish he told us about it before yesterday, but hey, whatever. You know, that's Scotty for you.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do?
By the way, tomorrow's my anniversary. Take a show off. Bye. Like, all right,
Yeah.
cool. Good for you, buddy. No, you'll never see me drinking a natty or a steel reserve. Bud Light's about as low as I go. Sorry.
Bud only, huh?
I tried some fancier lagers to see, like, oh well, you know, maybe these are a little better, and they're pretty much not. Like, they all kind of taste the same.
I don't.
When it comes to like lagers and shit, yeah.
I don't know about that, man. Come on. You can get some good, like, well, I don't know. I'm not a big lager fan, so
yeah. I mean, I like them because they're so like bland and inoffensive. I can just drink them almost like they're water, but then I'm drunk. It's like water drunk. It's kind of nice.
I like stouts. Like, I like a nice chocolate stout. That's the fucking business right there.
Do you like that Guinness shit?
I'll drink a Guinness. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a devotee of Guinness, but I'll drink it. I'll have a Guinness.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't like a Guinness?
Nah, I never did. Never really did care for those. I don't know. I don't think I like
faint of heart, you know. It's not.
I don't think I like you know, like IPAs and fucking ales and shit. I just like these bland ass lagers. I can just pound back.
TJ and Paul, why are you such beta males? I mean, I don't know, man.
We're just better than you.
Yeah, we're just better than you are, man. I don't know.
Drop the kayfabe. TJ Scotty isn't real. Character played by Paul or Lance Sloan, devout Christian. No.
So I've quit smoking cold turkey.
Yeah, I did that. I had to do that too.
So I quit at the beginning of this week. And here we are at the end of the week and doing okay. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm sure that your addictions are your cravings are probably still pretty fucking outrageous at this point, right?
I mean, on and off, yeah. I'll be honest with you. I was feeling so fucking bad.
Yeah.
When I finally gave in and quit, that the cravings have been easier than I thought they were going to be, just because like my body feels better as a result of not.
Dude, you know, I mean, the thing that got me to quit was I woke up one morning and had a coughing fit, which was not that strange to have a coughing fit, but I literally had a coughing fit so bad that I passed out and just like slammed my head on my fucking nightstand, and I just woke up on the floor, and Chelsea was like, TJ, and I'm just like, I'm gonna fucking die if I stay on. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna die anyway, but I'm gonna die horribly if I stay on this fucking path.
Well, the reason I was gone on Tuesday is I had a respiratory infection from fucking hell, and you know, it's just enough. You know what I mean? It's something that had to be done. TJ and Paul, 3 weeks later, where's the nearest Walgreens? I need some cigarettes. I don't think so, man.
I don't even think Walgreens. I can't remember if it's Walgreens or CVS, but one of those stopped even selling fucking cigarettes. I quit vaping due to morning coughs as well. I could never get into vaping very much.
I was looking into the whole vape situation, like, you know, because that worked for me the last time I quit. I quit by vaping, and it was like 10 years off of the cigs for me, which, you know, that's pretty fucking successful. And I was looking into it, but California is so fucking retarded now. California has like still sells cigarettes out the fucking ass, but has banned pretty much every flavor of vape that you can get, and banned the ordering of it from outside the state. So it's just like you can get like tobacco flavored juice and that's it. And I'm just like,
yeah, which is kind of gross.
So I just kind of decided to fucking cold turkey it, just kick it.
Yeah.
And I'm really fucking I'm just hoping I can fucking stick with it, because
the hardest thing is being wherever you smoked before is gonna be the hardest place to be.
That actually hasn't been that, because I used to smoke out on the back porch. Yeah. And I still I've still every day I go out there and I sit there. And that hasn't actually been super hard for me. No,
that's crazy. Because I tell you what, I used to smoke on my back porch too. And like, after I stopped smoking, I couldn't even go on my back porch for like a year or two, because it would just be too strong out there.
Damn. A year or two. Fuck me.
It really was that fucking dude. I mean, look, I quit smoking like 3 years ago at this point, and I haven't had fucking shit. I haven't had a cigar. I haven't had fucking vape. I haven't had any form of nicotine whatsoever.
Yeah.
TJ barely spoke at Trump's town hall video because he agrees with Trump on Ukraine, letting economic collapse. Dude, whatever, dude. Just fucking settle down.
Thanks for the $5, idiot.
But like, I still have cravings. Like, I will still, when I'm in the store, look at those cigarettes like, what if I just got one pack, you know? But, you know, that's why I made a deal with myself, because I know I'm never going to be free of that urge. I'm like, I'll smoke in Las Vegas. So I know that there is a condition that I can meet where I can smoke, but it's not a condition I can meet easily. It's like I have to go through a lot. But I am planning on being in Vegas this year. So, you know, hopefully I can do that and then go back to being quit without any real problems. But I don't know. We'll see. That could be a fucking horrible mistake. But I really don't think I could have quit cold turkey unless I had it in my mind that there was some condition where I could smoke again.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's rough.
I've also pretty much quit smoking weed. Like, I haven't smoked flower or vape weed or whatever the fuck in probably like 3 or 4 months.
Wow. Was it just getting you like paranoid or something?
Yeah. You know, it's happened to me before too. You know, where I'll go from like somebody that can just smoke all goddamn day and it just helps mellow me out, to it just puts me on fucking edge. And it's just like, all right, well, whatever.
Yeah, like all the demons start coming out and shit. Like, oh fuck,
the worm has turned.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Yeah, I smoke. I don't really smoke nearly as much. I mean, I remember when we were in Washington, you know, you and I both were just like insane levels of weed at all times. Like, we were just constantly high.
Yeah.
It got to the point where like being high was just like my new normal in life.
Yeah.
And that kind of made it lose its appeal a little bit, because it was just like, well, whatever. This doesn't even feel like anything anymore. This is just baseline me now. But nowadays, you know, I smoke. Honestly, like, you see me drinking beer and stuff on this show, but I just do that to kind of loosen up for performance shit. Because I feel like it's a little bit easier, because it's like that social lubricant kind of thing. But like most days, I really don't fuck around with anything. I don't fucking smoke weed, really. I don't drink beer. I'll do it on these days that there are show days, because it kind of helps me feel like I'm in a little bit more creative of a space and a little bit more expressive of a space. But that's about it.
I feel like that's been my big struggle, like over the last year or something, is kind of like grappling with like, how do I deal with sobriety?
Yeah.
Like, how do I exist sober?
Yeah, it's fucking weird.
And you know, I think I'm starting to fucking get a handle on it, but it's not easy, man. I'm telling you. I'm going through a lot of changes. I think I've finally hit the age where all the shit that I've done my entire adult life is starting to like fucking catch up and write checks. And I'm just like, okay, all right.
It's like, all right, I'll fucking, you twist my arm, I'll fucking change. Okay. Holy
All
shit.
right, I'll stop the smoking. I've got a laundry list of shit I got to take care of. I'd like to get a little healthier as well, just like physically, like eating and exercising and shit. But I'm taking it one thing at a time because there's no point in trying to fucking.
Yeah, I think
I know myself well enough for that.
You gotta be realistic in your expectations of what you can actually do. I think because like, I think I don't know if you fall in the same trap as I do, but like I start to envision myself as like, I will be the pinnacle of physical perfection. I will be, and then it's like when I can't fucking get to that, I'm just like, well, fuck it then, pizza time,
No, I just, for me, it's just like I undermine myself. Like I like my big struggle with quitting anything is always the little like reward yourself.
Yeah.
You're doing such a good job quitting. Look at you. You had your last cigarette on Monday, and here it is Friday. Why don't you just go ahead and let yourself have a little cigarette? And it's like,
I love how fucking there's like a pseudo pimp monk in your head.
Pimp monk is my fucking addiction demon.
It's okay, Paul. Just have one little cigarette.
Just go ahead, man. You're doing so well. Go and get you a cigarette.
It's beautiful.
But yeah, no, I just trying to. I don't even fucking know, man. I'm so jacked up in fucking 90 different fucking ways that I don't know how much of the damage I can even undo at this point in my life. But I'm trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's better to try. I mean,
but it really does.
Hurt.
It really does require like relearning a lot of fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like it's like I don't want to be one of these dudes that's just like weed is addictive.
Yeah.
But I gotta fucking tell you, man, as a dude that fucking existed high for about, I don't know, how long do you really fucking know me in person?
I don't know, like 8 years now or something like
that. Yeah, 8 years.
9?
I would say about fucking 6.5 or 7 of those 8 years that you've known me, I was high.
Yeah.
Of all of those years. You know what I mean? And it's just strange. It leaves like it just leaves you feeling like you don't know how to be. I struggle with it here on the show too, because it's just like
staring at the fucking train coming like, oh shit.
Yeah, I'm sober and I've got to deal with this. What the fuck?
Caffeine is the god drug because it burns clean. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. I'm having a cup of coffee now, but this is the first cup of coffee I've had this week. And the only reason I'm having this now is because my dumbass set a fucking alarm for AM instead of PM, and I fucking woke up like 20 minutes before the show.
There you go.
So
I'm addicted to weed and I like it. Yeah. I mean, hey, there's nothing wrong with it. Do what you want.
Yeah, I'm not like, look, dude, I'm not fucking standing in judgment of anybody else, dude. Smoke them if you got them. Drink yourself into a fucking look, dude. You got to deal with your life. I can't even deal with my own, so I ain't passing no judgment on anybody else's. Okay, but I'm just saying, for me, I just don't think I can fucking hang with that shit anymore, man. I just don't. I think I gotta try the sobriety train.
Meth is vegan. Yeah, that's true.
But I feel Scotty? Like where is Scotty? I don't know.
Scotty's having his anniversary. That's what's happening.
Oh yeah, it's his anniversary.
TJ, are you back into working out again in addition to your fasting cycles? No, I've just been fasting. I'm about to start a more rigid fasting regimen now. I've been doing the 8-16 for a while, and I've kind of acclimated to that. So I'm going to be trying something a little bit more aggressive. I might be cutting down my eating cycle to like 6 hours a day. I'm not sure. Or I might even be doing like some kind of OMAD, which is 1 meal a day kind of thing. But I don't know if I'm quite ready for that yet. So
right now I'm in the purge phase where my lungs are expelling all the fucking.
That's a nasty time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember during that for me, You know, there was a day where I pretty much coughed up like these big fucking amber wads of fucking nastiness and shit. And I'm just looking at it like, ugh.
Yeah,
Looks like the
it's
fucking amber they found the mosquito in Jurassic Park. It's not good. Why is that coming out of me?
it's pretty fucking gross. You know what? There's something I did want to talk to you about. I watched Evil Dead Rise last night.
Oh, really? Shit.
Well, now
You ended up watching it before me, so
yeah. Full disclosure, I went and found one of those shady websites and watched it on that because I was like,
Sure.
fuck this. I'm
Yeah.
a little suspect of this movie.
I'm curious, but I'm not curious enough to pay. Yeah.
So you know, you remember my take just from the like trailer on Evil Dead Rise.
I do. You said
and you
that
know
it looked,
the perils
you said
of
it looked,
this.
You said it looked humorless, and you said you didn't like that there was a bunch of little kids in it.
Mm-hmm.
So how did that pan out for you?
And that it looked like it was like really lifting heavily from like Japanese horror aesthetic.
Right. Too much Ju-on the Grudge kind of shit going on.
Yeah, yeah.
So how would you say that actually panned out when you fucking saw the movie?
Well, you'll know the perils of this. You know, we're kind of like paid to have hot takes and shit, and sometimes you'll have a hot take and you'll really take a fucking stand on it, and you end up being like dead ass fucking wrong, and you're just like, oh, whoops. You know what I mean?
Was this one of those times, or was this one of those times where you were right?
This was not one of those times. I was so right. Oh my God, I was so right. And dude, oh my God, there is just not a likable soul in that movie.
Yeah.
One of the things that makes Evil Dead for me is the anchor of Ash. Ash is the anchor character.
The likable everyman sort of, almost like not quite a Homer Simpson level, but like, you know,
just doesn't fucking exist whatsoever. I was so right about this movie. I mean, I'm telling you, like, you may as well save yourself some money and some time and just watch the extended trailer of that motherfucker, because everything worth seeing is in it. I'm just letting you know, dude. I'm kind of interested to see how you feel about it, because it was lame as shit. It has no Bruce Campbell. It has no character that he's even trying to be that. It is chock full of like attempted millennial humor, but it's a totally humorless film. Like, it really isn't even like, I don't even know where to fucking start with it, to be honest with you. It was just Evil Dead doesn't work without Ash. I think it could, but I just don't think anybody's willing to make that kind of movie, because you've got to step outside the boundaries, and this movie doesn't. It's just, like I said, it's just like Ju-on. It's like the American Ju-on. It's I don't know. The only good thing about it were like some of the gore effects, I guess, or whatever. But that, to me, anymore these days,
you expect that in a fucking horror movie,
right? Especially in an Evil Dead movie or whatever. But I'll tell you what it wasn't, and this is what the sad thing is: it wasn't creepy or scary to me at all.
That sucks. Did it have even? Like, did it even feel like it had the feel of like an Evil Dead movie to you, with the over the top, like,
well, they were trying,
everything is insane and turned up to 11 kind of fucking thing going on, or no?
There's referential shit in it that's trying to evoke the Evil Dead thing. Like the mom says at one point, "I'll swallow your soul," but it just falls flat. Towards the end, the character that ends up winning finds a shotgun and looks at the big evil baddie, which is like, it's one of the worst effects you've ever seen too. Looks at it and says, "Come get some," you know what I mean? And you're just like, but it's there's no, the delivery is just dry. I don't know, man. It's just like, I don't think that they can fucking do it. I don't think they can make an Evil Dead movie anymore. I really don't.
Yeah, you just think we're living too sanitized of a time.
I don't know what it is. I was thinking about it and I was like, is this just me separating myself from a generation that I can't identify with? Because I don't find any of this creepy. Like, I don't find any of it. Like, if I go watch the original Evil Dead, one of the things that gets me about Evil Dead 1 and 2
Yeah.
is that the movie can be simultaneously so goofy and so like piercingly frightening. Like there's just shit in that movie that just like it scares me. Like the fucking old lady down, the way that they shoot the old lady down in the basement, you know, and they've got her eyes, like her milky white eyes peering out of that little crack in that basement door, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's banging on it, and like all of that shit just hits me like in a real visceral way, and there's nothing like that. I actually got fucking I went and I watched, after I got done with it, I was so fired up about it. I went and I watched the 2013. Let me just, before I get to that, let me just tell you how this movie opens.
Okay.
I almost ended it because it just hits you right immediately with some shitty millennial cringe. Okay. The movie starts with that shot, that tracking first person shot going through the woods, the like,
Yeah, the famous like
right.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, okay. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, we're getting this, you know, this is Evil Dead. Neat. Blah, and it comes out of the woods and kind of flies over a lake and then comes towards a dock, and there's like a girl sitting on the dock just like throwing rocks into the pond or whatever. Blah, and it gets right up to her and fucking zooms close to her, and she's like, and she looks up and it's some fucking dork flying a drone. And he's just like, gotcha. And I was like, oh my God. No. Dude, I
love the fact the great thing about that effect too is just how simply it was achieved, because they just put a camera up on a fucking on a stick and just ran with it, like just ran as fast as they could and then sped up the footage as much as they could get away with.
Yeah.
And put that spooky ass effect over it. It's great. I watched 2 movies that, well, I know you want to get back into this Evil Dead shit, so I'll let you do that. But you're talking about, you wanted to take it to the 2013 Evil Dead, because I guess you watched that too, right?
Yeah, I watched that because I was just like, does this movie do a better job being scary and being an Evil Dead movie than Rise does? And the answer was honestly, yeah. It's not a good movie. It's a really bad movie, but it feels more like Evil Dead than Rise. I just feel like that there's just, I hate this generation's Evil Dead. It's just like our generation's Evil Dead was Evil Dead. Why don't you get your own shit? Like, why do we have to update every goddamn fucking thing for the new sensibility?
I was going to my like local coffee shop and stuff, and it's right across the street from like the high school or whatever. And I guess school was letting out, and I saw some of these teenagers walking around, and I literally saw one wearing a Nirvana shirt, and I saw another one wearing a Wu-Tang Clan shirt. And I'm like, get your own damn shit. Motherfuckers were wearing that shit when I was going to school. Come on. You guys are still fucking repping the 90s.
Yeah, well, I don't blame them, because
I don't either, because they got nothing.
Everything's been so bland and fucking derivative since then. It's just like, what are you gonna do?
Because everything is a bunch of corporate horse shit now.
The only time I remember in my childhood, young adulthood, getting like, hey, it's our generation's this, was the prequels.
Yeah, and it sucks.
And yeah, but that's the thing. It just, I feel like this generation eats that shit up, where our generation was just like, ew.
Yeah, we don't want ours. We're fine with the previous generations there, actually.
Goddamn millennials.
And Zoomers.
And, well, yeah, Zoomies.
You guys are fudging awesome. Thanks.
Like, I can't even.
You know what I watched?
What is the thought process of putting a bunch of fucking kids in an Evil Dead movie?
I have no idea. I mean, I thought it would have been cool if they were going to kill them all, which I guess they did kill some, right?
Like, they kill the 2 older ones,
right? So they don't even kill the little kid then.
Like, so like the ones that are like 17 and 18 years old, right, or whatever, they die.
Have the balls to kill the little kid. Yeah,
the little like 6-year-old or whatever lives.
This is not some fucking PG-13 shit. This is Evil Dead. You're supposed to go hardcore with this.
No.
That movie was decent. You know, I watched 2 movies recently. I watched a movie I never even fucking knew existed. And it's featured in today's thumbnail because it's so fucking bizarre. But it's a movie from 1978 starring Anthony Hopkins before he was super famous, I guess. but still like a known actor, I guess. It's called Magic, and it's about a guy who he's trying to make it as a magician, but no one really gives a shit about his act. So he decides to add a dummy to his act. So he becomes half dummy, X-rated sort of, or at least R-rated dummy act, half magic act. And that gets him noticed and stuff and gets him on, Carson and things like that.
Oh, I've seen that movie. I didn't recognize the title, but I've seen that movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it turns out that he this dummy is like some multiple personality of his, and he's really fucked up, and he ends up killing some people. And there's like a fucked up love story to it. It wasn't really a good movie, but it's a movie about Anthony Hopkins with a psychotic dummy. So it's like, it is what it promises. And Burgess Meredith, or is it Meredith Burgess? I can't remember how that order that guy's name.
It's Burgess Meredith.
Burgess Meredith, the guy who played the Penguin, the guy who played Rocky's trainer Mickey. He's in it, and that was pretty cool. Not a lot of kills, not a lot of blood, but pretty fucking entertaining movie, I guess, although not like a masterpiece. And then I watched a movie I thought was terrible, but apparently is some kind of horror classic called Witchboard. Have you ever seen this movie, Witchboard? It's a fucking Ouija board movie.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Ouija movies, but this one doesn't the name doesn't ring a bell.
Well, apparently this was like one of the first super big, I think it might have been the first big horror movie that focused solely on the Ouija board. Yeah. Now, there was other ones that, had used as an element, like The Exorcist, and I think there were some other ones in the 50s even that used it. But this is like the first movie to focus super hard on this Ouija board. And that movie was a retarded piece of crap. They literally don't even reveal what the hell is going on until the end. It's just like, they're talking to the ghost of a serial killer. And it's like, okay, well, how are we going to stop him? And then they figure out the way to stop him is to shoot the Ouija board with a gun. And then he's defeated. It's like, okay. It's really, and his name, okay, so they're talking to the ghost. They think it's the ghost of some little kid. And the kid is like, my name is Malfator, or whatever the fuck. And they're like, what is Malfator? It's actually the Slavic word for evil. It wasn't Slavic, but it was some foreign word for evil. Right. But then it just turns out that the serial killer's name is like John Malfator. So his name is literally like John Evil.
Oh,
I was like, this movie is retarded. And there was for some reason, like a shit ton of gay subtext too. It's like one of those movies like Nightmare on Elm Street 2, where there's a shit ton of weird gay subtext. And I just wish I would see one of these movies from the 80s with a lot of like gay subtext that was actually good. Because both the ones I've seen that had a shit ton of gay subtext both kind of sucked. No, there should be no Beetlejuice sequel made. These fucking 100-year later sequels kind of invariably suck. I've yet to see one that wasn't absolute shit. I just feel like when you wait that long, the magic is not there anymore. Even honestly, sequels that come fresh on the heels of something successful oftentimes suck. So, yeah. I mean, the problem with most sequels is they just try to redo everything from the original. It's just like, hey, I mean, here's the same movie again, but with some very slight variations.
The problem that I see is like, here it is again, but updated. Now it has smartphones in it. You know what I mean? It's just like, get out of here with this shit.
I mean, Beetlejuice in the fucking original movie was a total fucking scumbag. Are they really have the balls to give us that Beetlejuice again?
He was basically like a sexual deviant, like a total fucking like sex predator that was on the loose.
So, I mean, basically Beetlejuice was just like a guy from To Catch a Predator, but as a ghost.
Like, is he going to be friends with Winona Ryder's character, who he tried to rape and murder a bunch of times in the original? Is that going to be the thing that we do?
Who knows? I don't know. I just don't want them to be, I don't want there to be like a Quagmire-ification where they take this fucking over-the-top sex character and turn him into like some ultra sanitized halfway there version of themselves.
They're gonna make him woke.
I mean, honestly, that's basically what I'm saying. I don't want to see Beetlejuice get wokeified. You know, I'm okay with you.
Woke juice.
I'm okay with you fucking baking some wokeness into something new, but I really don't want to see woke Beetlejuice because you know what? There's some properties that can be made more woke and socially aware and shit, but Beetlejuice is just not one of them. Because Beetlejuice is just like literally a fucking scumbag. He's supposed to be a fucking scumbag, sex pest, fucking deviant weirdo. And he's not going to be that in some fucking sanitized 2023 remake. So you know what? I don't even, fuck that.
Isn't Tim Burton a racist? Who cares?
Is he? I mean, based on what?
Say he is. Who cares?
Yeah, like, I don't know. Is he?
I'm not here to judge his morality. I'm here to watch his movies, which, by the way, have sucked.
Yeah, I mean,
for the last decade.
More importantly than him being a racist is that he hasn't made a good film in a while.
Yeah, I can give a fuck less what he thinks privately. Give me a good movie, you fucking racist piece of shit.
What was it I don't know, what was even the last good movie he made?
I gotta go through all his fucking movies.
Yeah, there might have been something I didn't see or something, but let me see.
Corpse Bride, maybe?
Yeah, that was okay. Did he even direct that?
I don't know.
I know he produced it, but I don't know if he directed that shit. I guess
I associate it with him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could consider it a Tim Burton movie.
This is gonna get you banned, Space Girl. I'm just letting you know. Sweeney Todd was his last good movie. Get out. Get out.
I actually did like Sweeney Todd, but
oh my
that triggers Paul so bad.
I just want to take you to see Sweeney Todd in the fucking theater so you'll know.
Yeah.
So you'll know why that movie sucked so goddamn fucking bad.
The Demon Barber of Fleet Street. You know, I have not liked one of his. I mean, I kind of like Sweeney Todd, but I'm not even going to count that. The last movie of his I truly actually can honestly say I enjoyed was Sleepy Hollow, and that's 1999.
Oof.
So it's been a fucking hot minute. And it's weird because if I look before that, virtually everything on this list is stuff I like. Now, there's not as much, but like his early shit, like Beetlejuice and Batman and fucking Edward Scissorhands and Ed Wood and Mars Attacks and fucking Sleepy Hollow and shit, all that shit.
That's just like that list off that you did right there is just like banger, 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 banger,
exactly.
banger.
And it's just like, how did that guy go from that to what the fuck he's done for the last, 20, 30 years now? I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, that's...
I hate it.
Coraline
was interesting. But Coraline was not. Once again, that's just a movie. I think he produced that. He didn't fucking actually make. And you know, if you want to credit anybody's creativity with making Coraline good, it's Neil Gaiman, not fucking Tim Burton. Doesn't even have a Tim Burton vibe to it. So nah. So many cash grabs. Yeah, I don't know. It's like he's been corporatized. So many of these motherfuckers. I mean, like you watch that Alice in Wonderland movie, and it feels like all of the like Tim Burton edge has been sucked out. Been replaced with like the thinnest veneer of like a Tim Burton aesthetic. But other than that, you're just watching any other fucking mainstream popcorn fucking film. But just with like the thinnest veneer of like a Tim Burton-esque edge.
Yeah.
But you know, it's totally fucking fake. And you know, if you actually listen to Tim Burton talk, like the movies that Tim Burton likes are not like these great Academy Award-winning masterpieces. That dude loves B-movie schlock from like the fucking 50s, 60s, and 70s. He likes absolute fucking garbage. Like he should be making crazy shit. Instead, he's making the most mainstream paint by numbers possible, but they just throw a fucking crazy spooky tree in it, and all of a sudden it's like this Tim Burton movie, and the exact same Danny Elfman score just chewed up and spit out yet again. Now with AI, we can get Tim Burton's Batman Forever with Billy D. Williams as Harvey. I mean, we're probably a few years away from being able to just request that movie, but yeah, I mean, I think I probably will be able to just order that up in my lifetime. Like, hey, show me what would happen if Tim Burton had made a third Batman movie and it was a critically acclaimed masterpiece. Billy D. Williams plays Two-Face in it. Go.
Yeah.
And it'll just be like compositing. Check back in
Dude,
fucking an hour and 17 minutes, and I'll have it.
As soon as that technology is available, I'm getting Jodorowsky's Dune, dude. I'm getting fucking Salvador Dali as the Mad Emperor of the universe.
Yeah.
I'm getting Orson Welles as Baron Harkonnen. I'm getting it all, man. I'm getting
not a fan of I am a fan of that Wednesday show, but honestly, it's in spite of itself because the acting is good, but literally everything else sucks. The writing was fucking awful. The fucking setup was ridiculous. The directing was fucking lackluster. And I do know Tim Burton did direct some of those. The cinematography was shit. The special effects were ghastly. The fucking internal logic of the series was shit. The only reason it worked is because that fucking girl, Jenna Ortega or whatever, fucking actually gave a shit about the character and played it fucking how it needed to be played. And actually understood the character better than the writers based on some of the stuff that we've heard leak from the set. Like, she's like, why would Wednesday Addams be in a fucking love triangle? This doesn't make any sense. And they're like, you need to be thankful for what you got. It's like, you guys need to be thankful that you've got this going on when you're terrible fucking writers. I mean, I don't know if they're among the writers on strike, but they shouldn't get their demands. Fucking awful. Yeah. But no, that show does kind of succeed, but only because she and the other cast people fucking give it. I don't know what it is about the Addams family, but even if the material is dog shit, the actors seem to always fucking just love playing the shit out of those characters. Probably because they're just so cool and iconic and over the top, and you can just have such fun with it, you know. So like it kind of makes it like work even when it shouldn't. Like Addams Family fucking Values, that movie shouldn't really work. There's about 1,000,001 reasons it shouldn't work, but it's still kind of fucking charming and likable just because Christopher Lloyd's hamming it up as fucking, you know, Fester, and I forget the dude's name, Raul Julia as Gomez, fucking great. I can't remember the name of the fucking chick who plays Morticia all of a sudden, but she's great. Everybody's fucking great.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great, like, that's because that if you look at that, that's exactly what we were bitching about earlier. It's like taking an old property and updating it for modern sensibilities. But that's what happens when you treat the source material with reverence.
Oh,
and not look, just like, how do we make this new? You know?
Yeah, dude. Those Addams. I mean, if that's a fucking great example of like updating an old property for a new era, because they just fucking did that pitch perfect. And I think it's because I think it really just boils down to the actors fucking like really having fun with the role and just fucking owning it. And plus, like Barry Sonnenfeld just putting together the fucking perfect aesthetic to make that fucking movie like work. And I guess Tim Burton actually was involved in that one too, but I think Sonnenfeld is probably the big Addams Family cartoon movie sucked though. Well, yeah, I mean, look, it's the Addams Family, all right? I mean, like, we all know it and it's got some charm, but like there's a lot of dog shit connected to that property.
Yes.
I mean, that's without a doubt. Even including the original show, by the way. Not very good. But fun. It's like a fun in small doses kind of fucking bullshit. Anyway, I guess we could probably talk about what our goals are for tonight. So here we go. And by the way, this is our Velma of the night. I'm gonna try to find I'm gonna try to find a new thick or sexy Velma cosplay for every one of these. And no, I don't know who this is. She had another pose that was a little bit less revealing, but I decided to go with this because, you know. So anyway, if anyone can pay attention to what's on the other side of the screen, for about $150, which we've already come pretty goddamn close to making. Yeah, we're about $20 away right now, I think. Oh no, we're actually more like $8. We're at $8 away from that. So anyway, we're almost to this one. This is gonna be famous movie lines that were improvised, 50 of them, and we're basically just gonna probably use that to talk more shit about movies because we love movies. For $300, we got extremely facepalm worthy moments, just moments that are, I mean, I don't know if I've ever had a natural facepalm in my life. Like I don't know if I've ever just been like, oh, I might have had a few actually.
It's been rare. A few. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so that's gonna be that. And we're gonna see some moments that definitely fit that bill. We'll see if we get a face palm going in here. Then we have mildly infuriating, pretty similar segment, I'll be honest with you, to the face palm one, but a little bit different of a flavor. This is more stuff that just makes your blood boil a little bit. And I'm hoping that by the time we get to the end of that segment, we'll both be kind of pissed off, or maybe even very pissed off. We'll see. For 600,
it ain't hard to get my blood boiling these days.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same. For $600, we got 10 people who are murdered over candy. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a little true crime segment. Just people who, like got in an argument over a Snickers bar or whatever and ended up getting fucking stabbed 13 times in the face.
What
shit
a
like
shame.
that. 750, we got 3 difficult questions for atheists. For some reason, this video is 19 minutes long. I don't know why it takes 19 minutes to ask 3 questions, but apparently it does. I don't know that we'll get to all 3 of those questions at that length of video, but we're going to react. We're going to react to it. And we're going to see what that's all about if we get to that goal.
I mean, we can skip ahead to the question.
Yeah, we could try to find where the questions are. For 900, we got rock music is the devil. We got some vintage Satanic Panic cringe. It's kind of amazing how little things have changed.
Yeah.
But watch some, basically just people like acting like, bands like, I don't know, White Snake are gonna fucking be the downfall of civilization or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's every goddamn generation goes through this shit.
Also want to remind you guys that we do appreciate obviously anybody who donates through YouTube, but if you give through Streamlabs, that's going to deprive YouTube of its in our opinion oversized cut of 30%.
True.
And then on sloppy seconds, me and Paul are just gonna be shooting the shit. Just gonna be, joking, smoking. Well, probably not smoking in Paul's case. We're gonna be joking though. We'll see.
We're gonna joke a little.
Yes, or who knows? Maybe we'll get serious. Maybe there'll be something fucking serious on our minds by then. Who fucking knows?
Maybe so.
Could be more Ukraine hot takes for all we know. We don't know.
Ooh,
could get spicy.
Get me started.
And then on the 27th, we're going to do a special Saturday Weeb Gauntlet. So that's going to be 6 hours of us watching Weebs and all that stuff. And that's going to be for our patrons only. Sloppy Seconds is also a patrons only show. I also wanted to mention that we have a merch sale going on right now. We're doing a crazy summer merch sale. You can find a coupon code and a link in the description down below. Obviously, if you're a patron, you'll be able to watch that in archive. If you're not a patron, you're not going to be able to see this later, or you fucking save the link or whatever. But anyway, you might want to mark that address and remember and save that code so you can buy those shirts. Check out what we got. A bunch of our classic merch on sale, plus a few new items as well. Her butt is slightly too big. It's woke. It's not slightly too big. It's perfect. The word you're looking for is perfect. Okay.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Speaking of boing, did you see that fucking Badlands Chugs got featured on one of the new Beavis and Butthead episodes?
Did he?
Yeah.
Does he chug the planet on it?
No. But they're like watching one of his videos where he's drinking every Mountain Dew flavor from like a giant glass and stuff, and just like doing some of the classic, Beavis and Butthead commentary over it.
I see.
Those new Beavis and Buttheads are actually pretty fucking good, by the way.
What are they on?
They're on Paramount Plus, which, by the way, is like the worst shit ever. It sucks.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go somewhere else if they want me to watch it. I
don't blame you, because I
ain't getting no Paramount Plus. Fuck
Paramount Plus, dude. I wish they would just fucking fold and go into Netflix or something, because they got the worst fucking player in the biz. Their app is buggy as shit. They have a library of stuff. I mean, they have every fucking Star Trek and shit. And I'm a Trekkie, so I like to have it for that. But like, man, and I actually kind of like that fucking ridiculous Tulsa King show with Sylvester Stallone too. So
why did this just make me so mad?
Because you already have.
Yeah, but I mean, why? Like, I understand that's the troll, right? But like, why did it get me? Because I was just like, I'm gonna ban that fucking piece of shit.
See,
why did it get me so mad?
You shouldn't have revealed that to him, because now Now you're gonna have a bunch of them doing it, but then it's gonna be so forced by that point, though.
Just gets me so mad. Why do they know me so well? Why do they know how to push my fucking buttons so well?
Well, it's like you said, it's not that hard, right?
No, well, I mean, I guess it's like requires a little bit of finesse to really push my buttons. Oh man, I've just trained these people so fucking well to piss me off. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you all?
They're bad people. They're naughty.
Naughty little brats.
TJ, you need to quit eating. I know. I wish I could. If it was as easy as just be like, all right, no more of that. That would be easier. It's the fact that I have to still eat, but control the amount that is like truly like a heinous fucking nightmare.
Wait, is this true? Did you tell them to concern troll me, TJ?
Yeah, I did. I did on the last show. I was
on the last show, you told them to concern troll me?
Yeah, I was telling them, like, you guys gotta harangue Paul to quit smoking. But I didn't know you were gonna come to this show and be like, I quit smoking. So he's already done it. So you can stop now. You don't have to do it.
Yeah, I quit before I even was not on the last show.
Right. So there you go. It's done. It's over. All right. Goodbye, Velma.
No.
Hello, Diane Feinstein.
What the man? This is okay.
That was cruel.
Yeah, that was fucked up, man.
That was like the most fucked up. Okay, that's like, okay. It's like, all right, yeah. No.
my penis is now just for show, by the way. It's no longer functions. This is okay, guys. This is absurd. Maybe I've been harping on this for a long fucking time. We need age limits and term limits, because the fact that this woman has been a senator since before I was born, or since I was born, somewhere around, I don't know. Somebody go look it up. How long has Dianne Feinstein been a fucking California senator? I think it's since before I was born, and I'm old as the fucking hills, man. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. This is fucking ridiculous. She's at death's door, literally. No hyperbole, no bullshit. She's at death's door. She's older than the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't know. Imagine Feinstein looked like that Velma 70 years ago. I don't care what she looked like 70 years ago. 1992. Yeah. Since I was 12 years old. Since I was 12 fucking years old, she has been monopolizing a huge swath of California politics. They just wheeled her ass in because people started making a stink about the fact. Oh my God. I can't even look at her. Hold on. Let me just block my screen. Okay. I can't fucking form a thought while she's on the screen. I cannot believe that this person is a hugely powerful member of the political fucking establishment here in this country. This is ridiculous. This is elder abuse. Oh, dude, her hands are fucked. There's another picture. I don't know. Maybe I'll try and find it if it's not in this. That's more straight on, where she's trying to wave, and her hand is literally that like vulture crone claw. She's got like extra knuckles and shit.
Let's take a look.
There was another picture. There's another picture of her that I want to try and find if it's not in this fucking thing. It's more like straight on, and she's trying to wave. And her hand looks otherworldly, dude. Other fucking worldly. Oh my God, dude. This is absurd. This is fucking absurd, bro. This has got to stop. This is literally like, what do we got to do? What is like,
this is some Weekend at Bernie's shit.
This is beyond parody at this point. like they had the only reason she showed up is because people started making a stink about the fact that she just casually didn't show up for fucking work for 3 months. And everybody's started to call for her to retire because she's 90 something fucking years old. And so she had a staffer wheel her in looking like she's just on hospice care. I demand, dude, this is fucking what these people have to be forced to fucking do cognitive tests and shit. Do you think with any honesty that Dianne Feinstein could pass a basic cognitive test?
No.
How?
And not just because
allowed
she's
to
old.
sit-
Man, not just because she's old, but just because I've seen so much evidence that she's not fucking functional.
I'm gonna try and find that other fucking picture of her. Let's try and find that fucking one that's like head on of her. Oh my god.
I'm loving the Tales from the Crypt practical effect here.
Unbelievable, dude. Absolutely fucking unbelievable that this is happening. Where's that goddamn fucking head on picture that I saw that was just
I miss catching the start of streams. Work needs to stop. She looks like a feral ghoul. Don't insult feral ghouls. Feral ghouls are spry and can move around.
Yeah, seriously. They can crawl up on the roof of the tunnels and shit and come at you.
Her staff doesn't want to give up the cushy job. That's exactly what it is. The staff will not let her retire. The staff is blowing smoke up this woman's ass to convince her that she can still do the job because they don't want to be out of their job. It's totally what's going on here.
Yeah. Oh
She's 89 years old. She was in the hospital after being diagnosed with shingles in February. Okay. I don't know if you guys know about shingles, but like that's not a 3-month missing work kind of ailment. You know what I mean? Critics claimed her absence was complicating efforts by Democrats in the Senate to nominate federal judges. She's literally holding up judge appointments because she's too old to come in because she has fucking shingles and she's 106. Okay? She's literally holding up the legislative process of the entire fucking country because she's old. Like, that's insane. Miss Feinstein says she plans to resume her duties on a lighter schedule. Fuck off. Just get out. Here, you know what the lighter schedule is? Retire, bitch. Go away.
Dude, look at
what?
this. Look at this. Look at her. Look at her. Does she only have one eye now? Did one of her eyes fall out? Is that what I'm seeing? You gotta fucking tell me what I'm looking at here. What am I looking at?
I don't know.
Is one of her eyeballs falling out? What happened? Tell me what's going on here. Why is this person one of the most important politicians in America? Why are we trusting our fucking
when I went outside
to this person?
When I went outside, Chelsea was like, when I first saw the headline, I thought it said Dianne Feinstein dead, and I got all excited for a second. It's like, nope.
Yeah, no, this is my senator. This is my senator.
She also plans to run for re-election next year. She's just Strom Thurmond now. Oh my God. She's so old. She's old enough to tell Biden to respect his elders. I mean, he's not far off.
I mean, somebody in the chat said that she was, at the time she was born, Babe Ruth was still playing for the Yankees. I mean, that is fucking ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty absurd. And like, look, even if you don't, even if you want to just remove this as from an age thing, like, yeah, cognitive testing for sure. Because like, if at the same time, like if you're a fucking senator or something and you start to fucking show symptoms of cognitive decline, like even if it's early onset, like you could be in your fucking 40s and have fucking dementia. I mean, you could be even younger than that. But if you start to have dementia symptoms and shit, regardless of age, that's a fucking cause for concern.
Yes.
And like the fact that this senator has not really demonstrated competency. I mean, I guess people keep fucking voting for her under this condition. So, I mean,
she hasn't done an interview or spoken on the record in like 8-9 years now. She's gone. She's gone. She's a husk of a person. She's being gaslit in this picture. Chuck Schumer, look at him. Hey, we're glad you're here, Grandma. It's just like, fuck me. I can't do this, dude. I can't deal with this shit, TJ. I can't fucking deal with this. We need immediate fucking cognitive testing for all. The only way to make this, I'm sorry for concern trolling you, Paul. It's okay. It's okay. You guys, whatever. It worked, even though I didn't ever get a chance to notice it was happening. Maybe you psychically convinced me to quit smoking or whatever. But anyway, no.
She was 12 when troops stormed the beaches at Normandy. I did the math. Jesus.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
Jesus Christ. Could have had a conversation.
I can't fucking deal with this. We have,
and the thing is, you could have had a more cogent conversation with her then than you can now.
It just, there needs to be blanket, like the only way to do this and not make it weaponizable is to make it something that every representative at every level of governance has to go through. It's like you get elected. The first thing that happens is that a nonpartisan fucking team of scientists sits you down and has you put the square block in the square hole or whatever they do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if you fail that, there's a special election. You're cognitively impaired. You can't do it. Because do you think this woman could put the square block in the square hole?
I mean, maybe
not just once, but like routinely enough to where you understand that she sees the shapes.
I think I could. I think she could do it, but I think it would take a lot longer than you'd want it to. I think she would like look at the hole and square block and look back at the square hole and look back at the square block and just kind of like, and then slowly start to make her way. And then first she'd put it in diamond wise so it wouldn't quite fit. And then she'd like do that for a minute and look confused. And then she'd finally like turn it. And then even then somehow it still wouldn't go quite in because she'd have it like slightly askew at one angle before finally it would slide in there and she'd be like, yeah. And it would be like, you would have watched her doing it for what felt like 10 minutes, but probably would have been more like 2 minutes and 16 seconds, but still long enough for it to be very concerning and make you feel like she shouldn't be a senator. That's what I feel like would happen.
She put the block in her mouth.
Yeah, maybe
like, oh God, man.
Her I'm telling you, hands can't even grip the block. Just like slides out like,
dude, just looking at this picture, that Evil Dead Rise movie should have just got they should have got Feinstein.
Yeah.
They would have saved a fucking fortune on makeup effects and shit. They just hire Feinstein. Instead of mom, make it grandma. Like, grandma's coming to visit and swallow your souls.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe it'd improve her condition there. Maybe she'd be a little bit more spry. Maybe she'd leap out of that wheelchair. Do a little jig. She shoved the block in her eye socket.
Oh God, she needs to shove something in that eye socket. What? Can you tell me what one of her eyes looks completely fine, but like it won't open, and the other one looks like it literally looks like a demon is trying to crawl out of her other eye.
Adrenochrome. Yeah, she needs some adrenochrome. No, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with that chick. Other than
this would be a strange and amusing anomaly if we weren't about to have another presidential election where there's two fucking 70-plus-year-olds.
Assuming it ends up being Biden-Trump, which it's looking like it's going to be.
I can't imagine it's going to be anything else.
Then no matter who we elect, we have now elected the oldest person we've ever fucking elected.
For the
second time.
No, the third.
The third time, yeah.
This will be the third time in a row that we've broken the oldest person ever elected in American history.
We've become like an octocracy where we're ruled by octogenarians. I don't even know what the fuck is going on anymore.
It's got to stop. This has got to stop. Period. Point blank. Got to stop. There's got to be a fucking mandatory retirement age, mandatory term limits for these senators. The way that this old fucking dried up crone should have been representing all of California for the last. She was elected when I was 12 years old.
Yeah,
she was elected in 1992, and she has served as my senator my entire life, basically, since I was 12 years old. That's absurd. That's absurd.
Let's see. I mean, we know that's absurd. Is this updated? Let me see this. All right. 270 plus 35. Yes. Okay. So we have made our first 2 goals, folks.
Nice.
We are now, let me just pop this up here. Okay, give me a second. All right, there we go.
Let's throw another shrimp on the barbie.
So yeah, we're. I don't know why there's Australian shit. It's like I'm randomly fucking Australian now, guys.
I'm going fucking out of my mind, man. I'm going out of my mind.
We're on our way to 450 now. We've made the first 2. We're on our way to mildly infuriating. Mildly being in quotes because a lot of the stuff is a little bit more than mild infuriation.
I feel like our news segment is already this. So you know what I mean? Like,
fair enough. Speaking of that, so Florida Teachers Union says DeSantis sues DeSantis over a new law that forces teachers to pay union dues through mail-in checks. Basically, just DeSantis trying to make it harder for teachers to unionize.
Yeah, more union busting shit. And you know, if only there was in the democratically controlled government, if only there was like an entire bureaucracy that was intended to stop this type of union busting bullshit.
Happy birthday, Adam.
Like a Department of Labor Relations or something like that. You know what I mean? That would step in and just go like, hey.
I mean, well, look, I mean, if we would have elected a guy that claimed to be pro-union or something, then obviously he'd be doing something about this kind of stuff. But
that is true. Like a blue collar guy from Scranton or something, you know?
Yeah, like one of those guys that talks about the importance of America's unions and stuff like that. But unfortunately, we got Biden, who, you know, he was a straight shooter with us. He told us, you know, point blank, you know, I hate unions.
I'm a union
I hate
buster,
the working
Jack.
class. Yeah. So, I mean, you can't say he's a liar. I mean, he put it right out there what he was going to do, you know. So, I'd say America is now late stage Soviet Russia, but even the Soviet leaders were younger than Trump and Biden. Yeah. I would just say that we're just ruled by the elderly at this point. Like we took a look at the Crypt Keeper and decided like that's our guy. So yeah, this is union busting shit. And this is not the only union busting story we have. We also have this Starbucks union busting story. I covered this on one of my videos on my channel a couple days ago or 2 days ago or something. But Starbucks is going to be closing its last stores in Ithaca amid ongoing labor disputes. So just over a year ago, workers at all 3 of Ithaca's Starbucks locations voted to unionize, making it the first city in the country to have all union stores. Now the coffee giant is closing 2 of its remaining locations. So they already closed one.
This is just straight out illegal.
Yeah,
what they're doing, just straight out.
Of course, they're saying that it's it's part of a broader restructuring effort here at Starbucks. But of course, you know,
yeah, that just happens to only include unionized locations. You know what I mean? We're restructuring, and in that we just happen to close an entire area worth of stores that had unionized. Give me a fucking break. And there's nobody at the helm. There's nobody at the helm of fucking governments at the state level, at the national level that's willing to fucking pipe up about this. Nobody's willing to take up for workers. Nobody's willing to stop this fucking union busting oligarchical bullshit. They're wheeling in Dianne Feinstein so that she can stop holding up judge appointments. I'm done, dude.
So
this
they were shutting down.
Fucking joke.
They're shutting down one of these stores, and the one of my coworkers asked whether he would be able to transfer to the other store in Ithaca. And the district manager said, no, that one is closing too. There will be no Starbucks in Ithaca. Sunshine. So they would literally rather just cede this entire market, be like, nope, we don't even want stores in this entire fucking city. We don't want any Starbucks locations here, because they would prefer that to just allowing their employees to fucking unionize. Sunshine argued that Starbucks was retaliating over the leaking of documents from the trial to HuffPost. The documents contain emails that show Starbucks officials worrying about bad press related to the strike and discussing the closure of the store. A spokesperson for Starbucks said the decision to close the stores did not have to do with union membership, but rather staffing issues and high worker turnover at the locations. Well, the reason there was high worker turnover at the locations is because you guys started basically torturing everybody who unionized.
Yeah.
Like they literally made sure the churn rate at these stores was as high as possible. They basically did everything in their power as a giant corporation to penalize people for trying to unionize. Penalize their own workers for trying to unionize. Recent member of the IWW abolished the wage system. I don't know. I mean, I guess I do agree with that. I just don't know what you'd put in its place. That's my big thing, is I want there to be a viable fucking alternative. I guess you could say we could go back to like trading goods, but the unfortunate problem with that is that, you don't know, not the person that you want that has the goods you want might not want the goods you have in exchange. Which is kind of why we invented
step backwards. There's this idea that without the profit motive, nobody would do anything. That's just completely and utterly defeated by just human history. We don't have to go back to barter and trade in order to do away with all forms of capital. We just have to completely and utterly restructure our society in a way that doesn't feed the oligarchy. If we just took the massive trillions of dollars of wealth that's being held by just a few families globally and redistributed that over the fucking globe, like not the money, but the goods and services that money represents, if we just redistributed all of that, it would be more than enough for not only just the current population, but we could fucking into the future.
Remember that a lot of these people now have invested in land. I mean, they own a shit ton of land. They own a shit ton of even housing. They don't even really utilize the housing. They just use it as something to speculate on. Now that's declined as the housing market looks prime for another bubble pop. They're kind of getting out of that right now. Here's some more money to edge us closer to the last 2 goals. Thanks. Appreciate you. We'll do an update on that in a minute. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to live in
1 billion. Fuck that. Fuck 1 billion.
Yeah, I don't.
Cap wealth at like anything over $1 million a year. Anything over $1 million in standing wealth gets immediately confiscated, and that's just a stopgap until there's no such thing as a millionaire anymore. Like, I'm talking about UBI until we can fucking unweave and dismantle the current system. Like, that's not the end goal.
How do we allocate the resources? Do we use like some sort of AI technology or something for that?
Why the fuck not?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that just asking, like, look, I'm not an economist.
Sure.
I'm not all that smart of a human being, to be honest with you. So I think that like putting the whole fucking like here's the new system on me is a little, like I don't know. It feels a little unfair.
Sure.
Like, I don't know. I don't know exactly how the whole distribution method would work. All I know is that when it comes to the amount of physical goods and the amount of property and the amount of all of this shit, that there's plenty for everybody.
Someone says you want collective ownership of your house.
I don't want any ownership. I think the idea of ownership of a piece of land on the planet needs to go.
It needs to go away.
Nobody owns a chunk of land. Like, you can't, like, how does that work? How does dividing the world up into tiny little capitalistic fiefdoms do anything but stoke the fires of fucking war and poverty.
Okay, but like on a practical level, like if you're in a house or whatever domicile you're in, like would you just feel like, okay, anybody can come in here at any time, or would you want a space that's like, this is a space where I can be by myself?
Well, obviously, I don't think anybody can come in here at any time works.
Right.
But I think this idea of looking at property like, this is my little fucking kingdom right here, like that needs to just go away. Like, if you want to live somewhere, you live there. And you've got certain rights to I don't think the right to privacy and the right against fucking unreasonable search and seizure needs to go away. Those are good things. Like, you can have privacy without having fucking corporate ownership of everything. You know, these two things are not inextricably linked in my mind.
That wouldn't work. You're suggesting you're to fight an extreme. I mean, don't you think that maybe sometimes extreme problems do require extreme solutions?
Yeah, I always feel like incrementalism.
This idea that you can, it's weird to me because people always want to frame these like these very incremental ideas as being quote unquote practical. But like, if they don't actually solve the problem, they're not really practical, are they?
No.
So, I mean, like a practical
Paul has gone full-blown commie. Have you listened to me over the last decade?
Paul's been full-blown commie since I've known his ass, dude.
Dude, I'm a person that full-blown commies look at and go like, he's a little bit wacky though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a commie, but come on, man.
I mean, he's making the rest of us commies look bad with his insane ramblings or whatever the fuck. This slow drip incrementalism that people are still advocating for in 2023, you motherfuckers are at least as pie in the sky retarded as I am. Okay. At least you can say I'm fucking, you can call me a dreamer or whatever, or say that I'm unrealistic, but you're like, let's fix it with drip incrementalism. It's like, nope. That ain't working. I don't know if you've noticed, but the woods are burning. The ship is sinking. Get the thimble.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Give Dianne Feinstein an eyedropper and let her put a drip of water outside of the boat every fucking 10 years in between bouts of fucking shingles. Give me a break, bro. What incrementalism? I mean, I'm with you. When I'm talking about incrementalism, I'm talking about this whole like vote blue no matter who, lesser of two evils. Look, the best thing we can do is just vote for the less evil candidate, and that's it. And then that's where your fucking advocacy ends. That shit.
Well, I've done what I can do, dude. I posted on my Instagram today. You have all these stories, like these sci-fi stories, where people are like, you know, if you go back in the past and even do the slightest little thing, it could have drastic effects on the future. It's like, whoa, that's crazy. But no one ever thinks that about the present. No one's ever like, the slightest little thing you do in the present could have drastic repercussions of the future. It's like, wait. So if you go back in the past, you step on a bug and you fucking come back to like Nazi America or whatever. Well, we're already there. Never mind. Bad example. You come back to fucking Soviet America or whatever, but anything you do today couldn't possibly affect anything. So just, who cares? Don't even try.
Yep. I'm just I know I ranted about this the last fucking show I was on, but I just gotta say, man, you fucking defeatists. You people that immediately hear an idea that's a little bit outside of the normal fucking Overton window of ideas and go like, that is impossible. You people make me want to fucking throw my hands up and give up.
I think they're just trained to do that, though. I think they've been trained to be like,
well, that's the sad part.
Practical solutions, guys. Practical. It's like, yeah, what you're talking about is not really practical, though. It's like, we're talking about a major...
Well, it's practical if you want us all to just burn out like a fucking cinder on this world, yeah.
If there's a guy coming at you with a fucking gun and like, you know, one person's like, I think we need to fucking take this motherfucker out. And you're like, no, that's too drastic. I think what we got to do is just hold out our hands like, and that'll hopefully make him realize not to shoot us. You know? And I mean, it's kind of like that. It's like, well, that's the practical solution. So all these like half measures or quarter measures or 1/17 measures, they're always sold as like, this is what's practical, this is what's doable, this is what's feasible. But if they're not actually going to solve the problem, they're really not practical. Because a practical solution would be how to solve the actual problem with minimal fucking effort. Because you don't want to fucking do a bunch of unnecessary shit to solve it, but you want to do exactly the amount of fucking labor that is necessary to solve the problem. And it's like people don't want to do, people act like that's extreme. It's not extreme to do what needs to be done. It's actually fucking insane to think you can fix big problems with little tiny solutions.
It's just people need to. I'm all about radicalizing people. I think that people need to be pushed towards unlikely, advocating for unlikely things, because I think that's how you make unlikely things more likely. This idea that everybody is just restrained by this perceived reality, this two-party duopoly where they're both just working towards the same fucking goal. I can't deal with it anymore, man. You people, you defeatists, you got nothing for me, man. You got nothing for me at all.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if you guys were right, it's like, who gives a shit about you? Like, if you're just, if your fucking whole solution is just like, who even fucking, just get out of the way then. Just fucking go away.
Yeah, shut up. Stop participating in these conversations then.
Yeah, like
leave people like us alone.
If we're just like spinning our fucking wheels in the mud against the inevitable, then let us fucking do it.
Yeah, get out of the way. Get out of the way of the conversation. Quit trying to jump in and pump the brakes on every radical conversation then. If it's pointless and we're just fucking dreamers or whatever, then let us sleep. Get the fuck out.
Let us fucking live the fucking dream for a second.
Because you motherfuckers got nothing new to add. You got nothing to add. You're just like, whoop, status quo or nothing. It's just like, oh, wow. Yeah, thanks, bro. Wow, what a deep, incisive, insightful fucking line of thinking on this, fucking slow rolling Armageddon that we're going through. Get out of the way. Shut your mouth. Go fucking, I don't know, go distract yourself with something else other than just like jumping on everybody that's got an idea that's outside of your little fucking box. Eat shit.
I'm going to distract myself by getting another beer.
Paul against the Doomers. Who would have thought? I'm not against Doomers. I'm for them. I'm for people that are waving the flag of like, we're fucked. I think that needs to start happening. I think more people need to realize how fucked we are so that people stop thinking inside of this same little constrained fucking box. Communism is low quality weed, disappointing in every way. How would you know? When has actual communism ever been tried? I'll wait. I'm not even a fucking communist. I'll be honest with you. I'm not. I don't think that communism is necessarily the right way to go. I'm for something new. Yeah, I'm not a brilliant political mind or whatever the fuck. I might not be smart or connected enough to come up with the idea on my own, but goddamn, am I ready for it? Embrace your local community in whatever way fits you. No. Fuck my local community. My local community is maggoty with this bullshit. It's maggoty with capitalism. Like I don't embrace it. Like this whole like just do what you can locally. It's like, okay, look, I don't fucking got any problem with you starting a community garden or whatever the fuck. But like this idea of just like tune out everything in the world and just focus on a garden. It's like, no, that ain't it.
I'm drinking Yingling now. So there you go. Is that an upgrade, downgrade, middle grade, same grade?
I mean, I think Yingling is just kind of like, it's just rebranded fucking Bud Light.
It tastes exactly the same.
I know.
There's no difference whatsoever. If you told me that was Bud Light, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't fucking know the difference. Anyway, here you go. Dead body found at Arby's. Does that cheer you up any?
Was it being served on the sandwiches?
It was in the freezer, and they didn't discover it till like 6 p.m., which I know they'd been open for a while. So like plenty of people ate sandwiches from the freezer with the dead body in it. So I don't know.
How did
Yeah,
that
I guess
happen?
Arby's is people. Would you even be surprised? I wouldn't. It's in Louisiana, by the way. So about this is in New Iberia, Louisiana, 70 miles southwest of Baton Rouge. Yeah, they found sometime around 6 p.m. on Thursday. So yes, they didn't discover this shit until well into business hours. According to Sergeant Daisha Hughes with the New Iberia Police Department, the New Iberia Police Department responded to the business of Arby's, blah, blah, blah. Body in the freezer. The death is suspicious and being investigated. Well, I fucking hope so.
Yeah, no shit.
Did you really need to fucking tell me that? They're not giving any information about the victim. They said a bunch of cops showed up. There was huge, the police. I mean, of course they did. So who knows how the fuck this got there? We know nothing about this story. All we know is there's a dead body in the freezer at the Arby's. So, I mean, like the headlines write themselves. Arby's is definitely not happy with this.
Where was it stashed?
I don't know. Apparently it was hidden enough that no one noticed it for a good long while. So how long was this body in the freezer? Who fucking knows?
Oh, stay classy, Louisiana. Stay classy.
We've got the meats. I'm sure you do. Here's another thing that we've kind of had a few conversations about here. Is it discrimination if you can't bring your kids to a restaurant?
No.
Nope.
And see, you said something at the beginning as we were kind of going through before we started, and you were like, people are coming around to our way of thinking or whatever because these new adults only spaces, and I'm like, no, they're rejecting a new way of thinking because this used to be just how it was.
Yeah,
like you didn't take your kids out to eat at the nice restaurant because they're screaming and throwing mashed potatoes everywhere and disrupting everybody's fucking meal. And it's like a, hey, look at me moment at a time where you're just trying to share space and get away from that sort of fucking stimulation. No, this like I bring my fucking kid everywhere I go thing is actually pretty fucking new. It's new in my lifetime. When I was a kid, you know how many times my parents took me to a nice restaurant that wasn't McDonald's?
I don't
like
know.
Maybe once or twice that I can, and that's just like I don't have memories of it, so it might have been zero. But I'm just trying to allot for every once in a while. Hardly ever do I remember being in like a fucking sit down restaurant. So why is that now the norm?
So the first time South Korean lawmaker Yong Hae-in, 33, ventured out of her home after having her son in 2021, she was struggling with postpartum depression and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, she tried to go to a cafe and it turned out it was a no kid zone. And she said, it felt like society didn't want people like me. It hurt. Aw. Well, I don't know. Go to one of the other places that's a fucking kid zone then. Who gives a shit?
Paul's speech can be summed up with saying children should be seen and not heard. Wrong. They shouldn't be seen either. I don't want to see them or hear them.
No seeing or hearing, actually.
Keep them the fuck out of my eye line and my ear line. Keep them at home. Raise them up. And when they're adults, I'll deal with them, okay?
South Korea has around 500 no-kid zones, including spaces where children are normally barred, like bars and nightclubs. According to an estimate from the Jeju Research Institute, a think tank, last week, while her now 23-month-old son, Young, stood at a podium inside the National Legislative Building and pledged to render these policies illegal. Ugh. On Jeju Island, a popular tourist destination, the local council will vote this month on an ordinance that discourages business from having child-free zones. Fuck off. Fuck off. I mean, I know this isn't even my country. This is South Korea. Like, why the fuck can't we escape this shit? If I want to go to a business and not have to fucking deal with your goddamn kids, that should be fucking easy for me to do. I should be able to go somewhere where there ain't no goddamn screaming ass brats. They fucking can't control themselves. Even if they can, I agree with Paul. I don't want to see them. I don't want to hear them. Now, if I go to a fucking family restaurant or whatever the fuck, I get that.
If I'm walking into,
I understand.
Yeah, if I'm walking into Chuck E. Cheese or an IHOP or something, I'm going in there with the knowledge that I might fucking have a bunch of screaming kids around me.
Sure. But you know what? If I go to a fucking real ass motherfucking restaurant or a nice cafe or something, I don't want to hear you damn screaming ass brats in there. I don't want to hear them. I don't want to see them. I don't want to deal with it.
I think there needs to be even more shit. Like I've been advocating for a long time for Kinder Air, where it's just all these airlines need to start booking. Like if you're booking a child, put you on a flight with other people that are booking children. Like, there you go. Now you can all sit and listen to fucking kids scream because their ears are plugged up or whatever on the, why do I got to deal with that? Why would I pay to want to deal with that? I'd pay more to not deal with that. Why not offer me that service?
I mean, could there just be, even just give us an airline that's just we don't fucking service any, and we don't service that shit. We don't do that.
Adult Air. I'll take it.
This is ours. And if we fucking had it, these motherfuckers would probably try to fucking outlaw it. No, you got to allow my fucking brat everywhere. It's like, shut up. No, I don't. It's not my fucking fault that you had kids. There should be airlines that are. Did I come in that pussy? I didn't come in that fucking pussy.
You didn't make that decision.
I didn't get no bitch pregnant. I didn't do that shit.
Yeah.
Why do I got to deal with the fucking repercussions? You're the one that nutted.
If I didn't get to experience the orgasm, I don't want the after effects. You know what I mean? I don't have to deal with that shit. Fuck you. You're the one that fucking you did it. This was your choice and your job to fucking deal with. Look, the movie theaters, there should be certain times of the day where you can take your kids, or certain movies. And I'm not even talking about a rating system.
My theater, the theaters around me have policies like that. For the late night shows, they do not allow kids in those fucking shows. If you go to a fucking if you go to a fucking 2 a.m. Not 2 a.m. If you go to a fucking 2 p.m. show or whatever the fuck, there might be kids in there. But if you go to a fucking 9 o'clock show, there are guaranteed no fucking kids under a certain age in that fucking theater. Good. There might be some teenagers or something, but there ain't gonna be no little ass kids because they're not allowed. And then there's theater chains, fucking the Alamo Draft House. I believe they don't allow kids in any of their showings unless it's a special showing that's for them. I think the general policy of the theater is no kids, which is fucking awesome. And there doesn't need to be no law changing that shit, trying to fucking make adult spaces into kid-friendly spaces. We don't fucking want to watch our language or fucking mind what we're drinking or whatever the fuck just because your brat is around, okay?
Why is it so common to see kids misbehave and throw tantrums nowadays? I was actually talking with Amelia about this the other day, because really it's it's parents that don't know how to parent is the simplest way of putting it. And what happens is if you establish a set of rules and regulations with a kid and you enforce that starting as early as it needs to be enforced, then kids have they have a baseline knowledge that this is how shit goes. But a lot of these people wait until these behavioral problems are completely out of control before they start to do anything. Then and it's just the kid is already used to this paradigm where they're running you. And so now when you try and institute now it's a rule that if you have a tantrum, I'm going to take away this toy or whatever, they're going to throw an even bigger tantrum. Mm-hmm. And these people don't understand that as soon as you give in to a child, when a child throws a tantrum, what they're doing is they're testing your ability to stand by your word. And as soon as you fold and just go, fine, shut up, here's the doll, they know they can do that every fucking time, retard. And
not only that,
what is it? It creates adults that do that. That's why there are so many videos of people going into fucking McDonald's and trying to come across the bar and slap people or throwing food at people and shit. These are people that just weren't parented. And I'm not even talking about like corporal punishment and shit. I'm not talking about hitting your kids. I'm talking about establishing a fucking baseline. If you misbehave, there is X consequence in your life, and it's got to be big enough to where they care about it.
I've seen it become a more and more common thing where there's kids that are just running amok in a public place, and the parents literally don't even lift a fucking finger to stop it.
Well, here's the thing, because it's a break for them.
Yeah,
because now it's everybody else that's having to deal with their kids' fucking shit, and they can just tune it out and be in a place.
Yeah, and it's like,
and
fuck you.
And that's what's at the heart of this, like, no child-free zone, it's discrimination if I can't break. Because they want you to be the one that's annoyed for a few minutes so they can fucking let their kids run them up. Fuck you. Parent your child. Be a parent. Parent is both a verb and a noun. Verb and a noun. It's not just.
Walmart is not supposed to be a fucking playground. The supermarket is not supposed to be a fucking place for kids to run amok and throw things off the shelves and shit while their parents just fucking stare on obliviously into the fucking eternal void. And unfortunately, I see it more and more. YouTuber who staged plane crash will allegedly plead guilty to obstructing probe, prosecutors say. If you're at the point in your life where you fucking decide I'm going to stage a plane crash for YouTube clout and views and shit, then just like...
I watched this video. It's absurd.
Just go away. Just fucking...
The dude is flying like a Cessna, like one of those little single engine front propeller Cessna planes, a little one. And he's got his fucking camera, and he just shuts the engine off and jumps out of it. For the clout. It's gotten off the fucking rails here, dude.
I mean, like, man, knock it the fuck off, guys. Can we take things like, okay, I'm a nihilist, I'm an absurdist, and nonetheless, can we take things a little bit more seriously than this? Just a little bit.
Yeah, people reacted so like, even you, I think, pushed back against me when that dude was like fucking with that poor old man in the restaurant or whatever.
Yeah.
For clout.
Yeah.
And it's just like that type of shit, dude. No. Dude, you want to fuck with somebody? Fine. You want to fuck with them for money and clout and shit? You can't put a profit incentive on people being assholes, because we're already
bad enough.
Yeah, we're already fucked on that front. Like, that's, that we got to do something about that shit.
Yeah, so this influencer staged a California plane crash to make a YouTube video of himself parachuting to safety. He has now agreed to plead guilty to obstructing the investigation by destroying the wreckage.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, so the video entitled "I Crashed My Airplane" appeared in December 2021 and purported to show Jacob's small plane having an engine failure over the mountainous Los Padres National Forest. Already wearing a parachute, he jumped out with a selfie stick, camera in hand. I hate this fucking guy. I wish that his parachute had failed and he just plummeted to his goddamn death. Like, holy shit. I mean, like, just talk about like a total fucking disregard. Because I mean, like, you have no idea where that plane is going to even go after you jump the fuck out of it, right? You have no idea. There could be that plane could fucking kill somebody. That plane could kill a fucking animal. That plane could kill a fucking person. That plane could fucking serve some kind of actual fucking use or function in society. And you blew it up. Not in a dishonest way, like, and trying to fake this engine failure to get a bunch of fucking sympathy and shit. Get a bunch of people like, oh man, I'm glad you okay. Sorry to hear about your plane crash. I'm glad you okay, man. So desperate for someone to give a shit about you. There's no actual prize, okay? Like, I get that maybe you can fucking get some ad revenue and some money out of it, but there's no actual prize for getting a bunch of people to fucking give you just a bunch of dumb sympathy points. Because I know that's what you're really doing this for, is a bunch of people go like, oh, poor you. That's not, that hole that's inside of you is not going to be filled by that. Just
No.
so you
And
know.
And those people don't actually give a fuck about you either. As soon as they're
Right.
done saying, oh, poor you, they change the channel and find something else to watch. They don't give a fuck about you.
It's just you. It's basically like you destroyed your plane and put fucking lives at risk and shit, including your own, to get a bunch of empty platitudes from fucking pieces of shit that really don't give a rat's ass about you one way or the other.
Nor should they, by the way.
Yeah. Because, I get, like a human relationship actually requires some fucking give and take.
Yep.
And some trust and some like opening up and finding like deeper connection. You've basically traded all that because you're like, you know what I need is 1 million people to be like, poor you almost died.
Yep.
That's not going to be ever as valuable as just one person that you actually forge a genuine human connection with. But that's messy and hard. It's easier to fucking crash your plane and be like, I'm a victim. Everybody sympathize with me and give me my fucking 2 minutes of fame. It's 2 minutes these days, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even that. This was over before it started. We'll never hear this dude again. You know what I mean?
Indubitably. Man 30 dies with ping pong ball up his bum after being electrocuted while pleasuring himself.
Man, I gotta know. We gotta read this one. I actually pay attention to it because I want to know what the system was here.
He died doing what he loved. That's what's going on here. A man died with a ping pong ball in his bottom. Wouldn't it be so much better, Daily Mail, if you just fucking wrote this like straight up and you're just like, dude died with a ping pong ball up his ass?
Yeah, I know. Why are we talking like we're talking like that is a thing that bothers me.
Yeah, like,
why
is this article is being written? Is this being like?
Why are they talking to me like why are they talking to me like I'm in a kindergarten class or something?
Okay, Paul's ego. A man died with a ping pong ball in his bottom. Okay, you understand?
His bottom.
Get
out of here, bro.
It was up his ass. He shoved a ping pong ball up his ass.
Yes, he did.
That's what he done. All right. And I guess he got electrocuted somehow. So the single 30-year-old from the Czech Republic who lived at home with his parents, a neat. Well, we don't know he was a neat. He might not have been a neat. Was found on the floor of his bedroom by firefighters who were forced to kick his door down. He was wearing a one-piece women's swimsuit. Had tightly wrapped his legs, trunk, and neck in straps of plastic and fabric. His concerned parents sought help after he failed to open his locked door despite them knocking for a long time. Doctors, I love how they have like a diagram of what's going on with this dude's ass too.
Whoa.
His police found an electric massage device laying next to the unidentified man's body, which was still connected to the mains. The 30-year-old was found dead on the floor of his bedroom by firefighters who were forced to kick down his door. Police found an electric massage device laying next to the unidentified man's body, which connected to the mains. I don't know what connected to the mains means. Does that mean
that
like
just
it's
means
connected directly to a power outlet?
Yeah, it's plugged in.
Another object around 9 centimeters in length was lodged in his rectum. Doctor said it was a round plastic cylinder, which a ping ball fixed with plastic wrap was placed. Tests showed the one-handed device, which had signs of wear, had malfunctioned while plugged in. Burns on the man's skin inches above his penis corresponded with the outer shape of the massage device. As such, his death was ruled to be down to accidental electrocution and to autoerotic manipulation. Man, that sucks. You know, you're just trying to fucking you're just trying to have yourself your fucking usual Tuesday afternoon.
I mean, all I gotta say is thank God I learned to jerk off manually, and that's where this ended. Because this right here, it looks like there's several things up his ass.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, a lot can go. I mean, the more complicated your masturbatory ritual gets, the more fucking chances there are for things to go wrong, right?
I mean, look, There's nothing wrong with spicing it up. Hey, switch hands every once in a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to give your balls a squeeze a little bit? Go for it, you know? But like this, where you're shoving like look, his whole fucking ass is just filled with crap.
I mean, look, listen, I mean, and just like, couldn't you have gotten like one I mean, I guess it was the massage wand that fucking ultimately killed you and shit, but like, as far as your ass goes, like, couldn't you have found something that's one continuous kind of piece of material? You know, like they make dildos and stuff. You don't have to stick weird ping pong balls and whatever the fuck else is up your ass, dude. You know,
Like, how do you even develop a ritual this fucking complex? You know,
it takes a while. It's
Apparently.
like Baleen, dude. This poor guy should use a banana with granite. I mean, but even a banana is kind of an irresponsible thing because there's no base that's going to prevent that from being like lodged.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. You could get the whole fucking. You can get a banana stuck up in there.
Yeah, I mean, that could have potentially been a fucking embarrassing hospital visit for me. So it's not banana's really not a great thing to use up your ass. Like you really should use something that has a base that's going to prevent it from being irretrievable. Because if it's irretrievable, you're going to have to take that. You're going to have to work up the courage to take that hospital trip and go to the ER and be like, yeah, I have a fucking.
Dude, there's something about the banana video. There's something about the banana video. Because, like, look, I haven't seen the banana video in years. I haven't watched it since it was a thing that came out.
Sure.
And that was only out of like, is this really? Yep, it happened. But there was one thing that I remember about it that I can't shake, but I don't want to go back and look.
All right. Well, I'll answer for you because I remember.
Okay. The banana didn't look like a normal banana. It looked like it was like a plantain or something. Like it was short and stubby instead of like long and curved, like a big yellow ripe banana, you know?
That is 100% just because of my massive size.
Is that what it is?
Being. Yeah, because it was a totally normal banana.
It was just a banana, just like a banana you would get off the fucking.
Yeah, if anything, it was probably a particularly large banana. It was actually a larger than average, I would say, banana. And I had tried to stuff look, I mean, I had tried to use bananas before. So, and I had always had trouble because, I'd use them and they were too soft. So it would always kind of just turn to mush.
Right.
But that one just happened to be a particular level of ripeness that it worked fine for it. So, but I don't recommend anyone do that because, like I said, a banana could easily get lodged up there and be irretrievable. So don't do that. So get yourself a responsible anal toy if you're interested in that sort of thing.
I'm really trying to figure out what this dude was looking at this picture.
Yeah, I mean, like this looks like a fucking snow globe or something. Like what is this?
Yeah, it looks like he's got like one of those toys that comes out of the machine. You put 50 cents in, and it comes in a little plastic.
Yeah, he's got one of those in there.
He's got one of those in there. He's got like a ping pong ball wrapped up in fucking plastic up there, and then he's like vibrating above his dick.
Yeah.
Is that like prostate thing going on there?
I mean, usually, the stuff in his butt should probably be stimulating his prostate just fine. I guess maybe he's trying to stimulate the prostate from both sides or something. I really don't know. I really don't understand the point of this massager. I don't know. I assume that whatever this ritual was, it was something that this guy had been developing for a while.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I guess you should have picked a more reliable piece of equipment there because it had some negative consequences for you. But whatever, rest in peace, random pervert.
I'm too vanilla. I just don't get it. That to me is a little much.
Border Patrol union rips corrupt Biden administration for worst crisis ever seen at our border. So this is New York Post. This is an article with a more conservative slant.
Of course.
So obviously bear that in mind. I really want to I really pulled this more for the comments, but we kind of have to read some of this to understand what the fuck's going on. So the Border Patrol union called the current crisis the worst sustained disaster ever seen at our border, saying President Biden deserves to be arrested and that his administration is absolutely corrupt to its core. Probably all true, by the way. The National Border Council tore into the end of Title 42, the pandemic era law allowing certain migrants to be. It's not a pandemic era law. this article is actually pretty imbecilic because that Title 42 did not come about during the pandemic. It was enforced during the pandemic. Republicans figured out that they could use Title 42 to lock down our borders more because basically it just says like in the event of a global pandemic, you have the authority to lock down the border in this, that, and the other way.
Right.
But we're no longer in the pandemic. At least, I mean, even the World Health Organization says we're no longer in it. So there's no way to keep that going really, unless you just want to lie and just say we're still in a pandemic. Even though the World Health Organization has kind of moved on from that narrative. So basically they're getting pissed at Biden for the end of Title 42, but Title 42 inevitably was going to come. I mean, like the enforcement of Title 42 inevitably was going to come to an end. Yeah. And there's really nothing you could really do about that. But for some reason, obviously Biden is fucking terrible. If this happened under Trump, they would have a totally different thing. But anyway, I thought this was so funny down here in these comment section. Years ago, a bunch of our special friends from down south almost bankrupted a school district just outside of Dallas. They would rent little 3-bedroom houses and stack it full of people. The pictures from inside showed no furniture, only mattresses on the floor. Then would send like 10 kids to school. The property taxes on the rent house nowhere near cover the cost of the kids attending public school. So after a year / tax cycle, the district was in the red bigly. I hate that. They introduced bigly into their vocabulary. They made a law limiting the number of renters who could occupy a home. Not sure how they enforce it. They don't, because it's impossible. But this type of scenario will play out nationwide in housing, medicine, food, etc. Yeah, a bunch of people having to live in one house is that comes about as a result of like terrible economic policies.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's all about the border. Trump stops them. That's why they persecute him. This is the comment that really made me fucking decide to pull this because I really like this comment. Not for any agreement reasons. That is why they persecute him. The Democrat Party has found a way to take over America by importing tens of millions into their political party from the open border. They give them health care, legal aid, food, shelter, even created sanctuary cities to protect them from prosecution. Even wanted them to vote in NYC and Washington, D.C. local elections. Trump stands in their way. If reelected, Trump will continue the wall and stop them. Trump stops them from taking over America. If a Democrat wins the presidency, the Democrat Party importation of voters continues. 15 million becomes 30 million. The Democrats will flip every battleground state to them. Where is the Republican Party going to come up with millions of new voters? They cannot elect a president or senator. I just love how effective the Democrat Party is in this guy's assessment. It must be kind of nice in a way to imagine a competent Democrat Party, even if they're your enemy.
Yeah.
It must be nice to just imagine that they're actually competent enough to pull something like that off.
And the funny thing about this is that Biden, now that Title 42 or whatever is lapsing, Biden is just basically falling back on Trump's policy, Title 8, which is like, you have to go, like, if you're going to come here, you have to seek asylum somewhere else before you can seek it in America.
Yep.
And you can't seek asylum if you entered America not through a port of entry. So if you entered America, quote unquote, illegally, then you're not allowed to, when you're caught, ask for asylum. That's Trump's policy, 100%. I actually saw a video of the Trump Biden debate that happened where Biden was ripping into Trump over that. He was like, this president is the first president to ever require somebody to seek asylum in another country before they seek asylum here in America, man. That's reprehensible. It's like, well, now you're the second, Biden. Great.
Now he's doing it. It's like, it turns out
you're number 2.
Turns out it wasn't as reprehensible as I initially thought,
Yeah.
It's actually not so bad now that I really have a ponder on it. Yeah, I mean, this is so crazy to me. It's so crazy to me that Joe Biden and Donald Trump can be so fucking similar on the border, and yet the tribal loyalties go so far that people want to pretend that Biden is way more based on the border than he actually is. And people on the MAGA side want to pretend that Biden is doing this open border crazy fucking policy. And it's like you look at the actual policy differences between these two guys, and it's fucking practically goddamn nothing.
On the border and immigration, you can remove practically. It's nothing.
Yeah,
They literally have the same. He's literally just adopted Trump's policy. There was a some kind of fucking press conference where the immigration secretary or whatever was talking about the new, Biden's plan or whatever, and it was just like build border detention centers. It's just like it's the same fucking shit. Build border detention centers, force people to come in through an actual port of entry. No asylum seeking if you entered the country illegally, blah, blah, blah. It's the same. It's the literally word for word Trump era policy. And this is what I'm talking about, where focusing exclusively on social issues, there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance here, because these are the people of color that you're trying to protect. And what and you know what the funny thing about it is? What are these people fleeing? America's fucking rape of their country, America's fucking corporatization of their country, the conservativation of all these fucking South American countries is what these people are fleeing. So, this is where, like, focusing just on who pays lip service to the LGBTQ community and people of color, this is the end result of that. Because here are actual people of color fleeing oppression that is at least materially supported, if not outright caused, by America's economic policies.
I mean, it depends on the country in a lot of instances, but yeah. I mean, we pretty much have a hand in all of it.
We've got, like, yeah, if you're talking the massive amount, because the big issue is all these people that are piling up at the Mexican border. These are people from fucking Central and South America. And I would advise you to take a look at America's involvement in those areas of the world over the last fucking century or so.
It's not a pretty picture.
No, it isn't. And so these people are fleeing our own policies, trying to come here, and they're getting fucking left out in the cold because we can't think of a better thing to do than elect an octogenarian Republican that's slightly less evil than the other octogenarian Republican. Fucking absurd.
And the idea, I mean, the funny thing is that the Democrat Party that has existed, not throughout, I guess I can't really say through most of history, but like throughout the latter half of the 20th century, pretty much up until Clinton, like that party and those values that were represented by it really don't exist in the American discourse anymore.
No.
That's just totally gone. Wind is now the main source of UK electricity for the first time.
Impossible. It's actually impossible for green sources of energy to supply enough electricity to run the economy and to run the fucking demand, guys.
When I read this, I knew immediately I was being propagandized to, because this is not possible. Like you said, this is something that can't even happen. Unfortunately, this cannot even do what they're claiming it's doing.
We need to build 1 billion fucking nuclear reactors, because this is just what this story is talking about that's happened is not possible.
Wind turbines have now generated more electricity than gas for the first time in the UK. In the first 3 months of this year, a third of the country's electricity came from wind farms. Research from Imperial College London has shown. National Grid has also confirmed that April saw a record period of solar energy generation. By 2035, the UK aims for all of its electricity to have net zero emissions. I mean, I normally do not put much stock in those sort of projections, but it seems like the UK is actually following through on it. And if David Attenborough's fucking, I don't think he's actually in his 90s. If his ancient ass is actually to be believed, then it's about time you guys did this, because apparently your fucking British Isles are in bad goddamn shape.
Everywhere's in bad fucking shape.
Apparently, based on that Wild Isles show I've been watching, he's like, these forests represent but 1% of what used to exist. I'm like, oh shit, 1%? That's low. There are still many hurdles to reaching a completely fossil fuel grid, but wind outsupplying gas for the first time is a genuine milestone event. Good. You know, I mean, this is a good thing. I mean, I don't want anyone to rest on their laurels or anything and say like, well, this is done. But just the fact that this has happened, just the fact that enough investment has been made in this technology for this to now be the case, for a third of Britain's energy to come from this source, is pretty fucking cool. That's a good thing. And it's rare that I don't pull a lot of good news. And it's because there's so fucking most good news stories are either they're usually just pap. They usually just pablum. This is actually something that's substantive that I find to be good. So don't say that I intentionally go out and pull bad news. This is a good thing. It's not the good thing that's going to save us all, but it's a good thing.
A lot of the shit that's passed off as quote unquote good news is actually just bad news rebranded. It's just
it's like students band together to pay healthcare bills for teacher. It's like, what? That's not good.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
Nightmare.
Yeah, like student starts donation drive to pay for school lunches for their entire school, you know, and it's just like, why is that having to happen?
That's not good. The fact that that's necessary is insane.
Wind turbine, it's called a Wimbley Timbly.
Okay. I mean, call it whatever the fuck you. I like that. So yes,
call it Wimbley Timbly.
Call it that. I don't give a fuck. So ex-Donald Trump staffers are now accusing him of sexual harassment. This is, of course, because there was someone made some money, okay?
Yeah.
There's now money
got
in this.
paid.
So, I mean, you know, I'm not saying that makes these other accusations suspect, but if you're sitting on these allegations, if you're like, Trump did grab my ass that time, well, let's see how that suit goes. And now that it's gone well, it's like, I think I'm going to try to get some money out of Trump. Staffers who worked in Donald Trump's White House have accused him of sexual harassment after a jury on Tuesday found the president liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. The jury awarded her $5 million in a judgment that could haunt Trump as he campaigns for a second. It's not going to hunt Trump it's not going to hunt him at all. This literally means absolutely nothing for his campaign, just so you know. I mean, I guess maybe it could hurt him with some of these supposed centrists, but in this country, I mean, like, how many people are really actual genuine centrists anymore? Jurors rejected Carroll's claim that she was raped in the dressing room, but they did find him responsible for a lesser degree of sexual abuse. They found Trump liable for defaming Carroll over her allegations. Trump's lawyer, Joseph Tacopina, said the former president planned to appeal. Trump lashed out at the verdict on his social media, blah, blah, blah. Hate this bitch. She's a liar. It's a witch hunt. Da, 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 da.
What is this? Maybe I'm just being dense here, but what is this argument of degrees that happened with this ruling where it's like she's claiming he raped her?
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, nah, he didn't rape you. He just sexually abused you. Isn't sexual abuse rape pretty much? Isn't that pretty much what it is? Like, I don't get it. Like, what,
Paul? I don't know, dude. I think that
what lesser degree of sex abuse happened that wasn't rape, though?
Well, here's what I think. Here's what I think the real case is here. I think they were like, you know, I don't know if Trump raped this woman, but I do hate me some Trump, so
sexually abused her. It's like, what?
Yeah, you know. It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because it's kind of hard to imagine, like, what did he do that constituted sexual abuse but not quite rape?
Yeah,
I don't know.
These vote red till you're dead, vote blue no matter who people, they don't give a fuck about sex scandals.
No,
it doesn't affect the base at all. Like Biden, very credible allegations against Biden for sexual abuse. Nobody gave a shit. You know what I mean? So this is just a nothing burger. This is just the fucking media doing what they always do with Trump, which is just like they basically bought him the election in 2016 and now they're going to do it again. They're just going to cover him constantly. Do you see that, like, CNN, after being called every name in the fucking book, fake news, totally failed over there at CNN, couldn't wait to lap Trump's taint and give him a fucking town hall or whatever?
Oh yeah, I made a whole ass video about it just the other day.
Oh, did you?
I mean, well, I didn't. I mean, I've been doing like these kind of like slice of life slash random news story videos where I just do like a paragraph or two on like whatever's going on in my life and the world.
Yeah.
But that was one of the things I covered in there. And yeah, I basically was just like, you know, you guys are fucking stupid if you don't think CNN wants this guy. Because like CNN's ratings literally dropped like 50% after Trump left office.
Oh, yeah.
So
Didn't
I mean,
that
like,
happen pretty much across the board in the cable news media?
not
shit?
so much Fox, but yeah, MSNBC and CNN both saw big ratings plummets because, you know, when Trump was in office, they could be watchdogs safeguarding us against this would-be tyrant, right?
Right.
And they can't really position themselves that as under Biden. All they can do is be milquetoast cheerleaders for Joe Biden and his dumb fuck administration and only make the most tepid criticisms. So that's all they can do now. And, you know, that's not as profitable. You know, they can't really make some big fucking, they can't really make the same money off of that.
No.
So they want Trump back, you know, and even if they don't get him back for the election, they're going to love covering him for the whole election cycle. So they're going to do the same thing they did before. They're going to give him of attention and put a spotlight at every little fucking thing he does, every fucking fart he lets out of his fucking big old orange dumper. They're going to fucking cover.
I think they want him back for the election.
Oh, yeah.
I think they want him to win.
If he won, it'd be great for CNN.
Biden doesn't pay the bills. We need to, you know, like all these, and they're covering it like, what's the most outlandish and disgusting statement made by Trump on last night's CNN town hall?
And basically, the main thing he did that I saw covered over and over again was he called a woman that was hosting the town hall. She was like, "You're a nasty person. You're nasty." And I'm like, you know, this is such a fucking, and that has nothing to do with any sort of policy position. Has no effect on really anyone's life that he did that. But people love that sort of juicy. Oh, he's a meanie.
Yeah, the one I saw him ride until the fucking wheels fell off was the fucking him just saying like, the woman that I raped is not my type, so I couldn't have raped her.
Yeah,
he just doubled and tripled and quadrupled and quintupled down on that.
Yeah, I don't like that bitch.
I said she's not my type, and I mean it too. I come out and say it.
Oh my God! Oh no, I can't. Is this a Trump ad?
Yeah.
Oh no.
See if I can get this to go full screen.
This morning again in America, and
doesn't want to go full screen, but whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. We can see it.
You can see it. It's there.
thanks to Joe Biden, our borders are now wide open for all to come.
That's not true.
Absolutely wrong. Biden has the exact
false.
dead ass same border policy that Trump prosecuted throughout his entire fucking presidency. So no.
Yeah, virtually nothing has changed at the border.
Our schools free from parental involvement.
Drag queen story hour. Look at that. Look at them kids. Look at that fucking kid's brain melting in his head.
Mediocre male athletes now given the opportunity to compete unfairly.
Yep.
Oh my God. Who cares, dude?
It's all happening, dude. It's all happening.
Under Biden's unprecedented inflation, the hope of home ownership gone, and young adults forced to abandon seeking.
Yeah, remember when Trump was president and we could easily afford whatever home we wanted? Remember that?
Yep. The good old days.
Back with Trump, man. That's my favorite thing these politicians do is they take a problem that's been going on for literally fucking like decades and be like, you know who's really responsible for this? The guy I'm running against. I mean, Biden hasn't done anything to solve these problems. I'll give you that, but neither did you. And neither has anyone that's been elected president or fucking pretty much any fucking high ranking politician in, I don't know, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. Who knows how long?
Like the ones of these that are problems, because like half of these have just not even been problems.
It's just like, oh yeah, there's drag queens reading to kids. It's like, I don't give a shit.
Who cares? So at least somebody's reading to them. I mean, fuck. Number one, and people streaming across the borders. Wrong. No.
Not even happening. Bullshit. At least this is this is the first thing that's actually a real problem, at least.
Yeah.
In the American dream to live in their parents' basement longer. But
All right. Well, that was a talking point for you, Paul.
Yeah. Neck beard neats.
They were like, fucking neats. Come on.
Living
That's
in
Biden's
mama's
fault.
basement.
There were no neats under Trump.
Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan.
That was literally he literally just went with your plan. Like, that was your plan.
Left billions in weapons behind and American lives taken. Our police.
I mean, probably. I mean, at the end of the day, less American lives are being taken because we just fucking got out of there. Like, even if you don't like the way we exited, which is weird because you're the one that planned it, Trump. Yeah, less Americans are going to be killed in Afghanistan with us not in Afghanistan.
Ranks now shrinking, yet Biden spends
No, they are not. No, they're not. That is not backed up by any fucking statistical data. The amount of police we have is not shrinking. It should.
Yeah, it should be.
It should be shrinking, but no, it's not. Actually, Biden has fucking allocated more funding to police. You guys are basically running on the same platform. It's pretty funny. I mean, well, no, it's not. It's actually horrifying, but whatever.
Yeah, it's sad and horrifying.
Billions creating an army of 80,000 new IRS agents. Why would we ever accept the incompetent?
Yeah, show them fucking stumbling on them stairs. Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
And weakness of Biden when we could have the
he fell again.
freedom, security, and economic prosperity we enjoyed just 3 years ago.
I love that there are people who think that we were that everything was great 3 years ago.
It was horrible. It was
sucked then and it sucks now.
Yeah.
I love that, like, they've convinced themselves that, like, all of this horrible shit is like a recent development. It's fucking hilarious.
They do. This is not just this electoral cycle.
No,
this
it's not.
Every electoral cycle, this is the exact same tactic that both sides of this take.
Yeah, this my crown was made by a dude called Devilish Devices. And yeah, all of his shit. He is like an old school leather working guy. He knows exactly what he's doing. He sells decorative shit. He sells BDSM shit. He's great. He knows a bunch of shit about leatherworking. I think he's actually starting a YouTube channel too. So he's very, very talented guy.
Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Really, you do? It's fucking pretty stupid. I gotta be honest with you. It's not a great message. It's really dumb. But hey, you know, you do what you want. All right. I think we are pretty close to meeting our third goal of the night, which is the 450 goal of mildly infuriating.
Mildly infuriating.
It's really not that mild. What we got there? We got 388 there. We got 45 there. If I was actually good at arithmetic, I'd be able to tell you what that was off the top of my head. But I'm going to have to do a calculator because I'm a moron. So we're at 533 right now. So we've actually already met that. Wait, no, that's 388. That's 393 now. Jesus Christ. 393 plus 45. It's 438. Okay. So we're at 438 now. And that means we are very, very close to mildly infuriating. It's really not all that mild. We got a few more stories left, and then we're going to move on from the news. But I just wanted to update you on where we are. And to beat Krauser TJ, I have not actually played the game since I did that last video. A lot of people were giving me advice about early Krauser. I've beaten all the early Krauser stuff. I'm on mutant fucking crazy Krauser. And I'm not, it's like that confrontation in the game is basically built against what I do in the game. Because I like to run around and just sort of avoid the enemy and take pot shots at them. But they've, put you against Krauser in this very small little space. And, I have not had a second chance at it yet. A lot of times when I get stuck on a part, I wait a little while and then I come back to the game and then I beat it right away. Because I guess like maybe my brain has been working on it in the background or something. But yeah, I have not had a chance to pick it back up since I recorded that video. But I've really been enjoying that. I honestly, I wish there were, I don't know where I'm going to, I really enjoy having a video game that I'm playing, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find something else after I'm done with the Resident Evil 4 remake. I think I might actually do another playthrough, to be honest with you.
Just gonna play fucking Resident Evil 4 till the wheels fall off.
I guess so. I've heard a bunch of people. I've never liked any of the Diablo games, but I've heard so many good things about Diablo 4. I might actually give that a chance. I don't know. Great, you're feeling better, Paul. Best member of DFF. What a lie.
True. If I'm the best, then please use punctuation and sentence structure in your messages, especially if you pay for them. Because you trigger the best member of DFF when you write like you're fucking...
You write like a spastic fucking...
Like somebody scrambled your frontal lobe with an ice pick or something.
I love it. All right, so Clarence Thomas reverse position after gifts, and this is... I mean, this guy... It's ridiculous that this is not fucking... There's no fucking recourse against this. Like, this guy is clearly 100% bought and paid for.
Yep, taking bribes. Is now caught with his fucking pants around his ankles and his dick in the mashed potatoes.
And there's just and basically we're told, like, what recourse do we have? Well, nothing. Pretty much nothing you could do. It's like, what? Like, he's blatantly sold his ass to the highest bidder. Like, we now have evidence that he fucking literally has changed his rulings based on what his gifts and bribes and favors from rich people. Like, hey, Clarence, it'd be really nice if you'd actually vote with us on this. Oh yeah, well, sure. Just give me a nice vacation in the fucking Bahamas, and that's fucking a done deal. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas changed his position on one of America's most significant regulatory doctrines after his wife reportedly accepted secret payment from a shadowy conservative network pushing for the change. Thomas's shift also came while he was receiving lavish gifts from a billionaire linked to other groups criticizing the same doctrine, which is now headed back to the High Court. The so-called Chevron deference doctrine stipulates that the executive branch, not the federal courts, has the power to interpret laws passed by Congress in certain circumstances. Conservatives have for years have fought to overturn the doctrine, a move that would empower legal challenges to federal agency regulations on everything from climate policy to workplace safety to overtime pay. Thomas wrote a landmark Supreme Court opinion upholding the doctrine in 2005, but began questioning it a decade later before eventually renouncing his past opinion in 2020 while claiming the doctrine itself might be unconstitutional. Now Thomas could help overturn the doctrine in a new case the High Court just agreed to hear next term. Groups within the conservative legal movement funded by Leonard Leo's Dark Money Network and affiliated with Thomas's billionaire benefactor, Harlan Crow, have organized a concerted effort in recent years to overturn Chevron. That campaign unfolds as they deliver gifts and cash to Thomas and his family in the lead up to his shift on the doctrine. So we got a fucking Supreme Court justice that is nakedly, openly being bribed for his fucking decisions. And we're being told there's just no recourse there. There's nothing we can do about it. There have been some groups that have called for his resignation, but that has no fucking teeth.
I mean, there is a process by which Congress can impeach a justice, but they're not going to.
Yeah.
Because they're all on the take too. Like, what's the implication of you going after somebody who's on the take when you're also on the take? It just means just opening you up to getting kicked out.
Well,
like
if we go after him for his corruption, what if someone goes after me for mine?
The corruption has gotten so open and so bald-faced that it's not even fucking, it's not even debatable anymore that it's happening. And, nothing is ever going to get better in this country, in this world, so long as people are being empowered that are on the fucking take. Like, just 100%. Not gonna work. guillotine is the best recourse in Minecraft, of course. No, not in Minecraft, in the real world. Like there has to be some teeth to it. You know, like I hate to say it, but like, yeah, bring out the guillotines. You got to put these people in fear of losing everything, including their lives, if they fuck up like this. It's like fucking impeachment. Start guillotine court for this motherfucker. Yeah, fuck this in Minecraft shit. That don't protect you from nothing. I firmly believe in the guillotine. I firmly believe in the guillotine. Time to nut up, kids. Sorry it had to be you. I mean, that's true of every generation, though. You know, it ain't just this generation that needs to nut up or needed to nut up, because they're not gonna. I could just tell. You know, I mean, that's the sad thing about it, dude. You talk about like now it's time for me to be a defeatist. I can just tell that this generation ain't it. This ain't the one. Maybe whatever comes after the Zoomers, because this generation this ain't it, man. Puritans 2.0. It's just it's just a bunch of bullshit at this generation. Too distracted. It ain't gonna be this one. I was just being a defeatist, TJ.
You got
after I called everybody else out for being a defeatist. I was just talking about how like this ain't gonna be the like people are like Gen Z needs to step up, and I'm like, they ain't gonna though. It ain't gonna be this, and maybe Gen whatever comes after Z. Start
Gen
betting on them
too.
Yeah, because no, it ain't gonna be Gen Z. I can just tell already.
They're no good.
Well, no, I didn't say they're no good. I'm just saying they ain't the ones that are gonna step up and fucking put the hammer down on this shit.
Why not?
Do you really think that the Zoomers are gonna drag the guillotines out?
I don't know.
No, they ain't.
Yeah,
they ain't, dude. No.
I lost Paul.
Nope, I'm here.
Lost. Okay, I lost you for a little second there.
Yeah, I think you had a little lag spike or something.
All right, we are basically like $2 away from our goal.
$2.
We might have already made it just with this one. I don't know. What of us cuspers on Millennial and Zoomies? I feel the same as you and want a French Revolution times 1,000. I mean, we don't know. I mean, hey, be the change you want to see in the world. So this is weird shit. So this guy, I don't know who Arsen Otravosky is or whatever. Hardly surprising, after Speaker McCarthy canceled Rashida Tlaib's Nakba Day event in the House, Bernie Sanders comes to the rescue and hosts her in the Senate. And this, as Israel under fire from Islamic Jihad, rocket bombardment, Sanders is a disgrace and a Jew-hating enabler. And then Ben Shapiro says, Bernie Sanders is approximately as Jewish as a ham sandwich topped with shrimp on lard bread. Here's a little reader added context. Senator Sanders grew up in Brooklyn, a son of Jewish immigrants. His father, Elias, immigrated from Poland in 1921 at 17. Senator Sanders learned during an appearance on PBS show Finding Your Roots that he had family killed during the Holocaust, but not a real Jew, though. I mean, this is just so fucking weird. This is one of the weirdest, most aggressive, no true Scotsman fallacies I've ever fucking seen in my life.
He's not a Jew.
I mean, Ben, you don't get to just decide who's a Jew and who's not based on who agrees with your ideology and shit, bro.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it goes a little beyond that.
He disagrees with some of Israel's policies, especially when it comes to dealing with Palestinians. He's not a Jew.
Very strange. Really not much to talk about there. Just kind of a weird thing. All right. Here's a really weird moment. I have not seen her response to this. I don't know if she's going to nail this. I don't know if she's going to knock this out of the park or if she's going to fucking flounder.
This is the what is a woman thing. People, there needs to be a conference of leftists where we come up with a standard boilerplate answer to this stupid what is a woman question, because I'm going to call it right now. I haven't seen it. So maybe I'm wrong. I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to admit I'm wrong. I think she fumbles this.
I mean, they just all seem to when they're it's like they don't know they're going to be asked this. And it's like, at this point, how do you not have some kind of fucking answer in your
because
back pocket
the
for
only
this
way
motherfucker?
the only way to answer this satisfactorily is to admit that you're a gender abolitionist, that you think gender, not just you think, that gender is a social construct, and that trying to marry gender with biological sex is backwards thinking. And people don't want to say that because they're afraid they're going to be too radical. People are going to think they're too radical.
Oh no, people don't think I'm pragmatic anymore. All right, let's see how she does. I think it's fucking ridiculous that a piece of shit like Pierce Morgan would even advance this question towards her in the first place, but let's see.
Understand those things.
You are a woman, and if you were to win, you would become the first female president of the United States. And that does beg the question, the burning question, one that has tripped up so many famous people in the world of politics around the world. It's cost people their jobs. So let me ask you straightforwardly, what is a woman?
What is a woman?
Yeah.
Well, a woman, you know, if you look at it only biologically, you know, I wrote a book called A Woman's Worth. I am a woman who was born into a woman's body. I think of myself as a woman, but it's a different world today. People can define their sex, their sexuality.
No, it's the same. It's the same old fucking world that it's always been. See, we're fumbling. It's a different world today. Is weak sauce.
Yeah, because you're basically seeding the idea that changed.
Yeah, that like gender being a social construct is some kind of radical fucking out there idea that the fucking kids have put forth. It's like, no.
Yeah, and it's just not true. Like, you just need to fucking be fucking honest. I mean, I don't know where you actually are on this, but like, if you actually know the fucking truth, just fucking say it.
Yeah, people have just got to nut up, dude. People have just got to nut up and say what they think.
I mean, like, people just get so fucking scared of mockery at this point because they're just dumb lefty don't even know what the woman did. And it's like, oh no, you fucking aren't liked by the person that was going to hate you no matter what.
I mean, she just shoved it into a nosedive with it's a different time nowadays, or what times are different or whatever. But let's see if she pulls it up.
Maybe she. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what she fucking does.
Non-binary, however they want. I just know what I am as a woman, so I'm not going to get trapped into any of that. You know, we live in a free society.
It's not a trap. This idea that, like, see, you just look weak. See, what this says to people is, I think something, but I'm not going to say it because I'm afraid of getting ridiculed. And that just like reinforces their idea that what you think about this is some kind of fucking deviant shit. No.
People can identify however they wish to identify, do whatever they do, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. And I have no problem.
What about?
She's trying to make like a libertarian. She's basically trying to split the difference with this libertarian, like, people have the freedom to do this, that, or the other thing argument.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess if you're trying to appeal to like a very conservative base, you could pivot to that point. But like, that shouldn't be your starting position by any stretch of the imagination. Because that's just, I mean, like, it's fucking weak sauce shit. Just like you said, it's mealy mouthed. It looks fucking weak. It looks fucking half fucking hearted.
It is a trap, Paul. It's not asked earnestly. I know, but it's a question that it's a trap that we need to be able to play a fucking reverse Uno card on. And really, the only way that you can do that is just to be honest about it. And to just say what the truth is, that gender is a social construct and is not tied to biological secondary sex characteristics or primary sex characteristics.
Female sports people who are suddenly seeing themselves come up against.
Man, this fucking sports shit is so fucking lame, dude.
These motherfuckers, like, all she needs to say here is, hey, before the last couple of years, when did you ever give one fuck about female sports? Where can you show me footage of?
Here's what you gotta do. Just be like, name 5 WNBA players. Just do that.
Name 5 female athletes. Go.
who might be 6'4" tall and are powering past them in swimming pools. That does do genuine harm. What's your view about that issue?
What to who?
Wait, who? Yeah, who's it harming? Who's dead? Whose body are we having to fucking dig out of the trench? What are we doing there?
That is a complicated subject, absolutely. But there are ways through muscle
Yeah, she's failed. She failed this.
Yep.
You have failed the test.
Yep. You seated ground on a stupid fucking question. Nobody like you should have just said so. All of a sudden, Piers Morgan, who's
lacking from Piers Morgan, like think about her versus like a Trump or something. You know, it's like
yeah. I mean, this is just like look, I like her policy positions and shit, but this is
some of them are quite nice. I mean, this is just why she's just not ready for the fucking big leagues, in my opinion.
And well, it just goes to show you that you can't like this is the Democratic Party. She's being chewed up by the Democratic Party. She can't say what she thinks because she has to stay aligned with the Democrat Party. It just goes to show you that like outside of the two-party paradigm is our only fucking hope when it comes to shit like this. Our only hope. Yeah, she's fumbled every one of these fucking gotcha questions. She either fumbled or just seeded it to him. Oh yeah, times are different. Oh yeah, you know, it's a complicated question. No, it really isn't. It really isn't complicated. Why don't you ask him for some statistics? Why don't you ask him to show all these fucking trans men just blowing out every woman's sport? Because you can't. Because it actually doesn't happen. Every once in a while, a trans man wins something. Most of the time, they finish somewhere in the middle of the pack or below.
So, look up this fucking cinnamon roll hack where you can apparently make like the Pillsbury fucking cinnamon rolls taste like way more like homemade cinnamon rolls.
Okay,
it's true. No, it's true. Like, and
yeah, all right.
Well, here's what you do. You just like you take the Pillsbury ones, you lay them out in the pan, and then you add heavy whipping cream and like melted butter and like all this stuff to them, and it makes it way more like a fucking homemade cinnamon roll. And that's what I'm eating right now. It's pretty fucking good.
Cinnamon roll hack. Fuck me.
It's good.
Oh yeah, TJ. You may know how to fucking hack a cinnamon roll, but what's a woman, TJ? What is a woman, TJ? Oh, social construct, huh? So a penis is a social construct? A vagina is a social construct.
I mean, kind of.
Let me ask you something, TJ. Let me ask you something.
What's up? Okay.
Let's say that you're an emergency medical technician, okay?
All right.
And you walk in and there's a naked man with a penis laying on the ground.
Gotcha.
Okay. Got a penis. He's got testicles. No breasts. Big burly beard. Okay. And he says, help. I'm having a miscarriage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you give that? Do you treat him with anti-miscarriage drugs, TJ?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess I would have to check and see if he's having a miscarriage. Probably not. I would assume.
Weak.
Sorry. I feel like that scenario is pretty far-fetched, but you know. All right, that's enough milk. Time to go back to beer.
Yeah, why can't these fucking politicians nut up, man? Why can none of them have like one brain cell to rub with another brain cell?
I mean, it doesn't really, the thing that doesn't make sense for me with Marianne Williamson is like, you're the outsider fucking candidate anyway. So like, why are you so fucking scared to just say the truth? I put some thought in this question. So critique of a woman is the collection of ideas of what society expects when interacting with said person in public. I mean, that's basically just a fancy way of saying it's a social construct.
Yeah.
In so many words.
They need to start normalizing the term social construct and start and be able to not only understand it, but explain to people what a social construct is and what it means for something to be a social construct. They need to use examples from the past where gender roles have been redefined or blurred, or gender expectation of gendered behavior has changed. Like use long hair on men. That's a good one.
Sure.
That's one that has literally like, it's like a coin flip if you go back in history.
Color coding for that matter.
Yeah.
Like associating with particular colors with particular genders. things like that. I mean, because it's always different.
Work roles.
Yep.
I mean, there's any number of easily defined.
The acceptability
things.
of crying.
Yeah. Yeah.
That has changed radically. I mean, like all of these different expectations. I've even had people say to me, like, you know, I agree with you that we shouldn't have rigid gender roles, but I think we still need these gender norms. It's like, that's all it is a role. That's all it is a role. If you're saying that, having a penis or having a vagina is all that makes you a man or a woman, and literally you shouldn't care about anything else a person does. If person like, okay, you know, a person that gets breasts and fucking, you know, looks identical to a woman in every fucking way, shape, or form except they have a penis should still be considered a man. Yep. It's like, okay, well then you have to consider that that is a viable way of being a man then. If you really believe that all it boils down to is genitals, like no matter what, people should be able to be free to explore their identities however they fucking want. And basically if that's the case, then this whole transgender thing just boils down to the most ridiculous semantics argument in fucking history. If we're being honest, there's two. Come on, aside from a rare hermaphrodite, call me transphobic, but it seems like the trend among misfits one gen was goth, then emo, now it's
we're
trans.
Not talking about sex. We're talking about gender.
Look, here's what I'll say to you. There's either infinite or there's none. There's not two. I'm sorry. There's just not fucking two. Even by the most conservative fucking pathway you could possibly go by, there can't be two. There just can't. Because if there's only two, then how come there's different fucking forms of expressing it? And how come what's acceptable for men in one culture is not acceptable for men in another culture? How come what's acceptable for men in one time is not acceptable to men in another time? There's no consistency to these two fucking roles that have been set up. Doesn't that tell you that it's kind of a social construct? Doesn't that tell you that it's not a real thing?
Hey, Matt Blank, fuckface. Can you muse about this in your tiny little monosyllabic world without fucking typing it out, please?
Just like be in your fucking head, like, is Paul having a panic attack? Here, let me explain it to you.
Like,
no.
Oh my God, you fucking idiots, man. You make me not want to share any goddamn fucking thing about myself. You make me want to be one of these people who pretends to be fucking perfect for you. Is that why you watch me? So you can watch a person pretend to be perfect when they're falling apart in the fucking background? It's fucking shit, man.
Hey, everybody, it's Paul Zigo here with another video. What's up, guys? Oh my God, everything's great. Groovy, huh?
It's just like,
no.
It's just like so like, I don't want to be that guy, but it's so fucking triggering, dude. Just so fucking triggering for people to fucking throw shit that you've been honest about yourself in your face.
Having a panic attack there, Paul? You freaking out, buddy?
No, I'm not. I'm fine. But thanks for bringing up my fucking failings in life and bringing up my fucking struggles for no reason, you piece of fucking garbage. Panic attacks are horrible. Dude, I wish that motherfucker would just have a fucking 6-hour panic attack right now.
Probably deserves it.
It's not worth joking about. It's not worth musing about, you fucking moron. You empty-brained fucking piece of goddamn fucking shit. Come over and suck my fucking balls, bitch.
Fuck that shit. Yeah, man. Even if Paul was having a panic attack, which he's not, Paul's just pissed. He has a right to be, because there's a lot of things in this world to piss you the fuck off. There's a lot of things that you should be pissed about. Like, a lot of people, honestly, are not pissed off enough at what's going on. Because there's a lot of fucking shit to get pissed about.
Isn't that why you come here? Isn't that what I provide to this? I get pissed off so that your little fucking empty-headed ass can sit around and jerk off and play fucking Legend of Zelda all day and pretend everything's fine. Isn't that what I provide to you motherfuckers? Eat a fat dick.
So reality is melting as lawyers claim real videos are deep fakes, which, yeah, this is just like the latest post-truth development. And this is this is right on schedule, you know. This is just something it's like, yeah, this was never going to happen. The more and more video evidence becomes easily faked, the more you're going to hear fucking people put forth the argument that that tape is a bunch of bullshit. That tape showing me do that thing, fake. Forgery. Last month, Elon Musk's lawyers argued that 2016 recordings of him making big promises about the car's autopilot software could have been deep faked. While the judge didn't buy the lawyer's arguments and ordered Musk to testify under oath, the stunt illustrates a broader trend as generative AI-powered tools make it easier than ever before to synthesize the voice and faces of public figures. Lawyers are trying to seize the opportunity to undermine the very foundation of shared factual reality. Well, you know what? They're not the only ones doing that.
Yeah, this wrong. You know who's doing this? The companies that created these fucking AIs. They're the ones that have melted reality. Lawyers are just being good lawyers. If you had a fucking lawyer, you would want him to claim the video of you fucking knocking over the bank was a deep fake too.
Of course.
Okay? This is just lawyers doing their jobs. Dude, it wasn't lawyers that created the environment to fucking know post-truth in this world. You want to get mad at somebody about this? Get mad at the fucking corporations. Get mad at Silicon Valley. Get mad at the unrestricted nature in which we allow fucking companies to do business in this country, in this world. They're at fault for that, not lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but like the lawyers are correct. I mean, you no longer can just look at, I mean, like there was a standard that existed for a long time where we could look at a videotape and be like, well, we got this fucker on tape. And now that's no longer the ironclad fucking standard that it once was, because this shit can be faked convincingly enough to fool an expert, to fool a jury, to fool anybody. So there's no fucking, there really is no fucking standard of fucking absolute truth at this point.
I love you too, Mr. Jalapenos, but why do you make my tummy so upset nowadays? Whenever I eat you, Mr. Jalapenos, I have fucking acid reflux for like a day. Why is that? Why you hate me? Why you hurt me if you love me so?
So we have definitely made our next goal here.
Oh, we did? Oh, we did?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are at, let me just figure this out really quick. We're pretty, yeah, we've
you know what?
My phone.
I'm going to tell you what's what right now. I'm going to tell you what's what right now. We're making every one of these fucking goals tonight. You listen to me, you motherfuckers watching this. All 845 of you motherfuckers. You better dig deep and make these goals. Because you know what? This type of fucking content, where you get real people talking about their real opinions about shit, is dying, bro. And if you don't fucking step up, just another one bites the dust. They're going to do it. I'm looking at you right now. You're going to fucking do it because I said so. I said so. We're making every goddamn one of these fucking goals tonight. You better get on fucking ball. You got a buck, send a buck. You got $2, send $2. You got 50 cents, send 50 cents. Do it. I'm not even fucking playing with you.
We're about 93 away from 10 people who were murdered over candy. That's our next goal. Follow TJ, guy with a banana. I am all pleasure. Yeah, don't, like I said, don't do the banana thing. Just because I did it, don't feel like you need to emulate, because it's not a safe toy for that. Yell at some more people, Paul. Paul will yell at who he wants to when he wants to.
You ain't the boss of me, bitch. I ain't your trained monkey.
Paul will yell when he feels like yelling. All right. Why'd you guys kill Scotty? I mean, he was holding us back. Sad but true. No, he's celebrating his anniversary. He's fine.
Yeah. See, you had a buck. You gave a buck. Thank you.
Exactly. People feel like they need. People like they feel like they need to give insane amounts. You really don't, because it all adds up. As Lord commands, I do. Good.
Dude, there's 826 people. If every last person in here just gave a buck, we'd meet it.
Yeah.
We'd exceed the goal. So that's what I'm talking about, man.
Amen.
I understand. I mean, some people are on hard times. You ain't got a buck. You ain't got a buck. I'm not fucking dogging on you for it, but there's a lot of you motherfuckers out there. You got a buck. You got a buck.
What kind of French fry is Paul? I would say he's a steak fry.
Yeah. I would want to
Preach,
be a
Paul.
steak fry for sure.
Thanks for getting mad while I play Zelda, Paul. I feel like everything's gonna be all right.
Oh my god,
You've taken
I was
the
so
wrong
salty.
message.
I was so salty last night because one of the things I've been doing to like chill at night is I follow some streamers on Twitch that play games, you know what I mean, that are just kind of chill and relaxing. And every last motherfucker that I usually watch was playing fucking Zelda last night. And I was just like, oh man, no, I don't want it.
Why you don't like them playing Zelda?
Nope.
Man up,
Dude, I
Swords,
think
bring
we
that
should
Coolsville
bring back
shirt.
the fucking. Can we bring back the Coolsville shirt?
I don't know that I have the original design for that, but maybe we can get a redesign or something. I do
that-
actually have the rights to sell that shirt, but I don't have the proper files. So that's the only thing stopping us.
Shit. Do I have
TJ,
it?
can I be your ominous Jafar-esque advisor? I pinky swear not to kill you the moment. I mean, that sounds like a suspect fucking thing to put forth, but yeah, sure.
You should search, TJ, because I bet that was sent to you in your fucking email at some point.
You're probably right. I mean,
In
I don't think I
files.
ever actually had anything to do with that end of it, but maybe I did. I
Well,
don't know.
never mind then.
I'll look into it. Being
So, yeah, I
negged
wanna
and
sell that
pinned down by
shit.
Paul. Yeah, we do need to fucking do it. If not, we can get a redesign of the Coolsville shirt easily. I love you guys. Thanks for your. By the way, speaking of shirts, we are doing a shirt sale right now. That is linked in the description. No. Okay, fair enough. Paul, not much, but this is just for you.
Thank you.
Oh shit! Now I have to give money.
See?
There's no excuse for not giving money. The sun never sets in Coolsville. That's right.
So
it doesn't,
true.
bitch.
That's so true.
I miss the Paul game streams. Sad face. Paul doesn't want to do it. Have you guys seen Ash versus Evil Dead? I watched the first couple episodes and I really liked it, but for some reason I didn't keep watching. But I would, I am hungry for some new Evil Dead, so maybe I will check that out. You can yell at me anytime. Good, we will. I'd buy that for $1. Well, technically you'd buy it for $2.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
Black.
We do have a
butter
we have a
nudge.
20% off coupon code right now for all of our shirts that are currently on sale. I think we're gonna bring back some more old designs too.
Yeah, we need to. We need to bust out.
I
some of the
really,
old
really,
designs.
really want to bring back the Doomer shirt because that's one of my favorite shirts. I wear that shirt all the time. It's in like a heavy rotation.
Yeah, I have that as a hoodie, and it's one of my favorite hoodies for sure.
TJ, I bought both of your shirts. Where can I send you pics? I mean, anywhere. I mean, if you want to send me on Instagram or whatever the fuck, or wherever the fuck, anywhere you can reach me, you can fucking send me pictures of you wearing the shirt. I have a black trench coat so I can recreate the character in the comic. Do you have a gun? TJ can't be king. Paul must be king. I mean, if one of us is king, I'll consider it a victory. Don't have a lot of money, but here you go. Thank you.
Don't have much money, but if I did, I'd buy us a big house where we could live.
That's actually very pretty singing, Paul. All right. Well, we got a lot of donations come in when you did that. We're at 644 on Streamlabs. Sorry, not Streamlabs, on YouTube. Which I think it just went up some more.
We banged out our next fucking goal. I told you it's gonna happen.
I vote for Tournament of Terror round 2 for Halloween. I mean, I think that might be possible. We'll look into that. I mean, it's still a decent little ways away, but I got some new Streamlabs in too. We'll see. Yeah, we also got new Streamlabs. We're at 80. I got to do some calculations here. And they keep coming in, so.
Dude, if I had a bunch of money, I got to tell you guys, man, if I had a bunch of money, I would start a goddamn commune with all you people. I would just buy Nebraska, Just buy the entire state of Nebraska, kick all the fucking yokels out of it, and just set up a little fucking co-op. Set up a little co-op commune thing where we all just kind of make what we need and we share it with each other and we have a big party every night. We all get together.
I suffer from a major panic disorder where you guys make life more. I mean, if we have any valid social function, that's probably the main one.
I mean, look, dude, I suffer from the same shit. I suffer from the same fucking shit, dude. My life is sometimes unbearable, but I'm here. I'm here with you.
Am I a weeb if I have an anime body pillow? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Do you hump it?
Do you?
Yeah, because that like it was like you are a weeb if you have one, but there's degrees of weebery, you know.
Right. You don't necessarily go all the way to full on weeb just for owning it. But if you hump it, then you definitely are.
If you're humping the pillow, you're a full blown weeb, dude. It probably does. Yeah. I mean, I think there's really no reason not like to have it unless you're gonna hump it, right? Isn't that why they get them?
I mean, you do it to snuggle with too. Like some of it's just like sad human companionship shit, not necessarily all the way to horny shit. You know?
Is Paul a metalhead at all, or am I being judgmental from the hair? I have long hair too. I consider myself to be a metalhead, but I don't think metalheads would consider me a metalhead because no metalhead agrees that any other metalhead is a metalhead.
That's true. And there's always
if you're not into
like that shit. True
you're not into
listen to this.
You're not into slime grind hardcore. You're not a real metalhead, dude.
Yeah. Right. It sucks. Okay, we have made all but our last goal at this point.
Nice. I told you, TJ. What did I say?
You said it.
Do I speak the truth?
I mean, not quite yet, because we haven't made that last goal.
You see the trajectory, TJ. You see the trajectory. And hey, if it slows down, I'll thin dom these motherfuckers again. You watch me.
Good. Spank the piggies for money.
Yep.
All right, we're basically at 750. Okay, we're nearly at 760. In fact, with the last couple that have come trickling in, we probably have made 760 at this
760. 900's our top goal tonight.
We're basically about $140 away from our top goal of 900.
Boom shakalaka, baby.
So that's where we're at right now. But we're gonna start getting into some of this stuff. Okay, so we're gonna start with this is basically just going to be an excuse for me and Paul to talk movies, which I think is probably my favorite subject usually to discuss because
I will tell you this. It's my favorite subject to discuss with you. I like having movie conversations with other movie buffs. And you are one of my favorite movie buffs to have movie conversations with.
Thanks. I very much agree with that. All right. Well, let's take a look at what we got here. So this is a list of 50 famous movie lines that were ad-libbed. Okay. These iconic lines are so good you won't believe they weren't scripted. I'll believe it.
I believe a lot of I think there's probably a lot of these that
because I mean I think most directors are pretty comfortable, especially when you have really good actors, of letting them kind of go with the moment. Now there's some directors that are very much not that depends because there's equal. I'd say there's probably equal amount of hardline directors and directors that want people to play. Would you consider doing a top 10 greatest movies list? I mean, it'd be so. I would feel like it would only be able to be the top 10 best movies I've seen, and even then, I wouldn't be confident that I was remembering everything right.
Yeah.
So the first one here is I'm king of the world, which is I guess the most famous line from Titanic. Wasn't even in the script. When Leonardo DiCaprio got on the ship for the first time, he shouted the phrase. Basically, he was just going with the moment. He realizes this character at this moment is just like feeling great, feeling fucking amazing, and so that's just something you would shout in that
I'm the king of the world.
And plus, it's a great contrast from that to like you're fucking dead in one of the most famous tragedies in nautical. I mean, the most famous tragedy in nautical history, right?
Not only that, but it's like a great contrast just with him as a character because he's actually at the bottom of the fucking world. He's scraping the bottom of the barrel. But it just goes.
But he feels like the king because he's got this girl he wants, and he's got these opportunities coming in this new land. At least he thinks he does,
Yeah.
So if the future really feels much brighter than what it actually turns out to be, which I think kind of contrasts nicely with the tragedy of this. I don't really like this movie all that much. I don't hate it. I think that James Cameron. I mean, we know James Cameron pretty much made this movie in order to get studios to fund his expeditions down to the actual Titanic.
Paul, did you leave when TJ was? What are you talking about, dude? I've seen you ask this 3 times. What are you talking about? My camera's on.
He's right there. They're probably not even looking at the damn camera. All right, so Matthew McConaughey is just like, all right. I mean,
well, before we move on to
that?
this one, how do you feel about Titanic?
Yeah, I just fucking I mean, like I said, I think it's like all right. I think he funded it. You know, he basically did it for. I mean, whatever James Cameron's motives are, I guess really don't matter to the final.
It's
product,
great,
but like,
I it's not my favorite movie in the world, and I don't really go back and rewatch it a whole lot. But it's a great movie. It is referenced at least once a day. Somebody makes a Titanic reference.
I don't really think it's great, but I like it.
It's great. It's a great film.
It's a decent little movie, and I mean, it's not a little movie at all. It's a huge movie, but it's a decent movie, and it definitely. I like it better than I like these Avatar flicks. I'll say that. It's probably the last movie of James Cameron's that I could actually enjoy on any sort of human level, rather than just being an action spectacle, which I think the Avatar movies are. Paul, your chirp wheel suggestion really helped my back. Thank you. Can you talk about the apparent massage ball you were handling right now?
It's just you can buy these. They come in a bunch of different kinds. I use this one. It's just, you can see it's just like a ball that's got like little plastic nubs all over it, and I will use this on my feet sometimes. Like I get anxious and antsy a lot when I don't have anything to do with my hands. This is good because it really it's tactile. So like when it hits your hand, it doesn't just feel like a ball hitting your hand. You can feel each individual little bump, and it feels nice on your feet too. Like I'll just sit here and like, you'll see me kind of shaking. Sometimes I'm rolling my foot on this. But yeah, you can buy these. They come in like a pack with different ones for you can roll on your back or your neck with this too. It feels pretty good. But yeah, that's what that is.
So Matthew McConaughey just saying, all right. Isn't that just Matthew McConaughey though? That's just him.
It was just him being him.
That's not really a mad lib. Sorry, it's not really an ad lib. It's just him saying what he would say.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson's with his "Here's Johnny," which is very strange because Kubrick is honestly one of these guys that was not too keen on letting his actors play around and improvise. But I guess Jack Nicholson is Jack Nicholson, right? So,
right. Well, not only that, but like Kubrick was definitely like a stickler with his actors, but this worked so well that I think he just decided to leave it in as a take.
I mean,
it's a cultural reference that really does. Like, do people like? Let me ask the Zoomers in the room and the millennials. Do you guys even get that reference? Do you even know what he's referencing with "Here's Johnny"?
I mean, I know what he's referencing, but barely.
Right. I mean, I know what he's referencing, but that's because
I think probably people more associate "Here's Johnny" with this than what the actual source material is.
Nowadays, yes. Yes. But back in the day, back when he did this is a reference to a very strong, cultural.
Right. This icon. Is Johnny Carson, as some of you guys have said down there, but I've seen a lot of you say no too.
Yeah.
This is Johnny Carson. I mean, that used to be his little intro. And that was one of the most famous television shows in history. And yet it's more that line is now more associated, I think, with this movie than it is with the Tonight Show or whatever.
Yeah. Ed McMahon used to do the intro to the Tonight Show. This is before, obviously, Jay Leno took it over. Johnny Carson and he would say, it's the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, live from New York City, here's Johnny.
But that's totally a spooky line now. I'm in a glass case of emotion. I don't even remember this line. Look, I mean,
this doesn't shock me because Will.
I mean, you kind of expect way more improv on comedy, right? And and Will Ferrell is. I mean, you expect that from Will Ferrell. You expect that on a movie like this. I mean, it's not surprising.
Every time this dude does a comedy movie, there's huge B-rolls of him doing multiple takes where he just makes up weird shit that he's saying. And he's great at this. He's really great at this. So that doesn't shock me.
You're gonna need a bigger boat. Now that's like that one's kind of crazy to me because I would have thought that
it's shocking to me that this one was ad-libbed because it feels
even people
like
who've never seen Jaws know this line, but it actually wasn't in the original script. The line was something of an on-set inside joke about a too small boat the production team was using, and actor Roy Scheider tossed it out in a few different scenes during the filmmaking before coming up with a delivery and context that made it into the final cut. So this guy was basically trying to get this line somewhere. And he found the moment, I guess, where it just fit. And like, it is kind of hard to believe that that wasn't a line written and intended for the movie. So I guess this is the first one to genuinely be like surprising to me that this wasn't something that was in the script.
Yeah, I gotta watch Jaws again. It has been years and years since I watched.
I watched
Jaws.
it. I watched it like a year ago.
Yeah,
And I've honestly been thinking about watching it again because when I last watched it. And I always had liked the movie, but the last time I watched it, I was like, holy shit, this is so much better than I even fucking remember it being. This is easily my favorite fucking Spielberg movie. I fucking love Jaws. Jaws is a fucking masterpiece. It has only moved up in esteem for me as I've gotten older. I don't know what it is in my life that has changed or whatever, but like the older I get, every time I watch Jaws, it kind of moves up my kind of like hierarchy of movies. I remember watching this kid be like, pretty good. Yeah. Watched it in my 20s, like, yeah, pretty fucking way better than I even thought. Last time I watched the movie, I was like, God damn, this is literally a masterpiece. This is fucking amazing. Like
it scared the shit out of me as a kid. I used to avoid the movie because it scared me so much. And I've heard
people have come to me and denied to me that this is a fucking horror movie. And it's like, are you fucking this is not only is this a horror movie, this is one of the quintessential great American horror movies.
Yeah.
I've heard beautiful fucking horror film.
I've heard a bunch of people that have said that they have trouble swimming in a pool with a deep end because of this movie.
I know.
It's a pool.
It's insane because it's that POV shark cam thing and that fucking terrifying music.
Yep. I got to watch this again. It's probably been over a decade since I saw Jaws, honestly.
Dude, you should fucking sit down and watch. It is, I mean, I don't know if you're going to feel the same way I do, but when I last watched it, I was blown away by how much better it was than I even fucking remembered it being. And it's great. It's fucking just great.
I had no idea Jaws was good. I was given the impression it was corny. That's probably because you've just seen like outtakes of the shark or whatever, and out of context, just looking at the shark for a second, you would think that it's corny.
Well,
but
here's the thing:
you have to let the movie cast its spell. You know.
Here's the reason why you probably think it's corny. Because first of all, the sequels are corny. Second of all, most movies about sharks are super cheeseball corny.
True.
It's kind of one of the reasons why Jaws is so standout, though. It kind of invented this genre and has never even come close to being surpassed in the genre it created. Like, it is still like far and away the best fucking killer shark movie. There's not even a fucking close second, in my opinion. It's that fucking good. And yeah, it's amazing. It's a fucking amazing film. It's a very human film. Cool. Warriors, come out and play. This line is practically the unofficial tagline for the Warriors. However, quite surprising, it was improvised by David Patrick Kelly, who channeled a neighborhood bully for inspiration. This is a cool line, but I don't have any problem believing this was improvised on the spot at all. You know.
And I just gotta say, this movie, I don't understand why people revere it so much.
I like it, but I kind of agree with you. I don't know. I'm kind of maybe in the middle on that. I like the movie, but I don't understand the love for the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like
it's like you see a bunch of people sucking this movie's dick, and then you watch it and you're like, okay, yeah, I mean, I was entertained, but like, what's with all the dick sucking? You know?
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe it just has to hit you at a certain time in life. Because I feel like maybe I saw this movie a little too late, because I saw this for the first time in my 20s. I feel like maybe if I'd seen this at 13, I'd feel differently. But
yeah.
You can't handle the truth.
Another great Nicholson ad lib easily just as iconic as his "Here's Johnny" moment, maybe even more so.
Yeah, this might be honestly one of the most famous movie lines of all time. It's kind of hard to believe, given the context of this line, though, that this is ad lib because it seems like so integral. But let's see what they say. The Shining isn't the only movie Jack Nicholson has lent his improvisational talents to. His original line in A Few Good Men was, "You already have the truth." Okay, so he did a variation. But his variation is way, his variation kicks the shit out of the fucking what they wrote in the screenplay.
Yeah,
this is why
it's not even really a variation. It really isn't, because if you think about it, you already have the truth is way fucking different than you can't handle the truth, which is really. And if you listen to the fucking speech that comes after this, that's exactly what the speech is about.
Right. So Nicholson really just cut through the bullshit on this and found the core of what needed to actually be said. This is an example of the actor understanding the character better than the writers do. Which
you have everything that you have because there are walls in this world, and there are men that stand. Are you ready to stand a post atop one of those walls?
You know, this is exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about the Wednesday show. Jenna Ortega, I think that's her name. Is it Jenny or is Jenna? I think it's Jenna.
Jenna. It's
Jenna Ortega. Her understanding of what that character needs to be trumps literal shit writing from that show. Now, I'm not saying the script for A Few Good Men is a bad script. I think it probably is a pretty good one. But You Can't Handle the Truth has so much more power than You Already Have the Truth. It reminds me of like that this quote by Mark Twain, where he's like, the difference between a word and the right word is the difference between lightning and a lightning bug. This is a fucking perfect example of that. Yeah. Because this fucking You Can't Handle the Truth is a home run. You Already Have the Truth is is a fucking strikeout, man.
Yeah, the delivery on the line and just that whole scene in that movie, man. Like this movie, A Few Good Men, I don't really like the movie all that much, but that final fucking scene where this dude is forced to take the stand is some of the best courtroom drama that you can find. Like that is great. Just fucking fantastic.
My favorite courtroom scene is probably the final scenes in pretty much every scene, honestly, in fucking My Cousin Vinny, but this is a very close sort of second to that, I think.
Yeah.
But this fucking movie, I like this movie. I don't hate this movie. I don't know. It's a fun little thing. I'm not a huge Tom Cruise fan,
slow.
but
it's a little slow for me. I don't know.
It's
too military. I agree. It's too up its own ass with the military shit for me.
But I think that Tom Cruise kind of provides, like, his character kind of looking at it a little bit more outsidery, I think kind of provides a sort of context to that, you know, makes it a little bit more palatable for me. But I can kind of see that. So the whole like, my funny and my clown, like I amuse you.
Yeah.
All that shit. Apparently totally ad-libbed, the whole rant. I guess Joe Pesci's now famous rant in Goodfellas is based on a story from his real life. He partially improvised a scene with Ray Liotta, while other actors had no idea what they were in for. This movie in general is fucking amazing. I love this fucking movie.
I struggle with this movie because
I hate Ray Liotta.
If it's on the docket, I'm always in the mood for this movie. Like if left to my own devices all the time, I would probably watch this movie once a week.
It's
like
so good.
I feel like this is such a great character film. It is filled with so many colorful portrayals. Even like the side characters are amazing. I love that scene where he's introducing all the guys. You had Nicky Eyes and you had Jimmy Two Times.
I mean, this is basically that's directly preceding this scene, you know, I believe.
Yeah.
Where they're going through the club and they're talking about, there's like a guy that, I don't remember what his name. It's like Johnny Two Time or something.
Jimmy.
He said everything twice.
Jimmy Two Times. I'm going to go get the papers.
Everything.
Get the papers.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, and like, that character has nothing to do with any fucking thing in the grand scheme of it. It's just like a little bit of flourish to make everything else pop, you know?
Yeah. Jimmy No Nose.
That's one of the things that really fucking I really appreciate a movie. I know you really appreciate it too, because we always talk about how great some certain films are at doing this. Just making even the most throwaway character that's coming to bring you your drink or something a fucking compelling character that you know something about.
Yeah.
Just makes the whole world feel so much richer, right?
Yeah, I think the movie that is the greatest example of that is The Silence of the Lambs. There is not a single fucking moment of screen time in that film that isn't just overflowing with character.
I mean, we've even talked about there is a character that never even gets out of the fucking car.
Yeah.
That you only see for a fucking second that you feel like you know some stuff about.
Oh, that's my driver. He detests physical labor.
And then you see him and you're like, whoa, that guy is an interesting motherfucker.
Yeah.
That we'll never see again. This is the Casablanca line. He is looking at you, kid. Now, I got to be honest with you. I have seen the end of Casablanca, but I've never actually seen all of Casablanca.
I will tell you this, dude. It is strange to me. Humphrey Bogart. I've watched a lot of Bogart movies over the last couple of years.
Uh-huh.
I've been going back with Amelia, and we've been watching a lot of old movies that I've never seen. And he did a lot of these, like, you know, film noir kind of private dick movies and shit. And the dude, I love watching him, but he is so goofy. And I like he's got big buck teeth.
Yeah.
And he's got a real self-effacing way of presenting himself that is not what you'd expect. And it's just strange to me that he was as popular as he was. He's just so genuine to watch.
I think it was just because he was like, there was like a disarming quality. Because like he kind of had like a sort of like a certain sort of masculinity, but it was so fucking vulnerable.
Yeah.
And so accessible and so like deeply human that you couldn't help but be kind of compelled by one of his performances.
Just really self-aware in a way that a lot of like big dumb detective action guys really aren't, you know?
Right. And I think that's kind of like what enabled him to bring like a different dimension to these characters. I think that like a really great actor kind of has to have a little bit more going on upstairs. I think a stupid actor can still be a good actor. Don't get me wrong. But to get these very compelling people, I think you need someone that's a little bit more cerebral. Because you want to feel the gears turning in their fucking head. True. You want to get that. Like Jimmy Stewart was a goofy actor, but like he's kind of the same way in a kind of a different direction.
They didn't put Jimmy Stewart in the type of roles that they put Bogart in, though.
Right.
Jimmy Stewart was always kind of playing the everyman. Bogart, if you look at a lot of his movies, he's playing like what the modern equivalent at that time was of the action hero. He's the dude with the gun and the bang, you know, the quick trigger finger and the quick wit and all that shit. And it's just like, if you really look at him, he's a funny looking dude and a funny sounding dude, but there's something so genuine about him.
I'm walking here.
I'm fucking walking here.
I mean, so, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. It's memorable, but like, Harrison Ford thought saying, this is the I know. Harrison Ford thought saying, I love you too to Princess Leia and the Empire Strikes Back would be out of character for Han Solo. So they said, I know instead. And it is one of the coolest. I mean, he just understood the coolness of fucking Han Solo because you can't
it just makes the character. He's so right. It just goes to show you that he really understood the character as it was written. If Han Solo would have said, I love you too at this moment, would it be something that like caused people to throw their arms up? Would the movie not still be a classic? Of course it would be.
Yeah, but that wouldn't sink it. But that moment would be diminished.
Yes, it just makes Han Solo. It just is so Han Solo. And so it's great.
Yeah, I mean, like that fucking yeah. Everything Paul just said is correct. I have nothing to add. You talking to me? You talking to me? There's no one else standing here.
This whole scene was ad-libbed and they shot a bunch of different ones. This one's not as shocking to me because it really feels like genuine if you look at it. And it doesn't feel like dialogue.
Yeah, and this is this movie is fucking great and stuff. I've only been able to I've only watched it once. I actually probably should go back and rewatch this again.
You should.
But it really fucking resonated with me. But honestly, like, I'm not the kind of person that really gets disturbed by movies. But this movie fucking kind of did disturb me.
It's a disturbing film.
And it was like a philosophical sort of disturbance to me.
Yeah.
Because I saw at the end, like, wow, this unstable psychopathic individual that we've just spent the last 2 hours with or whatever, that's in a totally insane, on the verge of fucking, I mean, basically like already, like really, so he's already walked off the cliff's edge.
Yeah, he's off the edge for most of the movie.
And like the fact that the end of the movie, the narrative that is accepted by society is this guy's a fucking hero. He's a good guy. It's like, what? No. Yeah. And that was the first time I was young enough when I saw it that I didn't really realize that that's how the world could be. So it fucking kind of like took away, this movie actually took away like some of my fucking innocence and showed me a truth that I wasn't even fucking ready for.
Yeah, for
sure.
And
that's a pretty profound fucking cinematic experience.
I mean, that's what movies are for. That's what a lot of movies would say that they're trying to do, is to change your perspective on something. And when a movie like this does that, you know, it's undeniably a great movie. One of the things that I love about Taxi Driver and really appreciate about it is how New York City is such a character in the film.
Yeah,
I love it when a filmmaker is able to capture a setting to the point where it becomes a character in the film. Paul Thomas Anderson is a master at this, in my opinion. If you look at P.T. Anderson movies, you know, Boogie Nights, There Will Be Blood, those movies are just absolutely masterful in how they take a snapshot of a certain area at a certain time, and it just becomes ubiquitous. Like when I think of New York in the 70s, I think of Taxi Driver. I think of the steam coming up out of the manholes, and I think of the hookers on every corner and the porn theaters and the neon with half the sign broken and the fucking dirty, filthy, wet streets. Everything's always damp, you know, and dark.
Yeah. I mean, and you definitely saw huge homage paid to this movie with the Todd Phillips Joker movie. So I saw some people saying it's a ripoff. I think it wears that influence on its sleeve. I don't think it was trying to rip it off. I think it was trying to pay like homage, which is, I think the difference is respect for the source material versus trying to get credit.
Yeah.
Deep Fried, this movie was the first movie the screenplay writer wrote. I mean, sometimes those early works by a new artist are the fucking coolest shit.
I mean, oftentimes, and this is just the sad truth, sometimes people just got one idea. You know what I mean? Like they're super creative people, but they are obsessed with this one fucking thing, and they just blow it out of the water the first time out. And that's
like, what else you got? And it's like,
not a whole lot,
not much. This is another one that's kind of hard to believe. Rutger Hauer's speech at the end of Blade Runner is regarded as one of the great death monologues in film history, made even more impressive by the fact that it was unscripted. Hauer changed the speech and performed it the way you see without telling anyone he was going to, and some members of the crew were so moved they actually cried. Maybe Rutger Hauer should be writing more screenplays or something.
This is the I've seen Gatling lasers glinting off of shield walls at the edge of Orion's belt, and I've seen, like, he talks about all these different things that he's seen, and then all those moments disappear like tears in the rain. It's shocking to me, but less shocking knowing who it was. Rutger Hauer was a true fucking
this
craftsman.
guy. I mean, look, I think that a lot of times these actors are so much more like, you give a character, if you're a writer and you give your character to an actor, you kind of have to give up some ownership. Because if they're a great actor, they're going to embody that character in ways, they're going to give life to that character in ways that you never could have fucking foreseen. Yeah. And honestly, you should be honored by that. And the fact that he was able to summon up this speech from some kind of emotional depth, and like, this is literally the thing I remember most about fucking Blade Runner, is this speech. Not even so much the words of it, but the emotions it made me feel at the time. And just the beauty of him saying like tears in the rain as he's standing in the rain and then you know he's crying, even though there was no visual cue of that. And it's not like he said, like, I'm crying right now, by the way, you know?
Yeah.
But he did.
I recently watched Blade Runner again, and it just, every time I watch it, man, it just blows me away that somebody's saying Blade Runner's kind of boring. I kind of agree. Like, it's not boring to me, but it is such a deliberately slow-paced film that I can't argue with people when they say that they're bored by it. But it's not boring to me. I think it's just a sumptuous movie. Every goddamn scene, I just want to drink it, you know? And then somebody said Blade Runner 2049 is one of the greatest sequels of all time. It really is the exception that proves the rule that we were talking about earlier. Remember at the beginning of the show, those of you that have been hanging out the whole time, we were talking about how, like, you know, movies are like these where they take these new movies or these old movies and they're like, it's 25 years later and we're doing another one, like Beetlejuice 2 or whatever, and they all suck. They always suck. Blade Runner 2049 is the exception that proves the rule. You know, I mean, it really is one of the greatest examples of taking an old and well lionized, loved property and reimagining it, you know. Arigato gozaimasu. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did note it. And you guys are picking it up again. Thanks, Rome Fox. Not a single transforming robot in any of these. All trash. Oh, you're a Transformers guy, huh? You like them Transformers? 100% that. And Fury Road, another great example. I totally fucking agree. I mean, Fury Road is just like a fucking, to me, Fury Road goes a step farther than Blade Runner 2049. Blade Runner 2049, I was like, whoa, talk about being a worthy fucking successor to the original film. Talk about, like, maybe even meeting that same level of quality, being in the same fucking conversation. I think Fury Road, and you know, I'll ask TJ, I'll see if he feels the same way. I think Fury Road is so good that it literally diminishes the original Mad Maxes. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Fury Road surpasses everything that came before.
Like, I think it wads up Mel Gibson's Mad Max films and throws them in the fucking trash.
I mean, look,
I literally, since I saw Fury Road, I have not even really had a desire to watch a Mad Max film that isn't Fury Road.
It would seem, I agree with you, it would seem like a fucking joke at this point. And that
Fury Road is the greatest movie of all time. I could, you know what, dude, I may not agree with that sentiment.
I would hear it out.
It's in the conversation. It's in the conversation for sure.
Dude, I love that movie. I love Fury Road. I refuse to watch Fury Road on the small screen. I will not watch it until I can watch it again on the big screen.
I've seen it a bunch of times on the small screen, and, like, well, you know, you have your standards or whatever, but it's just, I mean, maybe not just as good, but it's fucking amazing on the small screen too.
Dude, I don't know if it, I guess I could get to a point where I'll miss it enough that I'll have to fucking settle for less, but I really hope I have another opportunity to watch that movie on the big screen again, because that was the greatest, maybe not the greatest, but that was the second greatest probably theatrical experience I've ever had watching a movie. The first, probably,
what was the first?
The Dark Knight, honestly.
Dark Knight, yeah.
I just saw that I saw that a midnight showing was such a hot crowd that was so on the wavelength of that movie that I mean, it was just, and the Heath Ledger performance, I don't know if people really can respect what a revelation that was the fucking time these days, because it's been mimicked so much since then, but like that was such a breath of fresh air in 2008.
Yeah, I have two like experiences like that in the movie theater that just stick out to me. Blair Witch Project, because I saw that at the time when it was new and people were like, the meme was it was real, you know, we were all just stupid and gullible. And,
did you still believe it was real when you, because I feel like I would have appreciated it more if I still thought it was real when I saw it, but unfortunately,
people were being escorted out sobbing. People were screaming, panicking, throwing up, running, screaming out of the theater. It was fucking insane. It was like a madhouse in there, dude. I've never had that's definitely the top one. And the second one's honestly probably going to shock people, but it's fucking what you call it? I'm trying to remember the name of it. First prequel.
Oh, Phantom Menace.
Dude, the energy in that theater, it was like you could fucking hold up a tuning fork and it would ring. You know what I
It's
mean?
true. I mean, yeah, I remember, dude, the energy in that theater was so good the first time I saw it. I mean, I still kind of knew something was wrong, but I was still kind of just so high about there being a new Star Wars movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like
Dude, the Lucasfilms logo came out and people fucking not just clapped.
The entire theater just roared.
Oh my God, yes! You know, and it was just like the whole movie was like that. Every time a lightsaber came out.
Going to a movie theater and fucking getting. I miss those big reactions with a fucking crowd. The last time I was in a movie theater and there was a big, huge crowd reaction was when I was in Endgame, and Robert Downey Jr. fucking delivers that. It might even be on this list because I believe he did actually improvise it. You know, where he's like, "I am Iron Man," you know, before he fucking snaps Thanos' ass out of existence. And
yeah.
And that was a huge pop. But that's the last time I've fucking experienced a huge pop in the movie theater, you know? And it's always great when that happens.
I waited too long to go see that movie, but I will tell you, even for it being like a small, maybe like quarter filled theater, there were multiple people crying at the end of that movie. You know what I mean? And that's always something special.
Yeah,
when
and
you
I just
see a movie like that.
Man, I really just wish Marvel had put a 5-year moratorium on making new movies after that, because they probably could have come out with something stronger. People have actually been nostalgic for it instead of driving this shit into the ground like the way they have.
Yeah.
Hey, Malkovich, think fast.
This is when he comes out. This movie is so fucking great. It's so weird. This is when he comes out of his own head and he lands in the field and he's like bitching and ranting and raving about how he's going to sue everybody or whatever because they're selling his experience. And somebody drives by and hits him with a beer can and says, "Hey, Malkovich, think fast."
Dude, I gotta tell you about this movie. I saw this movie, right? And I fucking loved it. And I fucking told my dad and Scotty, I'm like, "You guys have got to see this movie. It's so fucking good." And they both watched it and they both just did not get it, did not like it, and were mad at me like I had tricked them into watching this fucking movie.
Like you trolled them.
I'm like, "I thought you'd like it. It's great. I don't understand what the fucking problem is here, but okay, whatever."
I think Being John Malkovich is a good test film to like show a person to find out like, is this like, how serious is this person about movies and shit?
Yeah.
Because, you know, I feel like it's not really an intelligence test more than just how much do you like?
Well,
like,
I mean,
to be carried away by a film.
My dad loved movies. So, I mean, I can't really deny that he loves movies because he watched those motherfuckers. I mean, I don't think a day went by in my dad's life he didn't watch at least one movie, usually more. He was one of the most movie watching dudes ever, but he did not like this. I guess it was too artsy or too cerebral or too something. But he did not care for it.
Yeah.
I must say, I'd hope for better. I don't even remember this line, so I'm sure it was good. I don't remember it. So
yeah, it's not as memorable as a lot of them on here.
Filming the final line for Good Will Hunting, they shot take after take, Robin Williams improvising a different line each time. However, this ad lib was so perfect to make the movie's final cut.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah,
still my line. I don't remember this.
This is he's reading the note that Will leaves him after he leaves or whatever, and he just kind of sits there and smiles and he says, "Son of a bitch stole my line." It's pretty good. It's once again, it's not as memorable. I need a vacation.
I mean, this is just classic Arnold one-liner dumb shit, dude. I mean, when it's not, it's nowhere near the best line in that movie like some of these other ones are. So,
yeah,
I think we're kind of getting into the dregs here.
I don't know, dude. That ghost line is pretty great.
Molly, you in danger, girl. I don't remember it. I don't remember it.
So Patrick Swayze is haunting Autumn A. Brown because she can hear the dead, and he's telling her, "You have to tell Molly she's in danger." You know, and she pauses. She goes, "Molly, you in danger, girl." It's just great the way that she fucking like makes it her own. To know that it's an ad lib, it just goes to show you that when you cast somebody in a role that they really understand, it becomes theirs.
By the way, we have made our final goal.
Of course we did. What did I tell you, TJ?
Paul is
Hey,
correct.
say anything you want about Paul's ego, okay? There's a lot of things I'll cop to, but a liar I am not. Okay, when I say something will be, it shall be.
So we have made every goal. You guys feel free to continue donating, but we have made every goal.
I'm gonna take a leak.
Go ahead.
Vamp for a second,
I
or
will
you can
vamp.
start the next thing. I'll pick up. It doesn't. Matter to me.
I'll just go on with the movie thing for a second here because
do that. They can stare at Weed Donkey for a minute.
I don't have a problem with that. Let's see. I'll go to the next one. I remember. Oh, I mean, Singing in the Rain. This is not really it's not really a line. He starts singing in the rain, which is from another film. Probably because it's a fucked up thing to sing while you're about to rape someone, but you know. Mein Führer, I can walk. Have you seen Dr. Strangelove? I mean, that's a great. Peter Sellers is a fucking genius for fucking ad-libbing that shit. That's brilliant. TJ, what movie made, dude? I gotta be honest with you. When it comes to me getting emotional at movies, it doesn't take much. I'm a kind of person. I do not get disturbed by movies very easily. Now, I talked earlier about being disturbed by Taxi Driver, but as far as like a lot of films that really disturb a lot of people, I don't get disturbed very easily. I can watch a lot of really intense like horror movies and shock films and not really get offended or even perturbed particularly. But when it comes to emotionality, like I am very easily emotionally manipulated by a film. You know, there's plenty of films that'll make me cry at the triumphant moments, at the sad moments. You know, I'm very in my personal life, I'm pretty guarded against that kind of thing. But when I'm sitting down and experiencing a movie, I do let my guard down a little bit more. I am a little bit more vulnerable to those emotions.
Psst, psst. All right, I'm back. What are we talking about? What are we doing?
Nothing much. All right, we're gonna move on.
Just
to the
looking
next
at the
thing.
last few of these. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty more, but I feel like they're not as good as they were at the top. So we're gonna move on.
Fair enough.
I think we've had plenty of film discussion here. So I think the next thing we're gonna be doing is, I mean, it really doesn't matter what order we do it in, I guess, since we made them all. But we'll try to do them in the order we were given. The next one is extremely facepalm worthy. So I'm gonna pull that up for you. So
face palms.
We're gonna start by actually looking at.
By the Klingon homeworld.
Nope. Shut up. So we're looking at Picard actually face palming here.
He did it a lot.
Yeah, this is this is one of the most iconic face palms there is because he just I don't know, he just knew how to do it.
Yeah. I think it's because he's got that bald head.
Yeah, you might be right.
I think
about
that bald dome makes the face palm better somehow. I don't know how.
I don't know either. Maybe it's just because I don't know. I really don't know. I don't even have a theory. I don't even know why I started speaking. All right. German riot police defeated and humiliated by some kind of mud wizard. I've seen this before. This is kind of great.
A mud wizard?
It's true. Look.
Look, he's got like the special shoes on, and they don't. They can't get him. This ain't face palm. This is fucking great, dude. Look at them. They're stymied. Look at him. The mud wizard.
He's just like standing there like, yeah, what's up?
The mud mancer. Look at him. They're all stuck.
He just walks around freely. He's patting him on the back and shit. Like, hey, buddy, it's okay. You'll get out eventually.
The mud mancer, dude. Look at him go.
They're falling in the fucking mud.
They can't do shit.
He's laughing. The mud has defeated them.
Oh my god, this is fucking fantastic, dude.
Oh, that dude was threatening to hit him.
It's like, get back. Dude, the fucking mud mancer. I love him. Look at him, dude. He's got all the stormtroopers are there, and not a single one of them can do a fucking thing. Yeah, you're stuck, dude. You're in the mud now. Great. Got him.
pushed him over. Do it again. Push his ass down. Get down, pig. Fuck you.
I love him.
Oh, the Mud Wizard is a fucking legend, dude.
Oh man, that's just what I needed. That's just what I needed right there.
America's most racist town. Okay. Got it.
Okay, come back. Harrison, Arkansas is the most racist town in the United States.
Cool.
This guy visits the most racist town in America, holding a Black Lives Matter sign.
Have a little pride in your race, brother.
Have a pride in your race, brother.
White pride, world pride.
Woo! White pride.
After dark, man. Honestly, dude, you have balls of steel. You could get hospitalized by some guys that want to beat your ass.
I've had several old men come out here, look out the window and tell me, said, you better go tell that nigga to get out of here.
Man, this little woe-begotten fucking town. This is, you see why we need reconstruction to finish? This is exactly why right here.
This is why I'm in my eugenics arc now.
These motherfuckers have to be forced into being fucking at least publicly good people.
Snip, snip.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. For sure. Snip, snip. Call it what you want, man. Fuck this. Like, eugenics is always bad. Not in this case, it ain't. Okay, look.
Sometimes it's good.
Because like it's one of the sad facts is that these dumb fucking drooling monosyllabic idiots are the ones that are breeding. You know, we got to stop that shit.
Been around the world and seen that only stupid people are breeding. The Cretans cloning and feeding. And I don't even
About
know
10 minutes, I'm going to be back. You better be fucking gone.
Okay, come back.
Okay, come back. Did he come back? Spoiler alert, nope.
Yep.
What about white lives?
We gotta do. You're a white man. Crazy.
You're a white man, you cack.
I love these motherfuckers that, like, when you're holding up a sign that says Black Lives Matter, it doesn't say white lives do not on it. You know what I mean? They're just such fucking shits. What about me? What about my white ass? No, it's just like, this ain't about your white ass right now.
My white ass matters most.
You dumb shit.
All that man, you raising motherfucker.
Are you a Marxist?
Communist.
Communist, domestic terrorist.
Chicago or New York are calling it out where they're shooting each other.
Explain to me why I couldn't find that.
Job. I'm Jesus. Get your ass out of town. That shit don't make shit here.
Yeah, that shit don't mean shit here.
Dude, go back to that dude. That dude was literally filling the cab of his truck. I know I'm a big fat fuck, but that motherfucker was so huge. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this big beefsteak motherfucker, dude.
All that no black line, man.
Motherfucker is spilling out of that fucking truck cab. You big fat fuck.
At
Oh
least
my God.
you are Brett Keane.
Hey, all lives matter, not just black.
All lives
Yeah,
matter.
that's not what the sign says, idiot. The sign doesn't say only Black Lives Matter.
Dude, you're white.
So,
You look like a white guy holding a black flag.
He is.
You're saying you're a white boy carrying that stupid sign. You're white. Aren't you? Oh, boy.
These people. Dude, this would be a great fucking way to institute my eugenics program. Just have this dude stand out there, and any one of these motherfuckers that stops with these dumbass remarks,
yep.
pulled over, snip, snip.
I mean, the problem with that plan would be, I would say a good 80 to 90% of these people
Are
are
already
past
so old they
breeding
fucking
age.
already bred.
They've already, they've already done it. They've
We need to
already
track
squatted
down their-
out.
We need to track down their progeny and stop the bloodline in its tracks.
Yeah, you just need to go to like a high school in this town and hold it up, and then just, you know, I mean, it's, hey, it sounds a little crazy, but snatch up the kids and snip them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, snip the kids that fucking say this shit.
I'm good, how are you?
Thank you. Say something,
Yes, sir. Because I'm tired of seeing this right here is the biggest hoax there ever was.
Wow, yeah.
It's just the next thing to ISIS.
Next thing to ISIS. What? It is? It is.
Oh, what does it have to do with ISIS, dude?
Something, I guess. I don't fucking know. This town is like fucking some kind of parallel universe or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, black lives do matter, but what about ours, man?
Apparently, black people's lives matter more than us.
Apparently.
Man, these motherfuckers are just reading shit on a sign that isn't there.
Yeah, it's like it says Black Lives Matter.
The whole point of the sign is that, you know, like police kill black people in unprecedented numbers and their lives matter.
DFF meetup in Harrison, Arkansas. Hell yeah.
Hell no, dude. I want to fucking I'd like to leave a meetup alive. Thank you very much.
I mean, this guy came out just fine.
Apparently.
Yeah, we survived Gadsden.
Yeah.
Walmart.
Fuck black lives and I have black friends. Do you though?
Damn.
you don't even care if they're about their lives though. I got black friends, but fuck black lives. Kill them all, I say. Even my friends. All right, good for you. Yeah, this is pretty face palmy, I'll say. I guess we might as well get through the rest.
They put out this statement.
There you go. All right, whatever. What's this? What's the problem? If you are 25 plus with no kids, you're the problem.
No, here's the problem.
You've reversed things, I'm afraid.
Your ass is feeling a little bit of fucking buyer's remorse for squatting out a bunch of fucking kids, and you want us all to make the same mistake so we can, because misery loves company. No, thank you.
Dude, FJ fucking stay trill or whatever the fuck.
Oh, he knows. Yeah.
Well, whatever make you feel better about being stuck in the house with them kids.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, this guy knows. This guy knows what's what. Minding my own business, eating lunch, and some rather large woman with purple hair comments she liked my shirt because it makes it easier to spot the assholes in this world. Not sure what she has against British motorcycles, but whatever, I guess. She thought it was a Trump shirt.
Oh my God, dude. Fucking reading comprehension.
Oh
fail.
no, it says Triumph, girl. Oh no. I drive all of Arkansas for a living. I tell you this from experience. There are some legit sundown towns there. Yeah, I bet.
There are some legit sundown towns in fucking California. They exist all over all over the states, dude.
Seems legit. Hello, I am the UK government. You need to pay $1,500 iTunes gift card to me or you're under the rest. Under the rest. Yep. You got him. Got him. When can I go back to school? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out when you can go back. I don't know what's happening here, but let's figure it out.
Oh, hey, you never answered me about my car. I have school tomorrow, so how do I...
Oh, this woman, I saw this. This woman killed 2 people in a drunk driving accident.
Oh, well, that's some interesting context. Okay.
And she's at like the police medical center or whatever getting checked out, and she's talking to the cop that's watching her to make sure she doesn't try and run or whatever. She's asking him like, when do I get my car? Can you get my car tomorrow? Can I go back to school?
Well, your car is totaled. What's what? Your car is totaled. Totaled? Totaled, wrecked. Okay, so how do I get it to your school? You don't. So I don't go to school tomorrow, is what you're telling me? No, ma'am. You want me to be honest with you? You're going to jail. You don't have a bond. You killed 2 people tonight. I don't think you understand that. You do not have a bond. You are not getting out of jail. Your car is property of East Peoria Police Department because it's a crime scene. It killed 2 people tonight. You are clueless with that, clearly. I've already explained this to you. You're going to jail for reckless homicide tonight. You're going to jail for aggravated DUI for killing 2 people. That's what's going on. So no, you're not going to school tomorrow. You're not getting your car out of impound.
See, this is one you want to snip. This right here ought to be an auto snip. Auto snip. snip, snip. I'd be shocked if this woman doesn't have a couple screamers at home, but if she don't, cut them fucking phallopes, dude.
What the fuck did I just see? He literally
cut them tubes.
He literally just told you.
You murdered 2 people tonight.
You are
you're going to jail.
You are in jail for negligent homicide.
Put her in a compactor with the car.
And she's like,
kind of agree.
What about Tuesday? Can I get it back Tuesday? It's like, what? Ain't no school on the fucking face of the earth gonna help that fucking level of dumb, bitch. Sorry to tell you, school's wasted on you.
Yeah, school's gonna be way better without your ass dragging the average down.
Did you just hear what I just told you?
You said I'm not going tomorrow. I'm talking about Tuesday.
Did you hear when I said that
I'm going to jail tomorrow.
You're going to jail when we're done here?
Yes.
Did you understand what I told that you killed 2 people tonight?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering when I can go to school.
Okay, we're done.
Whoo, 14 years, yeah.
You can go to school in 14 years. How about that? 14 years from now, you can go to fucking school. I wonder if she still is wondering, like, when can I? She's still in jail right now. She's like, when can I go to school, though? All right. There you go. Good for you. All right. This guy, Dan Bongino.
It's Bongino. This was one of those like fucking dudes that cropped up when Trump cropped up and had like a quote unquote podcast or whatever the fuck that was just all pro Trump shit.
Biden is a disgrace to humankind, an embarrassment to the human race in every respect. All right, good for you. Yes, but he's got a real job, not a podcast. Laughy face. It's Stephen King saying this shit.
Boomer tag from Stephen King.
Of course it is. Stephen King is a fucking dyed-in-the-wool Democrat. Like, he's a party loyalist guy. I like the guy as a writer, but he's a shit lib. Millions of listeners a day on a podcast while you're watching porn in your mama's basement, yearning. What? It's Stephen King. That you can't use the porn in your mama's basement line on Stephen fucking King, dumbass.
Does he even know who he's talking to? I guess he does, because he said you're yearning for the date. Like, how does that, man? What a fucking, this just goes to show you, man. The tiny little fucking ping pong ball brain rattling around in that Bongino skull.
What level of fucking accomplishment does Stephen King have to have before? Like, there's obviously no level. Stephen King is literally one of the most successful human beings in the history of the human fucking race.
Yes. He's one of the most prolific writers of all time, maybe the most prolific writer of all time.
I mean, he's extraordinarily prolific. He's definitely not the most prolific of all time. There's definitely been people who've written more. But in terms of like the amount he's sold of every fucking thing he's written and the amount of things that have been adapted into film and the amount of things that have become cultural fucking benchmarks and shit. I mean, you're fucking like, you can't use the fucking porn in your mama's basement line on Stephen fucking King. It just doesn't work, man. Get a job, loser. He has a job.
He could buy and sell your fucking quote unquote millions of listeners today. And by the way, citation needed on the millions of listeners a day.
Hold on. Stephen King net worth.
It's gonna be in the hundreds of millions.
He has sold he's sold 350 million copies of his more than 60 books. Okay, 350 million copies. You have any idea how much fucking money that is, dude? His net worth is $500 million.
Probably more.
Yeah, I mean that's just like one of these sites estimating it online. Another one says his net worth is in 2023 is 600 million. I'm gonna fucking look up Dan Bongino's fucking net worth. Let's see what you got.
Something tells me it's not $500 million.
I mean, it says it's 150 million. That's insane to me. It probably is overestimating because it says I have $1 million. All right. Here's one that seems more reasonable. That says his net worth is 50 million and his salary is 3 million. Okay. So this guy is rich. But if Stephen King woke up with your money tomorrow, he would fucking kill himself. Yeah. He would feel broke with your money. This is fucking insane. In 2002, a 19-year-old British garbage man won 10 million pounds, approximately 15 million on the lottery. He spent it all on drugs, gambling, and prostitutes. And 8 years later, he was back working as a garbage man again. I don't facepalm at that. I don't facepalm at that at all. This dude, he lived the good life. He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to live the good life for a minute.
Yeah, he lived the dream.
You think he didn't know that he could have fucking spent that money more responsibly? You think he didn't know he could have invested that? He wanted to fucking be a baller for 8 years, and he was. And now he's back to being a garbage man, and he knew what he was doing the whole fucking time. And if he didn't, then he's a fucking moron.
Yep.
But I feel like this motherfucker knew what he was doing. I feel like he knew what his values were.
He was a baller for 8 years longer than your average person will ever be a baller, you know?
Yeah.
There you go. Doing it right.
All right, final one for this. Man arrested for doing exactly what he was told. I'm shocked. What the fuck's going on here?
Down for the past mile.
I just rolled it up.
All right, step out of the car for me. Step out. Do not shut that window. Open it now. Step out. Right here. Face that direction. Face that direction. Put your hands right here behind your back. Don't move. Do you understand? Why are you acting so suspicious? Well, what you're rolling your window up when I'm walking up on scene for a routine traffic stop. Ain't nothing going on. You roll your window up. What does that look like to me?
I mean, I'm just rolling it up because for my safety.
For your safety?
Yeah. Nothing. I rolled up my window.
Take off.
That's my dad.
Yeah.
I rolled up my window.
320. Give me a unit code now.
And he got mad because I rolled up my window.
Step right here.
I rolled it up.
Separate your feet.
Man, it's fucking cops, bro.
Dude, this cop, snip. Another snipper.
It's probably too late.
Yeah,
He probably already got a couple of fucking screamers. This bloodline is gonna fucking infest the planet for another 10,000 years.
Yeah.
It's too late, man. You get to the age of this cop, they've already done nutted in the fucking ex prom queen or whatever, you know? They've already got at least a trio of these little squalling fucking future cops. So no, too late.
Damn it.
Too late.
Damn it all to hell. All right, let's take a look at this. This is mildly infuriating. My wife is a teacher. This is what the staff received for Teacher Appreciation Day. Couldn't make it up if I tried. Stress relief. Pop the 3 stress relief bubbles whenever necessary. Repeat as needed.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God,
they gave
bro.
him a piece of fucking trash.
Oh man,
They
this
gave him
one
literal
is
fucking
mildly
garbage.
infuriating.
Oh,
This one fits.
no. They gave him a piece of fucking garbage and said, "Here's Teacher Appreciation Day, bitch."
Yep. Yep.
Oh no, man. Fuck me. All right. What else we got? Supermarkets ban plastic bags, but increase the use of these heavy-duty plastic clamshells that are far less useful and more wasteful. Greenwashing. Yeah, this is true. Where I live, they have not gotten rid of the plastic bags, by the way, but so yeah, they're doing that and this. So it's even more wasteful. Proof of delivery. Thanks, Royal Mail, but this photo of a bush proves nothing. There you go.
What happened? How did this fucking happen?
Yeah, this was given to this person as proof of delivery. Look, I delivered it. Unless you were delivering a bush. Nope. That's not proof of delivery. Sorry, bud.
This one fits. This is not super infuriating, but it is mildly infuriating.
Kicked because my mom was on her last days and they assumed it would affect my performance. I already knew for some time that this day would come since she had stage 4 cancer. She passed away on Monday. Imagine being fired from a job because you're about to lose a loved one. This is, I guess, one of these gamers. Player got kicked off professional esports team because his mom was in the final stages of her cancer. Yeah, that sucks. It's definitely not a fun time.
No, I mean,
apparently submitting assignment before due date is considered late. Hello, professor. How are you? I'm writing you because there was a grading mistake from the assignment that was due on February 1st. It shows that you marked off 10 points as a late penalty. However, you can see on Canvas, I properly submitted the document in a timely manner before the due date at 11:46 p.m. on 1/31/2023. Please let me know whenever you fix the grade.
That's a squeaker. That's a squeaker, though. That's like, oh, I submitted it fucking 10 minutes before it was late.
Hi, I have checked and see that the assignment was submitted 13 minutes before the posted due date. However, you must understand that it was handed in on a last-minute basis, which is the reason why you received a late penalty. I mean, they weren't late. You can't say they're late.
No, I guess you can't say that they were late, but this is just like,
I mean, it is a squeaker.
Because what are you assuming? It's like, are you assuming that the teacher's up until midnight waiting for every last little assignment to come? It's like, nah, this one, I don't think. I think they're both being infuriating pricks, honestly.
All right,
I think the person that waited till the last fucking second.
I still think the professor is in the wrong. You can't fucking say it's late when it's 13 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah, I don't know.
My significant other throws her contacts behind the headboard of our bed, and here's what the result of that is.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. Don't do that. I would stop her.
That's gross and weird.
I mean, look at it. I mean, yeah, that gets really nasty really quick. So, no, I think it's time to have a talk. I feel like I hope you had a talk with her before you just went and posted this on Reddit. I feel like you probably didn't. I feel like you went and did this first and then had a talk later, if ever. But whatever. My dad does this to avoid cutting pepperoni. You know what? Your dad's an American hero, in my opinion. I'm gonna fucking side with the dad on this one.
Why though?
Because I hate when you cut a pizza.
Side with the dad until you got that weird oblong dick-shaped one. You know what I mean? And it flopped off, and you lost a pepperoni anyway because it just wouldn't stand. No,
because I hate when you fucking cut that pepperoni, and then the pepperoni gets all folded in between the two slices, and it's barely on the fucking pizza anymore.
It's still on the goddamn pizza. It still goes in your mouth with the pizza.
I don't know about that.
Still taste the pepperoni. The pepperoni tastes the same. If you snipped these pepperonis in half, they would taste exactly the same.
I don't think so, Paul. I think you don't understand. You don't understand what's going on here.
This is absurd. This person has some kind of fucking personality disorder or some shit. This is not normal human behavior right here.
This person knows what they're doing. And that fact, from now on, I'm cutting pizza like this. I ain't messing with none of this shit no more. I ain't fucking having no fucking damaged pepperoni on my pizza. After eating 2 of these blueberry waffles, I went to heat up 2 more and saw the package was for plain waffles. I ate mold.
I mean, gross.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking nasty.
Wouldn't you know that it wasn't? Can you not? Because you wouldn't be tasting blueberry when eating these waffles, right?
I assume that you're just tasting sweet from like the syrup or whatever the fuck, and you just didn't notice.
I don't. Dude, if you drench these in butter and syrup and you're eating a blueberry waffle, you can still taste blueberry in it.
Yeah, I guess you might be right about that. I feel like the blueberry flavor is not super prominent in these, though. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's a work. Bill for my liver transplant, U.S. Your balance, $389,809.39. Can't pay all at once. Sign up to pay $32,484.12 per month.
Oh, well, hey.
Is that all? Here's some more stuff about that. Some more of the receipt here showing all the different expenses that were accrued.
America.
Yep, that's America for you. Good old America. What a great nation. I put up a fence to keep my thieving and incredibly nosy neighbor out. He then puts up a camera so he can look in. So they specifically put up this this fence to keep this neighbor from snooping around their property. And their neighbor instantly puts up a camera like, yeah, fuck you, I'm looking anyway.
Yeah, this is, ugh. I hate neighbors.
During the summer, my school installed metal gates over the bathrooms to keep us from going in between class.
What?
Yeah.
That some tells me this is illegal.
Yeah, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
This
if
seems
this is actually
illegal.
happening, then like you can't prevent people from using the bathroom if they need to use the bathroom. That's insane. The person who stole my AirPods off my flight is staying at a hotel 2 blocks away from me.
Damn. That's gotta suck to be you, dude.
He throws away dishes, so we went to do them. I bought all our dishes and silverware. You buy a bunch of dishes, the roommate's like, I don't feel like fucking doing dishes. I'll just throw these out. Fuck that. I ain't fucking with that bullshit. A hotel owner who threatened to keep my deposit because I had bad review threatened me with police. He's got someone posted a minion. Snowflake, what can offend us today? Remove your Reddit post or everything will be turned in to the police, including your registration info. Yeah. What a fucking... All right, I'll remove it.
Okay, officer hotel guy.
Neighbor took delivery of a package that our business purchased, used the contents, and now wants us to pay for the scraps. The fuck? Hi, I'm Sam. I live down the street. A few weeks ago, we got some landscaping fabric delivered to us by accident. We have one roll left if you're interested in buying it. We are selling it, but if you wanted to trade something for it, we could work something out. It's members mark brand 4x225. Text me if interested. Yep. There you go.
Huh?
Basically, he's trying to sell it to the person who it was intended for.
Got it.
It was delivered to them by accident, and now they're trying to sell it. And I'm assuming, unbeknownst to them, they are now offering it to the people who actually ordered it at a price. Look at this dumb shit. Look at it. We should. This is someone filling out a Best Buy valued partner induction training. We should greet all Best Buy customers. True. Incorrect. You did not select the correct response. We welcome our customers, not greet them.
Oh my fucking God. Corporate hellhole nightmare.
Oh, just fucking destroy this shit already. Come on. What are you guys? You have nothing to lose but your chains, guys. Come on. Rise up. Rise up. Get the guillotine. Rise up. How do these people not just get blown away? I don't know. I'm a teacher. My student told me her grandma died. Hey there. I just wanted to reach out and send my condolences as blank mentioned her grandmother passed away yesterday. Sending love. No, she did not. Both of her grandparents are living and healthy. Oops.
Yikes.
Well, you can't blame a kid for trying, right? It's a 1-star review. I'm giving 1 star because of the cheap management and customer service. I heard the food was very good, so I went to try. Me and my boyfriend got the calamari spaghetti a la vongole and gnocchi. All were very delicious. I was actually so impressed that when the manager came to ask how everything tasted, I told her it was some of the best Italian food I'd had, and I told her I'm going to post about it on Instagram where I have over 11,000 followers. Maybe we actually read this before for a different, in a different fucking segment.
Oh yeah, this is the quote unquote influencer that thought that she was going to get a free meal because she's got Instagram followers or whatever.
Yeah, because like, what are even the chances? If you have 11,000 Instagram followers, what are the chances that any of them live in the area of this fucking restaurant? Fucking slim to none. Maybe like 2 do.
Yeah.
And yeah, no one's going to give you free meals for that. This is a salad I paid $10 for at a restaurant. It's literally just, it is nothing more than like some wilted ass iceberg lettuce, a fucking pitiful chunk of tomato, and a fucking
Dixie cup of ranch.
Yeah, it's fucking pathetic, dude.
Oh
if
my
I paid
God,
$10,
man.
I would send this right the fuck back. I'd look
Dude,
at that
I would laugh,
nope.
and I would just laugh, literally guggaw, and walk out of this restaurant.
Yeah, no way.
Without paying a fucking dime for anything.
I wouldn't pay $1.99 for that horse shit. All right, get that out of here. That's not worth a fucking dime to my ass, dude. Fuck off. Found a camera in my Airbnb. It was halfway behind the painting with only the lens peeking out. Discovered it because we heard clicking after me and my girl got out of the shower. Yeah, this is more than mildly infuriating. This is like this is like sex pest shit.
Yeah, this is creepy as fuck.
This is victim shit. This is big fat lawsuit level shit right here. I am just trying to refund 2 tickets. American Airlines, been on the phone for 2 hours, 57 minutes and 29 seconds.
What a nightmare.
Dude, how long were you on the phone with IKEA during that debacle?
Multiple hours.
Yeah. I mean,
multiple hours on hold. And I would be on hold for an hour and then somebody would pick up and they would say, oh, okay, yeah, let me transfer you. And before I could say, no, don't, they would fucking and I would be on hold for another hour. It was it was a nightmare, dude. I know people it became a meme or whatever, but you didn't live my truth during that shit, dude.
Yeah, dude.
You didn't put up with what I put up with. That shit was fucking nuts.
I hate that kind of customer service. Customer non-service really is what it boils down to. They don't give a fuck. My work doesn't allow you to use the toilet as a toilet. Ladies, this toilet has been used. This toilet is to be used for peeing only. If you need to create smell, think about the kind of person who fucking describes taking a shit like that. By the way,
you have to create a smell.
If you need to create a smell, please use the plaza toilets upstairs or the toilets across the road at Ridges. Please have respect for your fellow workers.
Huh?
Are you fucking...
It's a toilet.
Are you fucking literally shitting me right now? They're not allowed to poop in the toilet?
Yeah, you're not allowed to police people's fucking use of your toilet facility.
Your workers are allowed to shit in the toilet, you fucking psychopath. You are insane and you fucking need the snip. I don't care if you've already got some kids. At least I'll prevent you from having any more. Snip, snip. Eugenics, bitch. Before and after. Okay, so this is a wall. Side of a building has some pretty terrific fucking art on it, right?
Yeah, it's got street art on it. Yeah,
it's got some cool street art. Got yourself a fucking like sexy Alice in Wonderland kind of thing. Got yourself some kind of pseudo Matt Groening 3-eyed fish on a fucking demon cow head or whatever the fuck. You got some Illuminati shit. And apparently the fucking store, they end up painting over all this with some boring beige shit. So this person graffitied it saying, this wall used to have art on it. Now it has cocks.
That's awesome.
And I feel like that, dude, you know what? Graffiti artist, you are the true MVP, dude.
Yeah.
You fucking rock, okay?
It's sad that got covered up, but that's the appropriate response.
Yes. Look at this jerk of a landlord. That awkward moment when your thermostat, in quotes, is actually just hanging on a nail and doesn't control temperature whatsoever. Shout out to the best landlords ever. Basically just give them a fake thermostat to make them feel like they had some kind of fucking control, but it doesn't do a damn thing. It's not connected to anything. It's just a fake fucking what is it called when you give a fucking subject in an experiment a fake button to make them feel like they have some measure of control over things?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, American democracy. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is that. This thermostat doesn't do shit. Ever wonder what the top of Everest looks like? Well, it's depressing. Just so you know.
It looks like a hideous fucking ball of human waste and garbage. Great.
Yep. Because guess what? The human beings that haul that shit up there, they ain't hauling it back down again afterwards. So the top of Mount Everest is basically a fucking giant heap of fucking garbage. Awesome.
Wonderful. Great.
Great. Good job, humanity. You've done it again. You're so great. You're so wonderful.
Ugh.
All right, I know, right? One more. Crochet for beginners and beyond. This is, you never thought you'd be triggered by something from our crochet group, but here it is. I just need to vent. I'm still very new to crochet, and this is my very first C2C. No idea what that means. I gave it as a gift to a coworker on Friday for a baby that is due in January. She left it laying on my desk with a note stating weren't appropriate colors for a daughter. I'm heartbroken and disgusted. Whatever. Lol, no, these are not appropriate colors for my daughter. Seriously? Question mark, exclamation, question mark, Jen.
What? Oh, is it because rainbow means gay or some shit?
So first of all, this is not even a fucking actual rainbow. These are not even the actual. This is not even the actual color scheme of a rainbow. It's just multicolored.
Yeah.
Second of all, rainbow doesn't equal gay. Third of all, gay doesn't equal bad. So fourth of all, fuck you, you psycho bitch. Like, you literally gonna turn down a gift on the auspices of this dumb shit? Fucking die.
Dude, I would shit in a brown paper bag and be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Here's a more appropriate gift for you and your daughter. Here you go. I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what I was fucking thinking.
Insane, dude. I'm continuously, I guess I cannot get my standards low enough for humanity to actually meet them, because I'm continuously flummoxed and astounded at how fucking horrible my species truly is.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right, what's our next one? We got 10 people who were murdered over candy. Perfect. Perfect. All right.
I'm just afraid some of my crimes are going to be detailed here. You know.
Oh, well, you know, that's the risk you take, Paul. You know, you murder people for candy. It happens. All right. So this is 10 arguments involving candy that ended in tragedy. Okay. Number 10, run to death for eating chocolate. So at 9 years old, Savannah Hardin excelled in both math and the accelerated reading program. She participated in blah, blah. Okay. This kid wanted some fucking chocolate, okay? She told a lie. She stole some chocolate and she ate it. And then they asked her, did you steal the chocolate? And she said, you know, no, I didn't. And the punishment for lying about eating the chocolate was they decided they're going to run her. So they forced the girl to run around the yard picking up sticks nonstop for 3 hours. Then she had a seizure and became unresponsive. She was dehydrated. She was exhausted, and she fucking died. Because they decided an appropriate fucking punishment for you lying about eating that chocolate was we're going to run you without a break for fucking 3 hours straight in the hot fucking sun. So there you go. That's humanity for you. This is your species.
Creamy diarrhea, Paul, or one solid log? I don't know. Open wide and let's find out.
Set on fire over chocolate Easter bunny. In 1992, June Carter had been caring for her husband, Paul.
Shit.
There you go.
Here we go. Here we fucking go, man.
Who had suffered from lung cancer for 4 years. And maybe you can avoid it still, dude. While June made a vow to love and care for her husband in sickness and health, naturally, there were also times when being his only full-time caretaker became overwhelming, both mentally and physically. This led to arguments between the couple. June also became more frustrated when she would purchase food specifically for herself, and Paul would eat it before she had the opportunity to enjoy any. Okay. So on the evening of Thursday, April 17th, 1992, another argument ensued between the couple when Paul ate a chocolate Easter bunny that June had been saving for herself. At this time, something within her snapped. Rather than verbalizing her frustration, June doused her husband in rubbing alcohol and lit him on fire before simply leaving the house to go shopping without a second thought.
Damn.
Finally, on Friday morning around 1:30 a.m., June decided to call an ambulance for her husband after Paul had been in agonizing pain for more than 8 hours. While Paul survived the ordeal, he suffered third-degree burns over 27% of his upper body. June was arrested for attempted murder but showed no emotion or regret for her actions.
I mean, hey, dude, there's always a straw that breaks the camel's back, and I guess
shouldn't have fucking ate that Easter bunny, man.
Yeah.
Brother's brutal killing over Halloween candy. 14-year-old Harley Starling and his 16-year-old brother Nicholas had an argument in October 2016 over Halloween candy. However, rather than trying to compromise over something as simple as candy, Nicholas decided the solution to the problem at hand was to end his brother's life. Nicholas went into Harley's room while he slept and proceeded to beat him in the head anywhere between 14 to 15 times with a baseball bat.
Damn.
Apparently, when that punishment wasn't enough in Nicholas's eyes, he then stabbed Harley in the neck, leaving behind a crime scene that looked as if it had come straight from a horror movie. The boy's grandmother, Jonah Pulliam, found Harley dead in his bedroom early on October 31st, 2016. She immediately called 911. But initially thought perhaps Harley had committed suicide. When Nicholas tried to hide the murder weapons and the truth from everyone, it only took a few hours before police could decipher the connection and charge Nicholas. Nicholas pleaded guilty to his brother's murder and was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. I mean, you know, this is kind of, if you have a brother, though, this is kind of easy to believe, you know, because fights with Scotty have definitely escalated to insane places. And we've never murdered each other, obviously. I'm not dead. He's not dead.
I've heard threats of murder though.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it gets pretty fucking intense.
There have been legit threats of murder that I have personally witnessed between the two of you. So.
Right. So I mean, like, you know, if you actually have a brother, you can, and especially when you're close in age like this, you know these kind of things, it can get pretty fucking crazy out there. And, you know, maybe Scotty said the wrong thing at the wrong moment, or I did, and maybe it fucking manifested. Candy rapper NEWZ turns into fatality. 59-year-old Philip Frazier was released from prison on April 30th, 2022, and was staying at a halfway house where he shared a room with 60-year-old Danny Jones. However, while trying to enjoy his newfound freedom, Frazier upset Jones and ultimately put himself right back in prison. On May 12th, 2022, Frazier was enjoying his evening and watching Netflix on his phone, but when he decided to open a Reese's Pieces bag, the noise from the candy wrapper woke up Jones and started a physical fight between the two men. When Jones confronted Frazier about the noise and being woken up, Frazier pushed him into the bed and began hitting him in the head repeatedly. When police arrived on the scene, Jones was unresponsive, and even though they tried to perform life-saving efforts, they were unsuccessful.
Damn.
Shouldn't have tried to open that noisy ass shit when your roommate was trying to sleep, bitch.
Those are noisy too. Those have a particularly noisy package.
And look, here's another person whose life might have been claimed by Reese's. William Alexander Brooks, 22, and Kenneth Robert Grakowski, 57, were cellmates in August 2012 at the Clayton County Jail in Jonesboro, Georgia. However, after Grakowski purchased a bag of Reese's peanut butter cups from the commissary, Brooks demanded that he share. While Grakowski was willing to give Brooks one of the Reese's cups, apparently that was not enough. A brutal fight broke out between the two inmates, and Brooks began punching Grakowski in the throat, fracturing his thyroid cartilage and hyoid bone. Brooks then proceeded to slam his head into the wall while kicking him. From there, Brooks held Grakowski's head in the toilet until he drowned. Brooks eventually called for help, but it was much too late for Grakowski. When officers arrived at the cell, Brooks admitted to killing Grakowski and stated, "I didn't like him for trying to take the Reese's cup, so I killed him because he pissed me off." Brooks was previously being held on theft charges, which were dropped when he pleaded guilty to Grakowski's murder. Sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole.
Yeah, these are not like killed because of, these is like candy that ended up being the final straw, kind of.
Yeah, I'm sure like this guy had other
different
problems, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that they were button heads long before the candy incident, you know.
Killed for refusing to steal candy. Eric Morse of Chicago, Illinois, was described as a darling little boy. Though the 5-year-old was very young, he understood right from wrong, and when two older boys tried to coerce him into stealing candy, he refused. Unfortunately, when this sweet little boy held true to his good values, he paid the ultimate price. After Morse refused to steal candy for 10-year-old Jesse Rankins and 11-year-old Tykeese Johnson, they devised a sinister plan to punish him on October 13th, 1994. Rankins and Johnson were able to convince Morse and his 8-year-old brother Derek to follow them to an abandoned 14th floor apartment. However, once Rankin and Johnson had cornered the two brothers, they again tried to coerce the boys to steal for them. When the Morse brothers refused a second time, Rankin and Johnson knocked the boards out of a window and dangled Eric outside. Thankfully, Derek was able to get to safety. But only a few moments later, the boys again grabbed Eric and held him from another window. While Derek tried to rescue his brother, Johnson bit him in the hand. He lost his grip on Eric, who tragically fell 14 stories to his death. Johnson and Rankin were arrested and sentenced to juvenile prison until they're 21 years old.
They vanilla iced him, dude.
That's true. That did happen to Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, at least according to him.
Allegedly happened to Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, like Suge Knight apparently held Vanilla Ice, over the edge of a balcony, like, I'm gonna kill you, Vanilla Ice. And the only fucking thing I can really say against him is he didn't actually do it.
Yeah, he should have dropped him.
Yeah, I mean, like, he could have saved us some heartache, and I guess we never would have got the Vanilla No moment. So, Candy confrontation turns into shooting. This is at a Sheetz, apparently. On November 23rd, 2010, 22-year-old Marquise Williams, his girlfriend, 26-year-old Nicole Bode, another mutual friend, 22-year-old Shaquita Burney, were in line at a convenience store in West Palm Beach, Florida, to purchase drinks. However, while in line, Williams noticed that the female customer who had been in front of them had left behind 3 boxes of candy. Williams tried to ensure that the paying customer received her candy, but she was nowhere to be found by the time Williams got outside the store. Unfortunately, all the store owner, 28-year-old Tamer Hannah, witnessed was Williams walk outside with 3 boxes of candy before getting into the backseat of a car. So naturally, Hannah assumed Williams was stealing. Hannah began shouting at Williams to return the items, and when Williams exited the vehicle, he dumped out the candy. This only increased Hannah's anger and led to a fight between the two men. Hannah went back into the store. This time, came out with a handgun, which began firing at the car. One of the bullets shot Williams in the head. Williams was transported to the hospital in critical condition, and Hannah was charged with attempted murder and 3 counts of shooting into an occupied vehicle.
Wow.
This is another one of these no good deeds goes unpunished kind of thing. It's like, oh shit, this girl left her candy here. Let's see if I can catch her. Oh, I guess I couldn't. That motherfucker's stealing. I'm going to shoot him. Like, oh, fuck.
Dude, there's been a spate of these, that type of shit recently where people are defending, like average people who are in stores are jumping in to defend, like tackling people or shooting at people that are stealing from the store. It's just like, man, what the fuck is your problem? Why do you give fuck one if somebody steals from the store?
I don't. If I saw someone stealing from the store, I wouldn't.
I'd make way for them. I'd be like, here, let me get my shit out of your way so you have a clear lane to run out with your stolen shit. There you go.
Death at group home over candy bar. Herbie Roloff was born with Down syndrome and wasn't expected to make it to adulthood. However, by 2017, Roloff had made it to the age of 53 and was a lover of fried chicken, music by Prince, and the Rocky movies. However, his life was taken that year after a dispute with another resident at the group home where he lived. On October 31st, another Halloween story, 2017, a dispute broke out between Rohalf and another restaurant resident at a specialties care facility in Chicago, Illinois, over Halloween candy, specifically a candy bar. During the altercation, Roloff was punched in the face, and when he fell to the ground, the other unnamed resident repeatedly stomped on him. However, while Roloff had visible injuries such as a black eye and bruising on his head, he was not taken to the hospital for his injuries until the next day. He was also transported by a worker rather than an ambulance. Roloff spent 2 weeks in the hospital, was treated for rib fractures, multiple spinal injuries, and congestive heart failure, but he succumbed to his injuries on November 16th, 2017. Due to the mental capacity of the resident responsible for Roloff's death, the Chicago police decided not to pursue charges and close the case. However, Roloff's family went on to file a wrongful death lawsuit against Lutheran Social Services of Illinois.
Sheesh. I mean, I don't think that the person beat him into congestive heart failure, but, whatever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was unrelated, but,
Yeah.
Whatever you got to do to make a fucking story, right?
I guess so.
Assault due to pregnancy diet choices. 27-year-old Maria Adelaida Islis was 3 months pregnant in September 2005 and was enjoying a candy bar to satisfy her pregnancy cravings. However, her unnamed boyfriend began commenting on her diet and weight gain. Islis became angry and threw a steak knife at him. Islis' boyfriend survived the assault, but ended up with a punctured lung and lacerated liver, as well as the inability to use his arm.
Damn,
it sounds like she did more than just throw a steak knife at him then. That's
either that or that's the fucking most amazing knife throw that ever happened.
I mean, yeah, that's some crazy shit. After her arrest, Islis was charged with attempted murder and domestic violence, but pled no contest to the charges in January of 2006. Later, though, a plea agreement, she was sentenced to 5 years in prison on one charge of assault with a deadly weapon. I mean, he shouldn't have fucking criticized her weight. You know, she's carrying your baby, dude. What do you fucking think? She's going to be skinny? Being over delay in candy sales. Let's see what's going on here. Final one. February 24th, 2021, 2 unidentified men entered a deli in New York City to purchase Jolly Rancher candy. However, when the owner, Bonnelly Cruz Sr., wasn't quite fast enough in getting to the impatient customers, they became angry and pretended to have a gun. At that moment, Cruz and 15-year-old employee Jose Carrero threw the 2 men out of the store. Unfortunately, the altercation was not over in the 2 men's eyes, as they later returned to the store and brought company with them. One of the suspects hit Cruz in the face with a brick. Carrero tried to shield Cruz and chase off the perpetrators, but was also beaten and suffered critical trauma to his head and face. Cruz survived, but suffered an orbital injury and lost his vision. Carrero was in a coma for 2 months due to his injuries and was later transferred to a nursing home for 2 months. However, when he was declared brain dead, his family made the decision to remove him from life support. All over some fucking goddamn Jolly Ranchers, huh?
Man,
little much, man.
That one was actually more depressing than the mildly infuriating shit.
Yeah, I agree with you.
We human beings are weird fucking scumfucks.
I know. We murder each other over fucking sugary treats all the time. I mean, I'm sure that a lot of times there's more going on, but still, the fact that even it could be a catalyst for someone to lose their life is kind of fucking insane, right? All right, well, we got a video called 3 Difficult Questions for Atheists, and some fucking how this is 20 minutes long. How the fuck does it take you 20 minutes to ask 3 questions? We'll find out when we return in a second, but I got to take a piss, so Paul's going to vamp for a minute.
Psst, psst, psst. TJ's got a pee. Psst, 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 psst. TJ's got to take a tinkle. TJ's got to make water. So now you got me, Grandma Paul's ego. Are you eating your vegetables and listening to your mother? Yay, Paul time. I'm feeling better than I was earlier, man. This has been a salty episode, I'll tell you that much. I can't even chalk it up to the fucking cigarette cravings and shit. It's, that would just be a lie. I've just been salty. You better eat all your vegetables and listen to your mother. And if you go outside, you better bring your raincoat. Bring your raincoat or you'll catch your death of cold. The upcoming subject is discussed in a Minecraft Let's Play. That's a thing that's like it's started to happen a lot. You know who the first person I saw do that type of shit was Leafy. You guys remember Leafy is Here? Probably not. There was a content creator guy named Leafy is Here that would do these like essay style videos, but he would just show gameplay from some video game instead of, visuals to accompany. And now it's pretty fucking, it's been normalized. He was vapid as all hell. You know what? I'll be honest with you. I kind of liked Leafy because he was good at triggering people. Leafy really made people mad. A whole lot of mad. Crazy amounts of mad. And I always appreciate somebody who's good at, making somebody real super duper fucking mad. He's still around, is he? I haven't seen Leafy in a while. Must be nicotine withdrawal. You think so?
I'm back.
I don't know. Oh shit. Well, look who it is. It's TJ.
All right, let's do this fucking garbage. Let's do this fucking garbage. And is this Minecraft? This is Minecraft, right?
Yeah.
Or
We're gonna have to
watch Minecraft? Oh, what's going on?
I mean, it's just a mod or whatever, probably.
All right.
Many people leave Christianity because of some questions that are hard to answer.
Really? Is that what that happened?
Many people leave
Why does it do that?
Christianity because of some questions that are hard to answer. I acknowledge this, but I also know that you've got much harder questions if you're an atheist.
Oh, yeah? Is that so? All right. Lay them on me. No? We're going to do the sun? Okay.
Hey guys.
I mean, at least the intro was short, I guess.
Guys, welcome back to Kingdom Craft, where I build this big church in Minecraft while I talk about Christianity. And today...
That sounds awesome.
Holy shit. Man, we've finally found the bottom of the internet. We finally reached it.
Is this it? We've fucking reached the bottom.
I built a church in Minecraft while I talk about Christianity. Like, nope.
Oh man, Paul, I don't know. You just made me realize the actual absurdity of that. Thank you. I've been so fucking baptized in absurdity that I kind of just let that slide past as if it were as if it weren't absurd. But yes, thank you. You're right.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking about 3 questions that are perfectly easy for Christians to answer, but are almost impossible for atheists to answer.
All right.
Now, just some definitions real quick.
Oh no. God, I hate this.
There we go.
shit.
And this is where the devil is, right here in the details. We're gonna come up with some definitions that are all positively oriented towards making your argument look good.
Oh yeah, it's about time.
I'm defining an atheist as someone who does not believe in God or any sort of supernatural, like human soul or something.
No, you've already fucked up because I mean, I don't believe in the soul. I mean, I believe that you could use it poetically, the idea of the soul.
Sure.
But like, you can be an atheist and still believe in the soul. You can believe in anything. The only thing you're not allowed to believe in as an atheist is God. That's what it means. It means you are not a theist. A theist is someone who believes in God. An atheist is someone who doesn't believe in God. That's all it means. There's nothing about souls.
Now, I know atheists will say, oh, we're not claiming God doesn't exist, we're just saying we have a lack of belief. Sure, whatever. I'm not...
No, I'm claiming he doesn't exist. I'm claiming that there's functionally no difference between those two things. Because...
They're really... I mean, it's
like,
very
I mean, like, it's like leprechauns to me. I don't believe in leprechauns either, bitch. You know why? Because there's no evidence they exist.
Right.
If there's no evidence that something exists, then I don't believe in it. I don't think it's real.
I'm not going to argue with them right now. But I'm just defining an atheist as sort of a naturalist, someone who does not believe positively in the supernatural.
I mean, no, that's not right. You can be an atheist and still believe in the fucking supernatural. You can be an atheist and believe in ghosts and goblins and vampires and fucking anything else you want. The only thing you don't believe in is fucking God. Now, granted, most atheists are fucking skeptical people who don't believe in any of that other shit either. But that's not what an atheist is. So you're already just defining it wrong.
The first question that they really can't answer is, why is human life worth more than an animal life?
It isn't. There you go. Paul, do you have a different answer?
No, it's not.
There you go.
Question, and that was not hard either.
I didn't even have to hesitate. Human life, no, it's not.
And I'm also, what I'm doing in Minecraft is I'm going to make an enclosure to breed.
I don't care what you're doing in Minecraft. You're making me mad, bro. You're fucking triggering me. Does that mean you win? I guess by today's standards, it does. Congratulations. You've defeated me by pissing me off.
Yeah, it's because I want to be humane here. This is a church after all. So
it's not. It's not. It's not an actual fucking... It's a Minecraft church. It's not a real church.
I will be harvesting meat, but I want them to have a lot of roaming space. I'm not going to, like, factory farm them. Of course, in real life, I have to be better about...
Am I supposed to give a flying fuck what you do with your Minecraft animals, bro?
Minecraft ethics, bro. Is this
care.
a troll?
No.
You don't think so? Do you think this is a real deal?
I mean, I don't think it is a troll, but I guess it could be. I mean, you never know anymore, right?
Yeah, I guess not.
The problem is that no matter... I never here's a rule I've made for myself. I never decide that someone is a troll just based on it, the idea that they're too stupid to be real.
Yeah.
Because I know that there are people stupid enough to think that. So I don't know. For me to believe they're a troll, they'd have to show a little bit more. Like they have to have like a wry nod and a wink that shows me that there's more self-awareness going on than I believe there is. And I haven't fucking picked up on that yet. So
not eating factory farmed meat. Anyway, but yeah, so Christians do care about animals and animal life because I mean,
what do you no they don't. I mean, some do, some don't. I mean, like, there's plenty of fucking Christians that don't give a flying fuck about animal life. There's plenty of Christians that do.
Most of them don't. Most of them believe that God put the earth and animals here for our use.
Yeah, and I've heard plenty of Christians fucking tell me, like straight out, like animals don't have souls, whereas humans do. So, what?
I mean, they should at least, because I think God cares about them. The Bible seems to say that. But we know that human life is superior to animal life. Human life was set apart in the...
It's literally, we are animals. This is a fake distinction.
Yep.
Human life and animal life are one. Human life is animal life. Animal life is human life.
Now, if you want to talk about how human life is treated differently from a legal standpoint, that's a different conversation, though.
Yeah, we treat human beings differently. You want to know why? Because we're fucking human, dipshit. If we were fucking orangutans or platypi or whatever the fuck, we would give preference to that. So shut up. All right, maybe I had a little bit too much beer.
In the Garden of Eden.
Maybe not quite enough.
Regardless of how literally you take that story, the Bible is very clear that human life is set apart and superior.
So these questions for atheists are really just nothing. And
it's like musings for Christians.
It's excuses for him to for him to bloviate personally is what fuck is going on here. Exactly. These are not actual questions he's putting forth to us. This is just like, here's something an atheist couldn't answer. Now here's me bloviating about how I do answer it. Oh no.
In some sense to animal life. I believe animals have some kind of soul, but not a rational soul the way humans do.
A rational what? Based on
they
what in the Bible?
They have a pseudo soul.
What are you talking about? What in the Bible even would back that up scripturally or doctrinally, man? You're just making shit up at this point. It's just fan fiction to you, huh?
I mean, he's building a church in Minecraft. So yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What's the view of like Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas? I think that...
Oh my God. Would you Christian apologists do me a favor and just pull Thomas Aquinas's dick out of your fucking mouth and or ass? Please. I am so sick about hearing about fucking Thomas Aquinas, dude. Enough with the fucking guy.
That makes the most sense. But yeah, because we believe in the human soul, we believe that humans are inherently superior to animals.
Okay.
But atheists who, generally speaking, do not believe in the human soul, don't really have much of a logical case for saying human life is worth more than animal.
And notice how I didn't.
Yeah, neither one of us, both atheists, neither one of us said that it was.
But you know what? There could be a fucking third atheist on here that does believe that. And they would have their own reasons for believing that, and they would explain that to you if they wanted to.
Yeah,
but you know
I can
what?
hardly make the argument for them.
No, yeah, but the fucking point is that no atheist would struggle with this question. Every atheist pretty much is going to have an answer one way or the other. And if they don't, so fucking what? Even if an atheist was like, oh, I don't know, I have to think about that. What would that prove? Nothing. It would prove that there wasn't an easy answer to the fucking question for everybody. I don't think every Christian would have an answer. The Bible is not clear on that. There's nothing in the fucking in Christianity, in the actual doctrine, that would make that answer fucking crystal clear.
Life. Most atheists I know would still say that it's worse to kill a human than to kill a fly. But why?
Because we're humans. That's it. That's literally it. You're humans. We're the ones who are subject to the human legal system.
Yep. It's a
Don't even
value bias.
know if we can say there is an inherent interspecies loyalty, because you could say with evolution we have evolved to be loyal to like our own clan or tribe, but not to humanity as a whole. That's why humans have killed each other for all of history.
Dude, it kind of goes down a lot. Like, people are more loyal to themselves than they are to their families. They're more loyal to their families than they are to their fucking village or whatever. They're more loyal to their fucking local community than they are to the wider nation in which they live. They're more loyal to the nation in which they live than they are to the fucking world at large and humanity at large.
Yeah,
but
he's confusing basic psychological self-interest with some kind of inherent provable value.
Yeah, I mean, like, people are way more likely to have loyalty and defense of things that remind them of themselves,
or that have direct access to them,
right? Or that affects them directly in some way, like they're part of this society. They're interested in America because they are Americans. You don't really find too many people who are fucking like, I love America, who are like Swedish or something, you know, because they don't have any reason to. They're Swedes.
It's like, yeah, they're loyal to their own clan, but not to the one that they're competing with. Definitely not. That's why humans have treated each other worse than like any animal species has treated each other. So that argument really.
I think you're over intellectualizing this shit, honestly, which is a weird accusation considering you're stupid as fuck. But I think on this point, you're fucking going a little bit. You're trying to get too cerebral with it.
Yeah,
it's not that complicated.
Hence really, why this fucking video that could be 15 seconds long is 20 minutes long.
Yeah. When I see a video entitled, when I see a video entitled 3 Difficult Questions for Atheists, you know what an appropriate length for a video bearing that title is? I don't know, like a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Maybe 2 minutes.
Maybe 3 if you really want to explain each question in detail. That's a minute per question. That would be fucking more than sufficient. This thing is fucking 20 minutes long, bro. And what have you even said? What points have you really fucking gotten across in the fucking 4 minutes and 26 seconds of this we've watched? You've basically said goddamn virtually nothing.
Can't explain why humans have any inherent worth at all. And that's why the most genocidal regimes in history were atheistic. Because if there's no inherent, like, human value, no inherent human essence.
Oh, yeah, Christians have never murdered a bunch of people. That's a good point. There's never been any fucking genocides or mass murder events perpetrated by the faithful.
No.
That's never happened. It's always been atheists,
so to speak. Then human value is determined by how useful it is. And that's why, say, if you're Stalin and if you're a communist, then you think human life is only valuable if it contributes to the utopia you're trying to build, for example. So it's very dangerous.
You're all over the place, dude. This is like the ravings of a schizophrenic lunatic at this point.
Yeah, and your church fucking sucks, too.
To not boldly assert that human life has inherent worth. It's very dangerous. And, like, the Enlightenment philosophers still believed in, like, human rights, but in the Enlightenment, people started to question the existence of God, and that laid the bedrock for denying human rights. Now,
dude, what are you fucking talking about? What? Have there been people who deny the existence of God that have done horrible things? Yes. Have there been people who believe fervently in God that have done horrible things? Yes.
Yes.
It doesn't really seem like that is the fucking controlling factor in this shit.
It seems like we can just take the God question out and just say people do horrible things, you know?
Yeah. And, I'm as interested as you are in stopping people from doing harm to one another because I think it's counterproductive to the whole species. I don't think that humanity benefits from human cruelty. But this idea of putting it along these lines of faith or atheism, or even turning it into a philosophical question when there's probably way more pragmatic fucking answers to questions like this, kind of annoys me. I'm late where the goal's at. We have met every goal, but you can still feel free to donate and show your love.
don't know if I believe in human rights in like a John Locke sense, because I don't think that there's something inherent. I think rights are given to us by God, but
well, then they would be inherent. If they're given to us by the fucking person that you posit as the creator of the universe, then they would be inherent at that point.
through natural law, I generally agree with the concept of human rights. Just the Enlightenment set the foundation for a lot of really bad stuff, but it wasn't all bad. The Enlightenment, like almost anything, is a mixed bag.
Wow. What a
Oh my
profound
God.
fucking. What a
Can
profound
we
fucking
get to
statement.
question 2? Question 2 now.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
He's just repeating himself over and over and over again.
I know. It's so sad. This video is 19 minutes and 40 seconds when it really does not need to be at all, because everything that he's tried to convey in this meandering fucking bullshit could have been said in a fucking sentence.
Dude, I hope some Swedish black metal fucking LARPers break into your Minecraft server, burn this fucking church to the ground, and replace it with a fucking pagan altar.
Me too.
But yeah, under atheism, there really is no regard for human rights. It's why
under atheism, what
why they support abortion, and they'll say it's also why they support euthanasia. Like when you bring up
you're against euthanasia?
He'll be against euthanasia until he needs it. And then he'll think that's the way all these motherfuckers are. It's the same thing with abortion, too. They're against abortion until their daughter turns up pregnant. Then they secret them away to a fucking abortion state and get an abortion.
Oof. I just think about, being against abortion is already fucking horrible. Being against a woman's right to control her own body is already you're a piece of shit in my book. But to be against euthanasia is a next level of just, you are a scum fuck. You mean to tell me that if a person is fucking suffering, if a person is dying of a horrible, debilitating illness, and there's no fucking hope of survival, and they are going to fucking die, and it's a choice between dying now with dignity or dying 6 months from now after a fucking tremendous amount of meaningless suffering and no quality of life, you would fucking let that person suffer? Fuck you. Eat shit, you motherfucking scumbag piece of fucking dirt. I hate your guts and I wouldn't subject you to that. You nightmare of a fucking human being.
Stalin, they're like, oh, obviously we're not like Stalin. Yeah, but you still have basically just as much of a disregard for human life.
This motherfucker couldn't tell you.
You have disregard for human life. Yeah. What you know about Stalin is he had a mustache and his name was Stalin. Okay? Come on.
They support abortion, and they used to try and say that like they support the safe, legal, and rare abortion, but
I don't give a fuck how rare it is. It can be as common as goddamn apple pie.
Yeah, I'll go farther. I think it needs to be less rare. I think it needs to be safe, legal, and common.
Safe, legal, and every fucking day.
We know that's not true. They support as much as possible. And in Canada now, doctors are recommending that patients euthanize themselves for cases that are treatable.
What? No, they're not. Why you gotta fucking
get this fucker out of here, man?
Why you gotta fucking sit here and lie like a bitch, dude? Canadian doctors are not recommending everyone fucking kill themselves for a fucking a migraine or something, bro. Shut the fuck up. You ludicrous fucking bag of scum.
I'm against all euthanasia, but
well, you're a piece of shit. We know.
Dude, what have young people? What have young people in Asia done against you?
I know. Dude? What about those poor little Chinese kids just trying to fucking live their lives, and this fucker comes along? You know.
Some cases are more outrageous than others. Same way I'm against all abortion, but abortion at like 8 months.
I didn't need you to tell me this, but I'll read it anyway. My uncle committed doctor-assisted suicide because he was in pain for a very long time. No medicine would have helped him. By the way, Canadian here, this guy's a straight-up liar. No shit.
Of course he is.
No fucking shit. And you know what? He's breaking one of the commandments right now. He's bearing false witness. He doesn't give a fuck. He's not even a true Christian.
Is more outrageous than abortion at like 2 weeks, for example, or like more outrageous than like, I don't know, a Plan B pill.
Hey, you gonna get to that second question anytime soon, bud? How about that second question?
Even though it's all murder, you know, and euthanasia is also murder. It's also homicide. So I'm against all of that.
Oh my God! Repeat yourself again. Wait a minute. Are you against euthanasia?
Yeah, I don't think I heard you the first 27 times you fucking put it forth. Let me know. Just say it one more time for me, would you?
This is the problem with making these types of videos while you're playing one of these mind-numbing children's games. Just like dribble comes out of your mouth.
I'm against euthanasia. Oh, hold on, Mr. Block. There we go. I'm building a church in Minecraft, and I'm talking about Jesus.
Get out. Just get out. Stop what you're doing.
Someone asked me to put this to 1.5. I'm going to do it for them.
Under atheism, you cannot have value for human life, and this is not just a theoretical thing. We see the effects of this play out. All right, so the next question that atheism...
Oh my God. He's got to the next question. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Oh my
I feel like
fucking...
we're actually getting somewhere.
Holy fucking... I never thought it would happen. I thought we were never going to get there. Here we go.
Atheists really can't answer is why should humans care about the environment?
Because we live in it. What? Because why should we care about the environment?
Because it supports all life, because our existence depends upon it. Why was that hard?
What?
Huh?
Now, atheists are often very environmentalist. I think in America, at least, atheists are much more likely than Christians to be talking about climate change. And I'm not here to say climate change isn't real. I don't think it's going to destroy the world. I think it's going to have bad impacts that is going to make life harder for people. And if we're Christians, we should care about that. But I think in a Christian worldview, it's a lot more consistent to care about the environment.
This is the first time I have to say this. I don't know if you guys are going to be offended by this or this is going to be an unpopular opinion. This is the first time I've actually watched someone really play Minecraft before. I would say this is the stupidest fucking game I've ever seen in my life. And anybody who plays this is a fucking autistic piece of shit. And yeah, I don't know.
Dude, I will never forget. We started like a DFF Minecraft thing. And I was like, everybody was building their own little house and we all lived in the same little area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was working on like this tunnel. And I was building this like underwater dome area, and I was having a good time just making my own thing.
And
I remember I came back on, and these fucking dribbling retards were doing all the work for me. Had done a bunch of work on my place without me asking or giving them permission to do it, and I just I cussed them all out and I quit. That's what Minecraft is to me.
I love that so much. I love that Paul's like, people helped him out and he's just like, nah.
Because it's like, I saw that you were playing Final Fantasy VII, and you were only 4 hours in, so I went ahead and beat it for you. You know? It's
yeah,
like,
fuck that.
Like, why? Like, eat a dick. Fuck you.
Than an atheist one. Because if atheists believe we're just like other animals...
yeah, that's great. Anyway, what's the third question?
It's not simply an abandonment of it. But, like I said, if you're an atheist, there's no hope of this. So why create anything? It makes no sense. So the three...
Wait, shut up. Why would I don't need your permission to create something.
Making sure they can have as much sexual, sensual, and other forms of pleasure is...
That sounds good. Yeah. Amen.
Now we're getting
to try and drown out these dark, nagging questions. Does anything matter? It like you see like all this like TikTok and all this porn that we see in society. It's a way to
TikTok and porn.
We're tired of sneezing. Go away. Nothing matters.
Moral is based, dude. You know it. I know it.
Distract from the real spiritual problems that our society is facing.
I don't know if we missed the third question. I don't even care. We're gonna watch from here.
So it's sort of like a band-aid that people don't want to rip off. They just want to stuff it like under.
Oh, atheism is the band-aid. Okay.
Yeah. not your fucking angels and your sky father and all this bullshit fucking moralizing. That's not the band-aid. No.
Okay, let's just go through a conversation here. All right.
There's a magic man in the sky that loves me, and he's gonna send me to a magical, wonderful place forever if I believe in him.
I don't believe in that.
What cope?
Yeah.
You're just a band-aid so that you can deal with life.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Underneath, but The more people try and suppress these questions, the more we need to raise them. We need to blare these questions with a
ain't no one trying to suppress. I don't know what your third question was. I don't even give a fuck. No one's trying to suppress your questions, bro. Your questions are not even hard. They're literally the easiest fucking shit in the world. It doesn't even require a moment's thought. This is like remedial atheism 101 shit.
Dude, Cockatoo, were you one of the fucks that was in there digging my fucking tunnel for me? Oh my God, don't tell me that, dude. You have no idea how fucking mad I was, bro. I was having fun digging that tunnel by myself, for myself, okay? I was making progress by myself. It was a thing I was building for me, not for you. I should have to put up a sign that says, hey, retards, don't beat the game for me. Sincerely, Paul.
We need to ask the question to every single secular person, why does all of this matter? Why?
So I guess that's the third question. Why does all this matter? It doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
There you go.
Yeah.
Your questions have been answered. That's it. Goodbye. Next. All right, we're on our final little segment of the night. We're going to be looking at some God-bothering preachers and religious folk talking about how rock and roll is the devil.
Which one is this? Is
Why
this
not?
our last one of the night, or is this our second of the last?
This is our last one of the night. After this, we're going to be going on sloppy seconds, okay?
Ooh, yeah.
So sloppy seconds tonight is just going to be me and Paul bantering about whatever the fuck we want to talk about. No specific topic, no set thing.
Nice.
And we also, I want to remind you guys, since we're about to get going after this segment is over, is we're going to be doing the Weeb Gauntlet on the 27th of this month, okay? And that's going to be for patrons only. I want to also remind you guys to check out the Onion Nuggetz channel down below. It's where we post clips from this show. If you want an archive of full Onion Nuggetz shows, become a patron.
Yes,
Patreon, our Patreon is $7 a month, and we try to give our patrons a whole shitload of content for that. We know there's a lot of fucking stuff out there that's competing for your dollar with this kind of stuff. We know there's your Netflixes and all this stuff. We're not a giant corporation. We're three dudes that fucking every week come out here and try to be genuine, try to be real. We're imperfect people, like Paul fucking said, and all that bullshit. But we try to fucking entertain you guys. And we do whatever we fucking can to make that happen. And we fucking make sure to put out exclusive content for our patrons every single fucking week. Usually it's multiple pieces of content, but it's always at least one piece of content every single week for our patrons. That's $7 a month. That supports us tremendously. That is why we're able to do what we're able to do here. So, and we love and appreciate all you motherfuckers, even if we hate you. We love you in the abstract. You know what I mean? So it's always good. Anyway, Paul, do you have anything to add to that, or do you want to move on to this rock and roll shit?
You covered it all, TJ. You covered it all.
All right, well, let's do this. This is what's this guy's name? Hagee?
Yeah,
what's
John Hagee.
John Hagee, Bob Hagee. Yeah, 2013 John Hagee. Still talking about the evils of rock and roll in 2013, for fuck's sake. Let's listen to what he's got. He says he's going to tell us that rock music is satanic cyanide that should be taken outside and burned.
Because when the Prince of Darkness gets in here, he'll destroy everything in your life.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I hope he does.
By the way, all you motherfuckers that call me a boomer, take notes. This is a boomer.
This is an actual boomer, just so you guys know.
The first step away from Christ is your first step toward the Prince of Darkness.
Sweet. I'd run away from Christ if that was the truth.
Oh, dude. Look at this fucking audience, dude.
Oh my God, the gene pool is so shallow.
All right, you got Johnny No Chin here.
No jaw. Johnny No Jaw.
This dude has no he has no fucking chin. He has no jaw.
2 helpings of chin and he got 0.
She got both helpings. She literally looks like a British man in drag.
She does. She looks like John Cleese.
Sitting there in drag next to this fucking no jaw, no chin having motherfucker. And then behind them are 2 fat lesbians who are asleep. And then behind them is some fucking apt eager-eyed grandma just fucking like, oh yeah, John Hagen, you know what's what.
When you reject the truth, all that's left is a lie. When you reject love,
I can't, man, can you imagine listening to this fucking prattling retard horse shit and just being like, nodding your fucking goddamn head to it like, yeah, he's speaking the truth right now.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why I'm so pro euthanasia. You know what I mean? Because I if you ever catch me off in a church bobbing my head at something, please just shoot me. Just pull the plug. Thanks.
all that's left is hate. When you reject light, you have embraced darkness. When you reject fear, you have already embraced. When you reject faith, you have already embraced fear.
Fuck that one up, huh?
I want you to say it loud so those motherfuckers out there can hear us. We hate love.
We love hate.
When you reject heaven, all that's left,
let me guess, hell?
Is hell itself.
Wow, hell itself, huh?
When you read books about witchcraft, throw Harry Potter in that.
Okay.
All right, throw it in there.
The occult, horoscopes, Ouija boards.
Yeah, Ouija boards. I saw a movie about that. Witch board. Fuck yeah.
You're opening the gates of your mind to the Prince of Darkness, and he will invade. And once he gets invited in, he doesn't go out until he's cast out.
Fucking A. That's right.
I've had parents.
What is this? I don't even know what's going on with this motherfucker's face. It looks like he was stung by fucking 3 bees or something. Came in there
somebody down there plucking the banjo. Sitting there with their sister wives.
You got fucking this dude with like a fucking beak. This dude literally has a beak nose and this weird little breeding sow next to him. And then this fucking inexplicable fucking pile of mutagen here next to whatever the fuck this is.
Why does the bee stung guy look so mad? He looks he looks pissed.
He literally just looks like the fucking transitional form between man and the Toxic Avenger or something. I can't even fucking fathom what the hell's going on with that dude's fucking head.
Well,
is he chewing chaw? Is he chewing the fucking tobacco in there? Chewing his own cud or something? What the fuck is going on?
You're listening to rock music because that's all he'll listen to. Let me tell you, so the lyrics to real rock music is nothing more than satanic cyanide.
Oh, yeah, that's
I am
true.
the Hydra. Now you'll see a star.
Think about all the fucking rock songs that are actually pretty inane and shit, too.
Yeah, like what about Jesse's Girl?
Yeah, like is that pure satanic cyanide?
That's like what's Satan's investment in Jesse's Girl?
Yeah, like
where can I find a woman like that?
Yeah, like what the fuck? Is that really Satan's at work there? Is that what he's doing? What about fucking shot through the heart? You're too like you give love a bad name, man. Like what? Really? Satan? Satan's there too, even with that? All right.
Get it out of your house, throw it out, and burn it.
Hell yeah.
Burn
Take that,
huh?
fucking Bob Seger, you piece of shit.
Well, to
Old
quote
time
Eazy
rock and roll my ass.
To quote
Burn.
Eazy-E, you can do what they want with it. They paid for the motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's true.
Has no place in the house of the righteous.
Where can I find a woman like that?
Like Beelzebub.
Jack Van Impe denounces rock music and TV sitcom, 1989. All right. TV sitcom, really? I mean, like, I believe it's insipid trash, but like, come on. Is it really like some degenerative Satan shit. Maybe Friends.
Ford is rocked to my socks and rocked absolutely senseless. The language of the kids around me was unreal. Every other word was an F or an S. When one of the rock stars appeared.
Oh my God.
Man, fuck this shit, bro. F this S.
Dude. Why does this keep coming back? Why are we back at this too? Like,
yeah,
I wish I could just, I wish I could look at this as like a relic of 1989. Like, thank God their kind is no longer with us, but they're not gone.
A testament to human progress. No, we've been spinning our wheels in this mire for pretty much the entire modern history.
What can we do, Paul?
In a G-string, the crowd went wild.
Sell our souls to Satan.
I'm there. I'm with you. Let's do it.
The fellow was 99 7/8% naked. Then the kids around me started
99 7/8% naked. So that means like what? Like his shaft was out, but not the head.
There was, he was covering up one ball.
One 3/4 balls were flopped out, but just one. Like how do you even? What are you even talking about?
I don't know.
up their joints. I lost track of the number of people that they had to carry out. Some were unconscious. I can't believe this.
Yeah, that's shocking.
Damn. Sounds like they were having a fucking great time.
That sounds like a pretty cool concert.
Others were taking off their clothes all around me. On the way home, I told my daughter, you'll never go to another rock concert as long as you live in my house. Here's some advice I'd like to give every parent. This is from this mother's heart to you. Don't ask your kids what goes on at their performances. Go and see for yourself. If you're going to let your daughter or your son go, you better know what's going on.
Oh, please do, so we can throw you in the fucking mosh pit and trample you.
Man.
Ugh. I'm starting to agree with TJ's crowd crush take now. If we can get a bunch of these motherfuckers at a concert, it might be worthwhile to have a little crowd crushing going on.
I'm gonna go tape some pillows to myself again.
This is appalling, isn't it?
Yes, and not only that.
Yes, it's totally. Oh my God, it's so appalling. Yeah, that's so true.
But they show these same programs, the rock concerts, on television, and it's just like all hell was let loose. In fact, you may not like what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Oh, you know what, Jack Van Impe? You just say it, bro. You two fucking. I can't. Who might try to contain the Impmeister, man? Yeah, bring it, Jack.
I want to know what concert they went to because they're fucking selling it to me. People were smoking weed. They had their nuts and dicks out. They were fucking getting naked everywhere. They were passing out.
People were passing out. Yeah, I mean, it was
all hell was breaking loose. I mean,
it was a hell of a time.
Anyway, because I'm not afraid to speak out. I think that the music in hell for eternity be some of this rock music with all its vulgarity.
Dude, you just made hell sound so fucking cool right now. Do you know that?
I know. Hell is just so metal. That is one of the big. We've talked about this before. It's one of the biggest failures of modern Christianity. Is that they've piled all this layer of fucking modern nuance onto hell that makes it sound like the most amazing fucking place that you could possibly hope to go.
Full of this fucking heavy metal music and shit. Everything rocks down there, and it's just crazy party time all the time in hell. It's like
there's just cocaine and heroin and women pulling their titties out and fucking Marilyn Manson's down there singing his songs eternally. It's just like, fuck, man, where do I sign up? And they're such bad salesmen for fucking heaven, too. Because when they talk about heaven, they're just like, I get to cry and worship at the feet of Jesus. It's just like, oh, that sounds like a fucking great time, bro.
What do you get to do? Just get to worship some other guy forever. All right. Cool. Based.
Innuendos. And here they were stripping themselves, and a fellow running around in a little G-string. It reminds me of the wild man of Gadara in Mark chapter 5 who was possessed of a demon running around in the graveyard.
Can I ask you a question? What the fuck's going on with this dude's fucking hair or whatever the fuck is on top of this dude's head?
I don't know, man. There's something about these fucking, and you'll see it in a lot of these evangelical ministers. Their head looks like, it looks like somebody painted like a face on a big head of cauliflower or something.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this dude's hair?
I don't fucking know.
This dude has the most jacked up hair or hair byproduct or hair extension or hair replacement or whatever the fuck. Whatever's going on top of this dude's head is some of the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life.
It looks like somebody squoze his body and his head oozed out like toothpaste, like a blob of toothpaste.
This dude is an AI. I wish.
Naked and cutting himself with stones and screaming.
Give us the band name.
Yeah, seriously.
I want to know who the fuck. Because whoever this is, if I'm not already listening to them, I need to be.
Demon possession. But for you Christians,
yeah, what's up?
Please obey your Bible. Sing a new song unto the Lord, Psalm 33:3.
Yeah.
He's put a new
What's the band?
Song in my mouth, praise to my Lord, Psalm 40, verse 3. You can tell a spirit-filled Christian from one who just professes by what they sing.
All right, let me obey my Bible and stone these two fucking scumbags that are wearing mixed fibers right now.
Yeah, get him. Get those.
That looks like a wool overcoat and a cotton fucking undershirt to me, bitch. Let me bury you up to your neck and stone you to death.
It's time. You eat shellfish, you're going to get stoned, bitch. You're gonna die.
Be filled with the Spirit. What's one of the signs? Speaking to yourselves in psalms, hymns, and spiritual songs, singing and making melody in your heart to the Lord. Colossians 3.
All right, I'm done with this. Next. Got one more of these. Satanic Panic, War on Heavy Metal in the 80s. Featuring Metallica and Judas Priest. Let's see what's going on.
The kids that listen to this music are killing themselves and each other because of it. The music is called heavy metal.
Oh, shit.
Is this the soundtrack to that's the soundtrack to a fucking Sergio Leone movie, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was used in Kill Bill too.
Yeah, it was.
Now I think this was edited before Kill Bill, but
Industrial Pittsburgh, deep in the heavy metal heartland of America. This is Metallica, the most powerful new metal band in the world. The message is that in a violent and dangerous society, the future for these kids is probably no future at all.
Yeah.
Did they dub somebody saying die, die, die over it to make it look more evil and wrong?
Yeah, I think they did.
Wow.
Man. Yep.
Actually,
dude, I love how we're supposed to fucking be like super fucking upset about a bunch of people having a fucking blast. Look at these people enjoying themselves. Pretty fucking scary, huh? It's like, nope. It sure isn't. Hello. Okay.
I love when YouTube just decides it's not going to work.
According to a national lobby group, the Parents Music Resource Centre, there have been 30 teenage suicides and 150 murders because of heavy metal since 1986.
Citation needed.
What? How would you know that?
Citation needed.
Basically, every kid that killed themselves that listened to metal made them do it.
Yes.
It couldn't have been literally anything else going on in life.
No, it was the metal.
There's a side effect to marketing your product with a death message. And the risk is that the
death message. This dude's just looking for a fucking payout. Give me a break.
Doesn't Christianity just have a death message though? Isn't it all about how a dude
don't you guys
died
worship
for
a
our
fucking
sins?
naked dude on a fucking nailed to a fucking couple of sticks, bleeding in misery?
And isn't the whole thing about where you're gonna go when you die? Isn't that the death message? No, it's Metallica.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is like Metallica to any fucking real hardcore metalhead is like such a fucking like whatever generic fucking act.
Dude, that is literally baby's first metal.
Right. And I say that as someone who actually fucking likes Metallica, but you're 100% right. That is baby's first metal. It really is. And these people are acting like, oh, Metallica? Holy shit, they're crazy. It's insane the things they do. It's just Metallica, bro. It's not even that fucking hard, bro.
The interpretation will be that death is the product, and that the bands want you to kill yourself. Violence has always been a part of...
No, what?
Why would they want you to kill yourself? Because you can't buy the album next time it comes out? Like, that makes no sense.
I mean, Bill Hicks did a great fucking bit about this. And I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. If you haven't, you should look it up. But it's all about this idea, it being so ridiculous that like these bands would sit around like, you know what we should do, man? Let's kill the fucking audience, bro. It's like, why? No one wants their audience dead. Even we don't want our audience dead. That's why we are anything. That's why we make money. Huh? Why would a band that wants nothing more than to be super famous and super popular and get fucking groupies and shit, why would they want their audience dead? They wouldn't. That's how they make money. I guess maybe to impress the devil.
Yeah,
Satan's
like,
yeah,
darkest.
You killed a lot of people for me. Yeah, you guys are fucking legends here in hell. Okay.
Of human society, and part of what these bands are rebelling against is the sweeping it under the rug, is the lie that there is no violence.
I'm scared as fuck right now. What is that man saying? What is going
Something
on?
about sucking the devil's dick is what I heard.
And I suck the devil's dick.
No band will encourage
Dude,
an
that
audience
mullet
to
head
kill
is having a
themselves.
great time, dude. That dude with the mullet was rocking out.
Which one?
Dead people don't buy records. But it is true.
This guy is a profound threat to society right here.
Yeah.
This motherfucker. This guy, Paul, you seeing what I'm seeing right now? This dude is sitting there at his fucking concert, enjoying himself, listening to music he likes. What the fuck is going on?
How
This is a
fucking
nightmare.
dare he?
The American dream truly is dead.
Yep.
That suicide is a recurring theme in metal music. In 1987, 4 girls in Bakersfield, New Jersey, gassed themselves in a van.
Oh yeah, they did, huh?
This song, Fade to Black, was found in the car stereo.
Well, I guess that's why they did it.
Yep.
Couldn't have been that they were trying to convey something with that song. Couldn't have been that that song actually encapsulated some kind of fucking thing in the zeitgeist that already existed in the human spirit or anything like that. Obviously, they heard the song and were powerless but to kill themselves.
Clearly.
A few days later, 2 young girls in Illinois copied the suicide. The lyrics to Fade to Black were found on the car seat between them.
That's crazy. It's almost like the song fucking captured some kind of emotion that was going on. It's almost like it did the function that music is supposed to serve or something. Insane. Yeah, that's true. Cockatoo and sunglasses. They gassed themselves because they were in Bakersfield, New Jersey.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I think that's pretty good for us. I think we've said what we had to say about this clip. So I think we can wrap it at this point. We will be joining you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes time. Those of you who are patrons, those of you who are not patrons, of course, we encourage you to become patrons. Also, subscribe to the Onion Nuggets channel. Also, remember, we have a t-shirt sale going on right now. So if you want to go check that out, we have a coupon for 20% off. That's listed down below in the description of this video. Big old summer sale going on. And for those of your patrons, we're going to join you guys for sloppy seconds in 5 to 10 minutes time. We love you all, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Suck your dick some more. Thank you for everyone who donated, everyone who participated, everyone who watched. Peace.
See you next time. Bye.